Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The meeting was supposed to reconvene at 1 p.m. We're now at 1:30, or a few minutes before 1:30, and the minister is not yet here, on her way, so I'll have to adjourn this meeting again until maybe for our next 15 minutes, awaiting the arrival of the minister. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to this Central Committee meeting of Parliament. Central Committee meeting number 11 for today. This meeting started with a presentation on the budget, the draft budget for the country for 2025 by the Minister of Finance, which was preceded by a brief introduction by the Prime Minister on the budget 2025, and subsequently all ministers were present at Parliament to hear the questions by members of Parliament on all of the ministries. We are now going to start the round with ministers appearing in Parliament to respond to the questions and queries regarding their ministries. We start this afternoon with that round with the Minister of Finance, who I welcome.
MP De Weaver, Madam Chair, through you, wants to know, in order for the payment to be processed for the teachers, is there anything pending for that? Is this in the foreseeable future so that there will no longer be a delay in their payment? Is it a permanent fixture going forward or not? Madam Chair, through you, it is included in the budget 2025. However, the Ministry of Education must still fulfill its responsibilities to ensure timely payment. The process within government remains that advices has to be made with is a check and balance to verify that there is sufficient budget, and after the necessary signatures, the payment can then be processed. As such, yes, the funds for the subsidized schools as it pertains to the vacation allowance and the indexation are budgeted. However, indeed, the Ministry of Education still has to do its part. This goes also for other entities whereby amounts are included in the budget. The respective ministry still has to do its part and draft the advice prior to payment to these entities. I advise all ministries that once the budget is approved to commence with these advices at once, even though payments may be need to happen quarterly. Once these advices are finalized, there will be no delay in the payments. Question 2, 15 million arrears in the concession agreement by the harbor. Government entities are all in a dire state, now harbor as well. We need to make sure that we don't have any issues going forward, just like TLM and GEBE. We need to focus on the going concern of the harbor. Arrears because a ratio was not met, or are they arrears because they were not in a position to pay the concession fees? Madam Chair, through you, the arrears are related to the period after Irma. At that time, a decision was made to defer the concession payment for 5 years from 2017 up until 2019. The specific reason why this amount remains unpaid to date is unclear and will require further investigation. However, it is worth noting that the harbor has stayed current with its annual concession payments since 2019, despite not always achieving positive financial results, particularly during the COVID-19 period. A discussion will be held with the harbor to determine an appropriate approach for the collection of the outstanding concession fees for the years 2017 through 2019. The draft dividend policy is being developed for all government-owned entities, and as you rightly mentioned, it is key to note that profit does not automatically guarantee a dividend. As indeed, for certain companies, reinvestment is key, or compliance with certain loan covenants are needed. I now move on to the question by MP Labega. How much of the 2025 budget will be used for payments in 2024? Madam Chair, the budget for the year 2025 relates to expenses to be made in 2025. Outstandings related to previous years and the year 2024 are paid out based on management of the liquidity position of government. And it was a two-in-one question. How much of the 2024 budget is exhausted? Madam Chair, as of Q3, As outlined in the Q3 report, our income is 10 million below budget, while total budgeted expenses are 23 million below budget, whereby personnel expenses are 12 million over budgeted and goods and services are over budgeted by 14 million, which means our budget is higher than we actually spend. Questions by MP Lewis. What specific measures are being implemented in the 2024-2025 budget to improve tax policy in St. Martin? Madam Chair, from the moment I took office, I have been deeply committed to addressing the financial challenges facing our nation with a focus on fairness and sustainability. My priorities include implementing a tourist tax, increasing the room tax, and reducing profit tax and wage tax, all while enhancing compliance and collection efforts to ensure a balanced and equitable approach to taxation. During the 2024 budget amendment debate, I informed Parliament about the ongoing tax program outlined in the country package, which focuses on modernizing tax legislation. While external experts were engaged to draft the necessary laws, I acknowledge that process has been slower than anticipated, as none of these laws had been formally submitted to the government. In early November, I met with the working group on tax improvement to review the program's progress. At this stage, draft law proposals are being developed, reviewed, and finalized. However, I humbly acknowledge that key data and financial analysis are required to determine proposed reductions or increases are not yet fully completed. While we aim to finalize these efforts by the second quarter of 2025, I must be honest that we cannot yet provide a definitive timeline for when the Council of Ministers can initiate the legislative process. On a positive note, the Department of Fiscal Affairs recently submitted a draft note of advising to the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation for legal review. This amendment seeks to include the Audit Team St. Maarten ATS in the tax law, a step aimed at improving compliance and ensuring fairness in our tax system. Additionally, I am exploring ways to provide relief to our senior citizens by ensuring that AOV payments to pensioners are no longer considered taxable income for income tax purposes. Next question, how will the ministry focus on improving tax policy to contribute to strengthening the country's economic position? Madam Chair, to enhance St. Martin's tax system, the goal is to design a framework that considers the unique scale and specific circumstances of our nation while meeting its social, financial, and economic needs. This vision is based on the following objectives. 1, modernizing and simplifying tax legislation, which includes expanding the local tax base to encompass a larger share of economic and substantial transactions. 2, stimulating entrepreneurship across the board with a particular focus on innovative activities that contribute to diversifying St. Martin's economy. And 3, enhancing and improving overall tax revenues to support national development. Additionally, I am looking at, along with the entire Ministry of Finance, boosting tax compliance, strengthening the capacity of the tax authority to effectively promote compliance among taxpayers and conduct thorough quality controls, ensuring fairness and accountability. While I fully acknowledge the need to enhance our tax collection efforts, this cannot be approached with a one-size-fits-all policy. Every business operates under unique circumstances and should be treated accordingly. The current policy of requiring payments within 9 months, while labeled as such, does not align with the realities of today's economic climate. We must remember the significant challenges businesses have faced, 2 devastating hurricanes in 2017, the long-lasting effects of the global COVID-19 pandemic that severely impacted our tourism-dependent economy, and the recent utility crisis with GEBE, a man-made disaster that further strained businesses and households alike. Given these compounded hardships, the question arises, shouldn't we approach these situations with compassion, empathy, and understanding? Instead, what we see are auctions being called left and right, businesses being threatened with closures, and a focus on immediate payments that fails to account for the broader context. Meanwhile, inefficiencies within the receiver's office allow revenue to slip through the cracks. This "I want my money and I want it now" mindset is not only unrealistic, but counterproductive. The truth is, no one enjoys paying taxes, but we all desire a clean, beautiful, and thriving St. Maarten. The St. Maarten that once inspired our neighboring islands. Achieving this vision requires collective effort. We all have a role to play, but we must approach this with fairness, compassion, and understanding for the challenges our people and businesses face. Rest assured, Madam Chair, this balance of accountability and empathy is where my focus and attention lie. And number 3, digitalizing tax procedures. Efforts to streamline the assessments and collection of taxes are underway by implementing digital solutions to make the process more efficient and effective for both taxpayers and the tax authority. While there are delays in implementing the much-needed new tax system, steps are being taken to improve existing processes. A new bid for the tax system is planned for release at the end of Q1 2025. In the meantime, the team is working on smaller but meaningful changes. For example, taxpayers may soon be able to digitally submit their income tax forms for 2024, a goal we aim to achieve in 2025. Additionally, the vehicle tax can already be paid online, but payments are currently limited to credit cards. Efforts are underway to expand payments options to include Cento, which will allow payments through web bank accounts starting next year. While major improvements are delayed, I am committed to making incremental progress wherever possible. Even small steps can lead to meaningful improvements in the tax system for both efficiency and accessibility. Number 4, aligning with international standards. Incorporating international minimum standards for transparency and proper tax legislation into St. Maarten's laws, aiming to prevent tax base erosion and profit shifting and to uphold global accountability. By achieving these objectives, St. Maarten will build a tax system that is fair, modern, capable, and supporting sustainable growth and development. Question 3, how does the ministry plan to reduce backlogs in debt collection and improve tax revenues? Madam Chair, improving the tax collection process and updating policies are critical to achieving our goals. As I stated previously, tax collection is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We cannot continue to reject payment plans from individuals who cannot meet the recommended 9-month term, as this approach is counterproductive to the ultimate goal, increasing collections. Efforts are also underway to enhance operational efficiency. With limited staff, it is essential to maximize productivity. Currently, all income tax forms are manually reviewed, which is unsustainable. To address this, we are exploring the use of risk analysis tools and automated systems to streamline the process. Implementing thresholds will further reduce unnecessary manual work. These improvements are part of ongoing discussions aimed at modernizing and optimizing our processes. While I do not believe in always comparing ourselves to Curacao, there are areas where we can learn from one another. Curacao successfully increased its tax revenue by 170 million guilders in 2024 During the minister's recent visit, I received a presentation on their approach. Interestingly, similar strategies were previously proposed for our tax office, but were never executed. We will not reinvent the wheel. Instead, we will leverage proven methods and strategies to improve our tax collection and policy framework. Question 4. What types of training are being provided to the tax authority staff to improve their skills in tax collection and assessments? Madam Chair, in 2023, the collection officers and the marshal received training in their line of work, while the assessors received training in the general tax law. In addition, a university study is currently being provided to assessor that requested such. No other courses were provided in 2024 other than the Dutch language course due to lack of budget. What is being done, question 5, what is being done in a more generic manner to avoid waiting for assessments for previous years? What is the ministry doing to accelerate this process? Madam Chair, the tax administration is collaborating with the vendor to update the software to enable systematic assessments, which will help improve efficiency. The function books currently allow for 6 assessors, which is insufficient to meet the demands of the growing population. A review of the function books is necessary. The necessary adjustments to the function book will be made in the future to be able to accommodate the growing population. I now move on to questions by MP Westcott. Please respond, Minister of Finance, on a long-term vision on the following matters: taxes, tax system, etc. Tax reform. What basis is currently being used for any reform measures considering an approved framework for tax reform that the Council of Ministers approved in 2022? Madam Chair, in 2015, the Council of Ministers approved the main features of a tax improvement scheme, recognizing that our tax system was outdated, full of loopholes, and that the tax office was not fully equipped to enforce and maintain the existing tax rules. Nearly 9 years later, the situation has only worsened, with the current tax system becoming even more outdated. In 2021-2022, a renewed effort was made to amend the tax system. At this stage, draft law proposals are being developed, reviewed, assessed, and finalized. Once the necessary data and financial analysis are completed, I will make decisions on the specific direction to take, and the legislative process will be initiated. Question 2. MP would like a response to her letter of November 2024 reference tax system and some proposal for some measures to be taken. Madam Chair, yes, the answers will be provided before the public meetings. Question 3, transaction and transaction tax. Can the minister give her view, provide an overview? Madam Chair, as Minister of Finance, I believe that regarding the transaction tax, it is essential to conduct thorough research to fully understand its potential effects on Sint Maarten, including both the advantages and the disadvantages. This will ensure that any decision made is well informed and in the best interest of our economy and citizens. In 2021, the IMF issued a technical report on sustainable tax reforms for Sint Maarten. In this report, the IMF outlines the reasons why it advises against the introduction of financial transaction taxes in the country. While this does not automatically mean such taxes should be dismissed outright, it is crucial to understand the rationale behind the advice. Engaging in informed discussions about these recommendations will help us gain a deeper understanding of the potential implications and ensure clear communication and decision on the matter. Madam Chair, I move on to a next question that was asked in reference to GEBE, I want to state, Madam Chair, that that question was sent on to the Prime Minister, as well as a question in reference to SZV. That question was sent on to the Minister of Public Health. I move on to your sixth question, Madam Chair, reference coalition agreement establishing a cutoff date. Less efforts was going to be put in the less collectibles, the outdated, antiquated collection law, and the applicable policies at this time. Minister's view is being requested. Madam Chair, as previously stated, my focus is on improving processes to ensure our limited staff can concentrate on matters that will genuinely contribute to collections for the country. It is well known that prioritizing older debts can often be counterproductive, as the likelihood of successfully collecting them is much lower compared to more recent obligations. This is also a key learning point from our counterparts in Curaçao. Moving forward, my focus will be on pursuing realistic collectibles and using our staff more effectively to maximize results. Question 7. Update on the negotiations, discussions with the central bank, also in terms of the profit-making going forward of the central bank. Madam Chair, we recently received the projected budget for the central bank for the year 2025, which indicates a positive projected result for both 2024 and 2025. As we are aware, starting in 2027, an annual profit of at least 22 million guilders is expected to cover the payments to ENIA. I now move on to the questions by MP Arian. Number 1. Did we get a review from Yazet and Way going and coming, thus before and after sending it to Council of Advice? A copy of the Yazet and Way advice is being requested. Madam Chair, Finance did not skip the review from Yazet and Way. As mentioned, the budget was submitted to Yazet and Way for their review on the 13th of September and received their advice on October 16, 2024. After the budget was returned from Council of Advice, it also went to Yazet and Way prior to going to COM. Unlike the Council of Advice's recommendation, the advice from Yazet and Way is internal. According to Article 10 of the National Ordinance on Open Government, the Council of Advice's advice is made public by the Minister of General Affairs when the draft national ordinances are submitted to Parliament. However, there is no similar legislative disclosure procedure for Yazet and Way, as it is an internal advice. Question 2. Working environment in government. MP read an article about the process of hiring. They refer to this government as Nepo babies. I learned a new word. Is there any truth relating to this article about the hiring process at the tax office? Madam Chair, the MP want the document to be sent to Parliament to be reviewed. There is already a lack of skilled personnel and capacity shortage in departments such as finance and project management. Madam Chair, through you, allow me to thank the Honorable MP for the question and the opportunity to address this today. I committed to a principle I hold dear when it comes to putting the people of St. Maarten first, and I make no apologies for that. The people entrusted those in government with the responsibility to correct long-standing wrongs and to prioritize their well-being above all else. That is why we are here. That is why I am here. Madam Chair, over the past few days, there has been much discussion about civil servants who has been in an acting position for several years without the vacancies being published. Let me state this clearly. This is unbelievable and unacceptable. It does not matter who the individual is. This is a practice that we as government cannot and must not allow to continue. I welcome this question on the floor of Parliament today because the people deserve answers, and I'm here to answer to the people of St. Maarten. But let me make something very clear. I will not now or in the future answer to ghosts or anonymous Facebook posts. The people's business is a serious business, but I will not be distracted from my duty by baseless accusations made in the shadows. Madam Chair, let me place on record that the person in question is in no way related to me. Now let us return to the core issue. If we are unwilling to actually put these hard-working individuals that have been in these acting positions for years in the position, then let us remove them from these positions and assign them roles where they can be supported and fairly treated. But what we cannot and must not do is use and abuse our people. This cycle of abuse must end. How can we justify keeping individuals in acting roles for such prolonged periods without providing proper compensation or formal appointments? Are any of us in this government acting ministers or acting parliamentarians serving without the salaries and benefits that come with our titles? Absolutely not. So why then should we allow this inequity to persist within the civil service? Have we considered the long-term consequences of these decisions on our people's pensions, their retirements, and their livelihoods? The lack of proper appointments and compensation has a direct, profound impact on their futures. And what we are creating is a demotivated civil service. And yet we wonder why more are leaving than coming. This is not just about salaries. It is about dignity, fairness, and justice for our hardworking civil servants. Across various areas of government, far too many people remain stuck in acting positions. This is a systemic issue that demands immediate and decisive action. And as Minister of Finance, I have both the obligation and the determination to address this issue and make it right. And let me be clear, again, I make no apologies for standing up to ensure that we do better for our people. The people of St. Maarten deserve better. They deserve a government that values them, recognizes their contributions, and treats them with the respect they have earned. Question 3. In interviews, Minister of Finance mentioned that persons didn't or don't need to file. In another one, it was also mentioned, do they have a legal basis to file based on the 2 interviews? Has the minister's position changed, or is it still that way? Is it a requirement of the public to file? Madam Chair, no, my position did not change. There are stipulations in the tax legislations indicating situations in which no income tax returns needs to be filed or in whereby wage tax can be considered as a final levy. For example, based on Article 41B of the Income Tax Ordinance in conjunction with Article 7 of the General Tax Ordinance, there are situations in which no income tax return needs to be filed. Article 7, paragraph 5 of the General Tax Ordinance stipulates that taxpayers does not need to request an income tax return form to be issued if it can reasonably be assumed that after deductions of advance levies like wage tax, no tax is due. However, based on the policy of the tax administration to issue income tax return forms to the taxpayers, the forms issued must be submitted to the tax inspectorate. So based on the applied policy, taxpayers need to file their taxes. However, this policy is not efficient for neither the tax administration as well as for the taxpayers, as the form do not always arrive at the correct address, and especially for older years, it is difficult for the tax authorities to prove that a return form has been sent to the taxpayer. While the transition of the tax administration project This process will be reviewed and made more efficient for both parties. Currently, due to outdated tax systems, it is not possible to perform a simple cross-check between a company's payroll summary and individual taxpayers' records. However, with future system upgrades, the functionality will be enabled, eliminating the need to send income tax forms to all taxpayers in St. Maarten. These inefficiencies highlight the urgent need for modernization within the tax administration. Question 4. In that same interview, mention was also made about tax returns. What has been the budgeted amount for the last 6 months in terms of tax return payments? What are the budgeted amounts for 2022 and 2023? Madam Chair, through you, the amount budgeted for the last 6 months is 3.5 million. For 2022, 6 million, and 2023, 7. Question 5, third quarter report, capacity shortages is mentioned. We do not want to continue to deter persons from applying and giving them a fair chance. Madam Chair, I think I have clarified the matter at hand as it relates to hiring in my previous answer. Everyone will be treated fairly during the application process. This includes our civil servants. Question 6. In reference to the budgeted amount in tax returns, the years 2023, 2022, and the last 6 months, has there been any improvements in terms of payments of tax returns, and should the measurement tool being used? Madam Chair, a budgeted amount of 500,000 is paid out monthly for tax returns. To clarify, my statement on tax returns was not pertaining to the budget. It was pertaining to the current process where individuals must request their tax refunds to have them paid out. I am actively discussing this with the receivers to explore ways to improve the system. My stance remains that it is unreasonable for individuals to have to formally request funds that are already owed to them. This is an area that requires urgent attention and reform. While as a government we pay an amount of 500,000 per month, my stance is that persons should automatically be placed on a list if funds are owed to them, and not that they have to come to the tax office to ask to be placed on a list. In the meantime, improvements have been made to ensure that those who request their tax returns are paid out in proper sequence, addressing concerns about individuals being prioritized over others. Next question. Christmas voucher, the article from the PM referencing the Christmas voucher. Reference is made to the survey. Money is going to the account and it would be tax-free. How is it possible that government can decide for itself to get it tax-free, but the availability is not possible for the staff of TILM? Can we receive the national decree that was used to be able to execute this? Has the governor signed this LB already? Or was an MB used to circumvent the governor? Is it indeed tax-free? Gratifications are normally taxed. On what legal basis was it done? It was not possible in the past, right after COVID time. Madam Chair, the funds were paid based on a Council of Ministers decision. It is important to note that under the tax law, both Christmas vouchers or net Christmas payments are treated in the same way. In other words, there is no difference between the current payments and the vouchers issued previously. Both vouchers or payments received are taxed. In the Netherlands, there is a law whereby certain payments made as Christmas gifts are tax-free up to a certain amount. However, this law we do not have in St. Maarten. As such, whatever is given to civil servants, be it vouchers or direct payments, are taxed. The Audit Chamber's report highlighted several observations regarding the process of issuing vouchers last year, such as how the bid was executed. These issues have been reviewed, and therefore the process has been opted by this government to ensure improvement and compliance. As government did not hire a third party through a bid, no Landsverordening is needed. Question 8. We wanted to pay back based on gratification. If the government used the gratification as process, please provide me with the process. Madam Chair, as stated in my previous answer, the government did not use the gratification process. Question 9 was a question, where is the legislation for vacation pay and COLA now? How are we paying it out without legislation in place? This question was sent on to Min Azet for his response, Madam Chair. Question 10, because you already paid it out, you already executed the draft legislation, meaning activating other acts. This too was sent on, Madam Chair, to Minister of Azet for responding. And question 11, the Jubilee for 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years. Execute that part. Why is the government taking a stance on only executing part of the law and not the others? Will you pay out the Jubilees for 2024? How many do we have based on the legislation? How many individuals are entitled to that in 2024? Madam Chair, this too has been passed on to the Minister of Azet for responding. Next question, question 12. In the Q3 report, debt to GDP ratio is approaching or exceeding the recommended threshold, raised alarms for physical sustainability, yet government still took on the GB loan. In Q3, it was a risk. What is our position since then? Can you break down this risk? Can you add a percentage to the risk level? There is limited physical space for additional borrowing without jeopardizing the country's creditworthiness. How much more has this risk increased? What is our current creditworthiness? Madam Chair, in the Q3 report, the debt to GDP ratio stands at 44% for the entire collective sector. For small island developing states, the International Monetary Fund generally considers a debt to GDP ratio of 60% or lower to be reasonable and sustainable under normal economic conditions. For SIDS that are frequently exposed to natural disasters or economic shocks, a ratio closer to 40 to 50% is often seen as more prudent. In our case, the current ratio falls within this prudent range, and this will remain the case even when accounting for the GEB loan. Question 13. I would like, Madam Chair, the MP would like to receive an update on the tax system. Since there was no appeal, what is the timeline? Is there a new tender coming out? Can we have an update on the current tax system? Madam Chair, through you, in accordance with the court verdict received, the previous tender was retracted, and in order to safeguard the financing via TIAT, the tax system has to be retendered, with a new tender expected to be published in the first quarter of 2025. Question 14. There is a significant increase in 2025 versus the budget 2024, but no new policies and tourist tax were mentioned. Where this additional revenue coming from? Madam Chair, as outlined in the elucidation book, the increase in taxes is primarily attributed to economic growth. These expected growth are from the IMF and the central bank's forecasted economic projections, which are estimated at 5%. However, the impact on tax revenue is at 3% for the year 2025 compared to 2024. As such, not because there are no new policies means there is no growth in revenue. Question 15. Regarding the government's capacity to collect funds, what additional controls and how many are we planning to execute in the next few months to be able to generate this revenue? Madam Chair, the ministry is actively engaged in several projects under the Tax Transformation Initiative, which includes improving business processes to enhance revenue generation. While the full rollout of the new tax system and processes is planned for 2028, we are currently focusing on implementing several quick wins to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the tax administration in the short term. These measures aim to strengthen controls and optimize revenue collection over the coming months. In addition, we will be engaging the SBAP to assist in compliance and collection efforts. Question 16. What is the current cash on accounts for government? Madam Chair, the current cash on government accounts is reflected in both the budget and the Q3 report, which include detailed information on cash flow, liquidity, and projections. It's important to note that cash balances fluctuate on a daily basis, depending on various factors that affect the government's financial operations. These reports provide a clear picture of the government's financial position and allow us to manage resources responsibly. While we are operating within tight financial constraints, we are taking proactive steps such as enhancing tax compliance, controlling expenses, and pursuing economic growth initiatives to ensure the government continues to meet its obligations and provide essential services to the people of St. Maarten. Question 17, list of top 15 entities that we owe and the amounts. Madam Chair, through you. To get an entire list of the 15 entities will take some more time, but we can indicate the top 5 that have been outstanding over the last years. SZV outstanding, 113.7 million unaudited. APS outstanding, 11.2 million. SWAB outstanding, 1.8 million. SKOS outstanding 3.1 million and TELEM outstanding 3.4 million. Question 18. Did we pay the loan payment in October? What are our cash flows projections for the next 3 to 6 months? Madam Chair, the cash flow projections for the coming months are detailed in the Q3 report, and I can confirm that the loan repayments and interest were successfully paid in October and December. I now move on to the questions from, no, I'm sorry, I apologize. There was a question that is actually for the Ministry of TIAT. However, I will be answering this question. Can the minister provide the information on the estimate of what the revenue looks like from Front Street and Back Street? This is so that a comparison can be made for the TOT made in other areas that might need beautification as well. Madam Chair, the TOT revenue is not registered per Front Street nor per Back Street, as the current tax system does not allow for this. Hopefully, with the new tax system, we will be able to see this type of information per region. Question 20, financial statements, government-owned companies. Did the minister read the financial statements of BTP and the comments from the auditors regarding the risk that BTP faces and the minister's opinion on those? Madam Chair, the ministry has reviewed the 2023 financial statement of BTP. However, through you, Madam Chair, the independent auditor's report does not specifically highlight any risk for BTP. The audit opinion issued was a clean, unqualified opinion. Next question, question 21. Payment from certain entities that are outstanding owed to government, such as casino fees dating back 10 years, but they have been consistently sent invoices, etc. Should they be waived in any way? Same goes for any other entity that are in the financial statements of these. Madam Chair, to be able to waive fees, it is essential to determine whether the law permits such waivers, as this is not always possible. However, from a collection perspective, less effort in pursuing very old debts might be justified. This is because the cost of collection may outweigh the potential revenue, making it an inefficient use of resources. Additionally, over time, locating businesses responsible for these debts become more challenging, as they may have moved, ceased operations, or become insolvent. However, as previously mentioned, this is to be determined on a case-by-case basis. And as Minister of Finance, I believe it is more beneficial for the government to focus its efforts on strengthening overall compliance and ensuring future tax efficiency rather than expending resources on unlikely recoveries. This approach will yield better long-term results and enhance the stability of our fiscal framework. I now move on to questions by MP York. MP York stated, Madam Chair, that he finds the budget easy to like but harder to love for the following reasons. Easy to like because 99% of the projects presented were those of the previous government, but harder to love because there were no new policies. While he understands that for some new policies, we did not have enough time to draft the new laws for them to be implemented. However, not all policies need new laws. The MP is perplexed as to why 0 new policies are included in the budget. Please clarify. Madam Chair, regarding our revenue, it is important to note that all collections are based on legislation. Tariffs are always established through legal provisions, and the government cannot collect revenue without a proper legal basis. As previously stated, the current budget does not include any new policies, emphasizing the term new. This means that all ongoing initiatives and policies are still accounted for within the budget. From a sound financial management perspective, only initiatives are expected to materialize are included. For instance, the indexation measures, which are in their final stages, are anticipated to be implemented next year. However, initiatives over which we currently have limited control, such as the tourist tax under review by the SER, have not been included as we are still awaiting their advice. Once there is greater clarity on the timeline for implementation, these initiatives will be incorporated through a budget amendment. Next question, question 2. The absence of new policy also should have been considered in how this CC meeting is being conducted. Now I am going through a budget, still not knowing what the plans are of this sitting government program, government accord. Can these documents be made available to use so that we have something to hold government accountable to? Madam Chair, in the budget elucidation, Chapter 2, spanning pages 23 to 83, provides a comprehensive explanation of each ministry's plans for the upcoming year. This section outlines the priorities and initiatives for every ministry in detail. Traditionally, Central Committee meetings focus on technical aspects of the budget, such as figures and allocations, while policy-related discussions are typically addressed in greater depth during the public meetings. Question 3, debt to GDP ratio and the interest to GDP ratio. MP requests from 2010, 2015, 2018, 2020, and 2024. Madam Chair, the ministry does not have this information readily available. However, what we can indicate through you, Madam Chair, is that following Hurricane Irma, there was an increase in debt levels due to the liquidity loans received at that time. During the COVID-19 years, we observed a significant rise as a result of the liquidity support provided during the pandemic. Currently, the government debt to GDP ratio stands at 34%, and for the entire collective sector, it is 44%. Question 4, tax to GDP percentage, what is the minister's plan? There are a lot of ad hoc plans for taxation, transaction tax, the new vehicle tax, the garbage tax from the Ministry of Romy. What is the long-term plan for the tax to GDP percentage? Where are we going? Madam Chair, My plan is to increase tax revenues through improved tax compliance and the introduction of new taxes such as the tourist entry tax. Both measures are expected to contribute to an increase in our tax to GDP ratio, strengthening our overall fiscal position. Question 5, vehicle tax plan shared in the newspapers. Can the minister clarify this plan? As I understand it, the plan will be based on weight, and the weight classification for vehicles begins at 3,500. According to my understanding of your article, someone driving a Kia Picanto would pay the same amount in road tax as a truck weighing 2,600, as they are both under the 3,500. Madam Chair, in press briefing, I highlighted the possibility of adjusting the vehicle tax in the future. However, this adjustment requires a careful consideration and proper assessment. I did not provide any categories as yet because this has yet to be researched. Which is why I emphasize that implementation cannot occur before 2026. It is essential to gather and analyze data to determine the most effective approach and fully understand its potential impact on revenue. This serves as a clear example of an initiative that demands thorough research and analysis before being incorporated into the 2026 budget in a well-substantiated manner. Question 6. Who did the minister consult with? Which external experts were consulted, and was the Minister of Romy involved in the matter? Madam Chair, as mentioned, this is the intention. However, further deliberations are necessary. This underscores the reason why no new policies are included in this budget. It is crucial to conduct thorough research, gather the necessary data, and once the data is available, include it in the budget if the legislative timeline allows. For this specific matter, inclusion in the 2026 budget will only be possible if the data is finalized by Q2 2025 and demonstrates that the adjustment will need to be increased revenue, would lead to increased revenue. My apologies. If the data does not support this, we will not proceed with the adjustment. Additionally, the legislative trajectory must be realistically achievable. This principle allows to all new policies, there must be substantiated data to justify any increase or decrease, and the measures must be implementable within the required timeline. These steps are essential to ensure responsible and effective policy development. Question 7. The President alluded to transaction tax. The minister brought up the change in vehicle tax. I've also seen mention of the upcoming implementation of a garbage tax. These are all good initiatives when done the right way, but where I'm confused, I do not see anything proposed for reforms in taxes, specifically when it comes to wage tax, tax incentives for small businesses, electric vehicles, and sin tax, etc. This confuses me because these 4 taxes were specifically mentioned in the manifestos of every political party in the coalition. So why are they not included in the minister's tax plan? Madam Chair, as previously stated, from the moment I took office, my priority has been to implement a tourist tax, increase the room tax, and reduce both profit and wage tax. Additionally, I would like to look into sin tax. However, this will require further research and cooperation with the French side. Question 8. What is the minister's stance on indirect taxation? The minister mentioned in previous budget debate what her stance was. Has that changed? What is the status of her research as it pertains to this matter? Madam Chair, no, I did not change my position, and as previously stated, the necessary research has to be done. Question 9, what is the projected expectation for the change in the vehicle tax? What is the expected difference to be collected on vehicle tax compared to what it is now? Madam Chair, there is no anticipated change in the vehicle tax for the year 2025. Any potential change for 2026 have yet to be fully substantiated with underlying data and reviewed. A decision on this will be made and incorporated into the 2026 budget once the necessary analysis is completed and the expected increase in revenue is known. I now move on to an additional question by MP De Weaver. Verify the details, page 78, overview rental and overheads Cobowen. Is this Ministry of Finance compiling? I do not see the tourist office on this list, the one next to St. Joseph School. Why is that? If it is in here, under what category is it included? This, Madam Chair, this list is provided by the Ministry of Asset and included in the budget by the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Asset will provide further elaboration. I now move on to MP Veronica Janssen. MP Janssen stated, Madam Chair, that she did not see any filling of critical vacancies within the justice and the prison. Lack of staffing for prison was one of the main concerns. It can lead to unsafe situations for the guards and inmates. Was anything put in place for critical vacancies in 2025? This question, Madam Chair, will be answered by the Minister of Justice. And question 2 was the MP Janssen asking if I, as Minfin, could join the Justice Committee to visit the prison to see where additional resources are needed, asking assistance from the Minister of Finance for financial support to make it more livable for the inmates. And Madam Chair, through you, I would join the Justice Committee for such a visit. However, the Ministry of Justice or even VSA would in principle be the one to reserve the budget for these initiatives if deemed necessary, which I will support where necessary. I move on to the questions by MP Roseberg. Tax reform legislation, how far is it and when will it be finalized? Reference the different legislations connected to that based on the country package. Madam Chair, at this stage, draft law proposals are being drafted, reviewed, assessed, and finalized. However, the underlying data and financial analysis need to be needed for the determination of the proposed reductions of increases are not fully assessed up to now, although we do expect to be completed in the second quarter of 2025. No exact timetable can be given at this stage when the Council of Ministers can actually initiate and start the legislative process. Question 2, introduction of the Caribbean Guilder. How will the ones who don't have a bank account be able to arrange that transition? Madam Chair, through you, there should be no significant implications as a transition period of 3 months will be implemented. During this period, both the Antillean Guilder and the Caribbean Guilder can be used interchangeably before the full switch to the Caribbean Guilder is completed. During this time, they can go directly to the central bank to exchange their cash funds. Question 3, what are the ministry's legislative priorities for the coming year? Madam Chair, the ministry's legislative priorities will include the tourist tax, the general tax ordinance, comptability ordinance, basic bank account legislation, and the deposit guarantee scheme. I will also proceed with drafting a national ordinance to retract outdated tax legislations that are no longer applied, such as land tax. Furthermore, I am exploring options to ensure that AOV payments to pensioners are no longer considered taxable income for income tax purposes. I now move on to questions by MP La Cruz. During the 2024 budget amendment, a brainstorming session should be held between the Council of Ministers and MPs on revenue-generating ideas. Madam Chair, as mentioned during the budget amendment debates in October, I appreciate the suggestion and I am open to it. While I fully agree with MP Lacruz on the importance of coming together to brainstorm ideas for generating revenue, it is worth noting that as members of the legislative branch, every MP also has the ability to initiate legislative proposals that can contribute to increasing revenue. Question 2. Any projects that are now in place, can the Minister of Finance give an idea on what and why these were prioritized above the others? Return of investment on any projects that is pending now. Madam Chair, for Finance, significant investments focus on the implementation of the new tax system. This initiative, combined with streamlined business processes, is designed to improve efficiency and effectiveness within the tax office, resulting in enhanced revenue generation. Moreover, the introduction of a new financial system and optimized business processes aims to reinforce financial management. These improvements will provide better control over public finances and enhance accountability to our stakeholders, such as Parliament. Question 3. When a project is paid for by government, whose responsibility is it to ensure that the project is properly executed? So from today, going back to 2010, and review all projects if they were properly executed or executed at all. I am aware of 1 or 2 projects that need revising. Madam Chair, each ministry is responsible for overseeing and ensuring the execution of projects within their respective areas of responsibility. Finance is only responsible for obtaining the loan when it comes to capital investments and executing the project under the Ministry of Finance. Question 5. Want to know, the Minister of Finance has stance on purchasing 1 or 2 buildings in the Netherlands to house St. Maarten students. Can that come out of CapEx? Madam Chair, if the government decides to purchase these buildings, the expenditure would need to be classified as capital expenditures, CapEx. While this is not currently a priority for me, I am open to considering it if a well-structured and viable investment plan is presented. Question 6. The MP stated supports MP Janssen for MinFin to join the visit to the House of Detention. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to join the visit to the House of Detention. Question 7. Will Minister of Finance be for or against the idea of sin tax on St. Maarten, the taxation of alcohol, tobacco, gambling winnings, prostitution, and sugar products? Madam Chair, the introduction of a sin tax would be something I would be glad to delve into. However, it is important to acknowledge that we share the island with the French side. Therefore, collaboration with our counterparts on the French side is essential to ensure that entrepreneurs on the Dutch side are not put at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the taxation of gambling winnings is a key component of our broader tax improvement initiatives. I now move on to questions by MP Kotai. GDP being 3.4 billion, what percentage is dependent on government spending and what percentage is dependent on goods and services? Madam Chair, these are estimates provided by the IMF, so we will need to obtain this information directly from them. Question 2. Corporate income tax is 44 million guilders. Is this corporate profit declared? Is about 145 million approximately for 2023. During the same period, TIAT was collected 156 million. Translates to the business reported to about 3.1 billion. A deeper look needs to occur into the tax system. Madam Chair, the new tax system will facilitate improved analysis by providing more up-to-date information. Currently, the tax administration relies on a third party to extract data from the system for analysis. One of the key requirements of the new system is to enable the administration to independently access and analyze this data, allowing for more effective and timely decision-making. Question 3, policy plan for 2024. What are the plans of diversification of the economy and also regarding stimulating tourism diversification? This question was sent to the Minister of TIAT. I move on to question by MP Waiver. How many recruitment agencies are currently being used within government? That question was sent on to the Minister of General Affairs. Question 2, QR codes and license plates, was it deemed a success based on the income revenue received from the QR codes compared to the physical license plates? Madam Chair, through you, the introduction of the QR code was aimed at reducing the country's expenses by eliminating the need to purchase and replace license plates annually. While the revenue for 2023 was 10 million, and the revenue for 2024 aligns with that of 2023. Revenue alone should not be the measure of success for this initiative. For 2025, we will continue with the use of the QR code as part of this cost-saving measure. Question 3, given that civil servants and public education staff are still owed payments from the cost-cutting measures implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic, how does government justify prioritizing payments to subsidized school boards without first addressing the arrears owed to these groups who face similar hardships during that time? Madam Chair, just to clarify, there is currently no legal obligation towards civil service, which includes the public education staff, as the legislation during that period was adjusted accordingly. The following question was posed to the Minister of TIAT, but this question I will answer, and that's question 4. Can the Minister provide an update on the progress of implementing the tourist tax, how this initiative is expected to impact on the 2026 and subsequent budgets? Madam Chair, the tourist tax is currently under review by the SER. While I was hopeful to receive their advice before the end of the year, I have been informed that their recommendation will now be forthcoming in February 2025. We anticipate that this matter will be addressed in Parliament next year. The projected impact for 2026 is currently estimated at 80 million guilders, but this figure remains dependent on the definitive decision regarding the entry fee, which will be determined after reviewing the advice received. I now move on to questions by MP Myers. 12.1 million allocated for a new high school. Where will this high school be built? Hopefully not in the St. Peter's area, even if you get the land for free. Madam Chair, I would like to make a correction to my presentation. The school is currently budgeted for 2026 and not 2025. This decision was made to allow the current Minister of Education time to review the project, as it was previously a building from or for CBA. We anticipate that it will be included in the 2026 budget following the Minister's review. Next question. In the last 4 years, when were the budgets presented to Parliament? Were they presented in a timely fashion, and what were the reasons for the delay? Madam Chair, the budgets over the past 4 years have not been submitted on time. Additionally, they were consistently overstated with unrealistic revenue projections, which repeatedly recurred, returning to Parliament to make budget cuts based on negative Article 12 advices received. This year, we have presented a conservative budget with realistic revenues and expenses, marking a significant shift toward more reliable financial planning. I now move on to questions posed by MP Otley. What are your true sentiments regarding this budget? Does it reflect Minister Marinka J. Gums? Madam Chair, as stated in my presentation, this is a conservative budget. designed to minimize risks by being more realistic. Considering our current capacity, taking a conservative approach and refraining from adding new policies ensures that we remain focused on achieving our objectives. This approach also safeguards proper financial management and promotes responsible fiscal planning. The benefits of this conservative approach include ensuring financial stability, preventing excessive debt accumulation, and maintaining fiscal responsibility. Principles that I fully support as Minister of Finance. To address the question, does this budget reflect me? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this budget does reflect Minister Marinka J. Gums. Once we have more substantiated data, we will initiate the process of a budget amendment. This will allow us to invest, for example, in additional capacity, enabling us to implement new policies effectively. 2, can the Minister of Finance calculate the financial impact of 2025 and 2026 incoming projections if the profit tax was reduced to 15% as of January 1st? Madam Chair, the current amount included in the 2025 budget for profit tax is 45 million guilders, calculated based on a rate of 34.5%. A simple estimate shows that reducing this rate to 15% would result in a projected decrease in profit tax revenue of approximately 20 million guilders. It is important to note that this is a general estimate, as the taxes included in the budget are based on the actual expected cash income to be collected in 2025, making them as realistic as possible. Furthermore, the intention is to implement a phased approach to the reduction of the profit tax. It is essential that any reduction in profit tax is accompanied by an increase in revenue from other tax streams to maintain overall fiscal balance. Next question. What would it mean for implementation of the tax office besides legislation? What else needs to be done? Madam Chair, these adjustments will need to be incorporated into the tax system to ensure alignment with the legislation. Question 4, Enya Saga. No agreement would be signed unless prior agreement is signed with the central bank guaranteeing St. Maarten first rights of refusal. Can this agreement with the central bank that guaranteed us first right at refusal be provided, even if provided privately? Madam Chair, through you, as stated during the meeting, I have followed through on exactly what I committed to doing. The matching rights document was signed off prior to any other documents. This signed document will be shared with Parliament confidentially, as the draft had already been shared during the ENIA presentation of parliamentary meetings under the same confidentiality terms. And there was one final question by MP Duran, where he stated the article the MP put out regarding Mullet Bay and the update thereof. What were the steps taken since leaving Parliament? With the approved addendum, Parliament was made to understand that once approved, St. Maarten would get first right refusal to purchase Mullet Bay. How far are we in those discussions? Madam Chair, through you, discussions are ongoing with key stakeholders with regard to the possible private-public partnerships in purchasing Mullet Bay. And this comes to the end of my first round questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity in me providing the answers to the honorable MPs.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, Minister Gums, for your responses. Members of Parliament, as per our agreement for the handling of the draft Budget 2025, you now have the opportunity to react to the answers given or inform the Minister if any question was overlooked. So that opportunity is granted to all members of Parliament. if you have exhausted your time in the first round, and otherwise the 60 minutes, you have the opportunity of 5 minutes per ministry. So as the ministers come in and present their answers, you have the opportunity to react. And thus, that is the opportunity that now I will give to the members of parliament as per their request. And I would want to start with MP Doran. MP Doran, according to me, yes, you are on my screen, unless you did not ask for it. You did not ask for the floor.
I know MP Lacruz was before me, but I wouldn't refuse a chance to speak first.
Okay, according to my screen here, I have listed MP Doran and then MP Lacruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I invite you, MP Doran, to take the floor.
Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues. Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair Lady, the Honorable Minister of Finance, her support staff, and everyone that is tuned in. Through you, Madam Chair, I have 3 clarifications. Minister, I agree wholeheartedly with your stance with regarding acting positions and how these should be handled. And I do hope that based on this, that this will be the modus operandi moving forward, because what you don't want is for some sense of favoritism to be taking place. I do not know the situation, to be quite honest, so I'm not going to speculate on that particular point, but I'm solely basing my statement based on what you just mentioned. The next point of clarifications that I would like, Minister, is, if you can also provide a list ministry-wide who are in acting, how much people we have in acting positions. It can be shared confidentially as well for over 2 years, so 2 years or more. So per ministry from the Ministry of Finance. With respect to the exploring the option to make AOV not taxable, I would appreciate if we can get a more in-depth answer to that, because exploring could be, I just thought about it yesterday, I have it written down on the to-do list, or it can also be more in-depth in the sense of discussions are ongoing, these are the steps that have been taken thus far, because I believe that this is something great, but I think that some context is missing with regards to that response. And lastly, based on my question as to how far are we since the addendum left Parliament, the approved addendum for the whole in-year agreement left Parliament, the response was discussions are ongoing with key stakeholders. That's a pretty vague response, and I would like to understand from you, Minister, discussions are ongoing with key stakeholders for a public-private partnership. So can this mean that the government is discussing with other individuals to buy it? Does this mean that the government is in discussions with the Curacao government and Sun Resort to acquire the property? I would like if some more context could be given to that point before I move on with my next question in that same regard. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Doran. I now give the floor to MP De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, MP. Well, so I just wanted, if I may, Madam Chair Lady, is that just a reminder then again for all of us as well that we do have issues. So initially when I was waving to talk, it's not the same process as before, but you can go before MP Lacruz.
Let me take charge of this exchange.
Please do, please do, please do.
So, MP Lacruz, indeed, MP De Wever had raised her hand, and then her name was put on, then it was taken off because her name was written down. So that's why I gave her the floor, but she has consented for you to go in accordance with my initial. No, let's fight about it, everyone. MP Lacruz,
Madam Chair,
you may
ladies first. I am a gentleman.
Lady in red, you got the floor. You go right ahead, MP De Wever. Thank you, MP Lacruz, for your
Thank you.
chivalry.
Good afternoon.
And you have the floor.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just wanted to ask the Minister of Finance, Madam Chair Lady, the question that I asked yesterday regarding the list of rental properties that the government has listed in the budget. The question I did ask to the Minister of Finance, but I was told, if I didn't hear correctly, maybe that it was transferred to the Prime Minister, but if that's the case, what I would like to know is if it was indeed transferred over to the Prime Minister, because I didn't directly ask that question to the Prime Minister. So I want to make sure that when the Prime Minister comes in next, that he will answer my question. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. And true to your word, you didn't need that much time to pose your questions. So there you go. And now I go over and get back on the listing, and I give MP La Cruz the floor. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady, Griffier, my colleagues, those watching on all social media, and to the Minister of Finance and her support staff. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of Finance, I am happy that she mentioned and her thoughts on the tax refund, and when the tax office needs to pay back taxes, that it should not be something that is requested, but that it automatically happens. In our previous debate, I did mention that the tax office, and because of the post office problems, a lot of letters are being sent months and months after. So I don't know if it was a tax joke, because a couple days ago I got a letter predated with a decision on taxes. So first it's 4 months behind, and now it's 2 weeks ahead. So maybe the minister could look into that too. I don't even know if that is legal. On another note, Madam Chair Lady, concerning the syntax, the Minister of Finance said that we would have to look into how it will work with the French side. And I do believe if that is the case, we will get absolutely nothing done here, because the French side will not follow taxes or what Parliament decides here on this side. And just a little comment based on it could come from Parliament. I've seen a lot of things come from Parliament. Almost every public meeting, Madam Chair Lady, you yourself would ask about questions concerning the plastic ban. And it has been years that this has been going on. So the reason for asking for a meeting with COM and Parliament is to make sure that if we start working on something here in Parliament, that it is also in line with what the government sees, and that they could see themselves executing the plan. Otherwise, it makes absolutely no sense. Parliament could come up with 100 wishes and motions like we've seen numerous before. So that was the idea. The idea was not about who can do it. It was, can we find a line in between Parliament and government and work towards the same goal? So that was the comment I wanted to make, and I hope the minister understands what I'm seeking to do with having a meeting between COM and Parliament. Otherwise it makes absolutely no sense. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I continue, and I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, President, Secretary General, Minister, and support staff, members of Parliament. Minister, I would like to first start with the comments regarding the article. I'm happy with you trying to clarify, but you didn't answer the question in the end, because my question was not regarding acting positions and so forth. And I agree with you. And I know there are a few other acting positions within finance. And I would hope that by the time we reach back here in January, that all the other actions of finance just be placed. Because in this case, the article that came out, again, I'm assuming it's from the other side, the article that came out stated that interference in the process of the hiring. Now, the vacancy for the same position came out while you were there. So that means if you wanted this person that was acting to be placed, you just have to write an advice to put him in position, because I agree with that, and we have done that also. Because you could go back to all our common decisions where there's even a common decision that proposal I brought forward saying, hey, anybody that's there for a certain amount of years, advice, approve. So you could continue to work on that process. But actually, you put out a vacancy for that position. So you did not consider the person that was acting, not the department. And again, when it comes to interference, the process happened, and according to the article that came out, the person from the Prime Minister's cabinet scored the highest and the other person not. Like, this has nothing to do with acting position. This was a process that happened under your watch. So again, my question is there any truth to the article? Did you send a letter to Payano saying, stop this process, appoint this person? Did Payano say, for example, and I asked that question to the Prime Minister too, did Payano say, hey, this is the person that won, fair and square, right? But since you want to appoint this person, we'll oblige. And what's interesting also, during our time, that Payano clearly stated that we don't change our advice. So this is our position. We don't change our advice. You could put it into court in how you want, and I would respect that. But the whole story about acting in fairness and so forth, I agree with that. But the power was by you to appoint the person, make them permanent. And I want to make it clear, I have no problem with who it is on either side. I agree. There's multiple person tax officers acting. Let's make them permanent. But the point is that a process happened under your watch. The vacancy came out, and you said, no, appoint this person. Secondly, when it came to the vouchers, you said that it's not taxed, but the pay slips came out today, the money is on their accounts, and it's not taxed. And the civil servants, the unions are asking now, they want clarity, is it taxed or not? Because on the pay slips right now, the full amount is there. You also mentioned some law, which law is it? And you also mentioned that no LBA, no MBA was used, but a calm decision. So that means for dark hours, for ambulance, for justice workers, any payment that you need to make happen, just use a calm decision. No ministerial decree, no national decree was used to make a payment. So that means, and I'm happy for that, but that means you don't have any excuses going forward when it comes to payments of other civil servants, and especially justice. And regarding the filing of the taxes, you mentioned Article 41B, and you mentioned that the citizens don't have to file based on this article. I want to make that clear also. But you said based on the policy in the tax office, yes. But legislation supersedes policy. So in the end, in 2025, persons do not have to follow this procedure because law supersedes policy. And I think we need to make that clear because there's a lot of people asking me questions right now, right? And they're not planning to based on your comments just now. So law supersedes policy. As you stated, example, Article 41B of the Income Tax Ordinance in conjunction with Article 7 of General Tax Ordinance, there are situations where no income tax return needs to be filed. So I'm assuming in 2025, that will be the procedure going forward. And that'll be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I check my screen, I check my list, and we have MP York. Our screens and list are combined. So MP York, you are up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister and her support staff. Minister, I just have one question. I think that was missed. I asked yesterday what were the plans as it pertains to elimination of taxes for seniors, and the exact proposed what idea you had for when something like that will be completed, even if that's in the plans. So that's the only thing I missed from the questions I asked yesterday.
Thank you, MP York. I do see indication
I guess.
of a speaker, and that's MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Good day, Honorable Chair Lady. Good day to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Marinka J. Gums, and her support staff. Honorable Minister, I hear you speak of exploring the option to make tax or pension tax-free. Exploring. In the beginning, you said, the second time you said it, you said exploring. The first time you said that you're making it happen. You're going to make it happen. So my question is this reflected in the budget as a priority? How much was allocated for the draftman? Has the process began? And what is the legal trajectory? So let me know that if it's in the works or it's being, like you said, explored, something that you wish to happen. Because when you say make pension tax-free, you get the attention of everyone. And I don't want the public to get the wrong impression and think that it's coming in this budget, and it's not. Also, I asked the question, does this budget reflect you, Minister, through you, Madam Chair? And I say this because everyone is speaking about favorite minister and who's their favorite minister. And for a second, Marinka J. Gums was my favorite minister, because when I hear things that of increase of room tax, vehicle costs, and I look at the budget and only the Minister of Finance is bringing new revenue generating measures, I say, okay. But when you look at that with one hand, I cannot, for not 1 second, believe this budget, 2025 presented, reflects you, Minister, through you, Madam Chair. No way, no how, no policies, no nothing. I cannot believe that it reflects you, Minister. And I know that you're probably saying what you are supposed to say, but I do believe, although amendments will come and should come, but I'm being asked to approve a budget with hopes. Approve a budget that's not showing anything but stuff from 2024. So we'll come back and hope that an amendment happens, hope that this happens, hope that policies is added. There's a surplus of what, correct me if I'm wrong, 1.6. At no point, nowhere, and this is not your purview, any other ministers could have put policies or priorities that they wanted. You know, Madam Chair, as parliamentarians, we often look and we just focus on the ministries, the ministries, the ministries, and I noticed that $750,000 of guilders has been taken from the budget of Parliament. And then I'm so happy that the minister made that statement to my colleague MP La Cruz, because we need means and ways to do our job, which is we need extra budget allocated for legal assistance and more in Parliament. Because to have one person and 15 members of Parliament, I think that budget should be reallocated back to Parliament, because it's too long, too much. I'm hearing every parliamentarian say, we do not have the means compared to the government. Well, okay. Well, I should hope that you would support a budget amendment that would allow more funds to be allocated to Parliament, whether it's extra hiring, so that we can present more additional laws and help the process go very smooth. And then, Minister, so that was what made me wonder. And then you said something that makes me say, okay, then you are my favorite again. And I will read verbatim. In the answer to the question regarding the collection of outstanding payments in tax, it states, I would like to quote the Honorable Minister of Finance, from a collection perspective, less efforts in pursuing old debt may be justified. This is because the cost to collect may outweigh potential revenues, making it inefficient use of resources. Additionally, over time, locating businesses responsible for those debts become more challenging, as some may have no longer be operational or become insolvent. As Minister of Finance, I believe it is more beneficial for government to put its efforts in strengthening compliance and ensuring future tax efficiency rather than expending resources in unlikely recovery. Sounds so familiar. Yes. This is exactly what I was saying with GEBE, word for word. Thank you, Minister. Because maybe coming from the Minister of Finance, now and only now, it will be understood. Because when I heard you say it, and I make sure, rewind the tape and play it word for word, we are so busy focusing on collections that we probably will never collect and losing out on future revenues. Because the tax office is doing similar. Because many businesses are sending emails and complaining, and I'm sure on your Meet the Minister Fridays you're getting this. Local businesses are trying to make a payment plan. And the tax office are not bending, they're not budging, because this is the amount that they want. We don't care if this is the amount that your business can afford. We don't care if your business goes belly up. This is the amount that we want, and therefore you're losing revenue. And many, many businesses are complaining. And I understand that revenues need to be collected and taxes need to be paid. But like you say, Honorable Minister, if we put our resources in ensuring compliance moving forward, we would see how much more revenues would be collected. And for that, you gain points again. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. At this point in time, I see no other member of Parliament. Allow me to briefly respond to the answers given by the Minister. First of all, Minister, thank you very much for your answers. And I hear, like we all have, your intentions regarding tax reform and tax system. And in that context, I want to ask two things, please. Can you provide us with a timeline of your projections for the steps to be taken? We hear your intentions, we hear what is happening in the context of the country package. Could you prepare for us a timeline? Just your intention. You would like to deal with the matter of the collection policy by so and so. You would like to deal with the matter of the taxing of pensions by such and such a date. So if as Parliament we can get that overall overview going forward. And have you requested and or receiving any help from the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin with respect to legislation, drafting legislation? As I recall, on so many occasions, the Central Bank of Curaçao and St. Martin making that offer. But from what I have seen, it's one thing that they make the offer. It's another thing actually getting them to do it based on the request by the minister or by the government. The minister, I join my colleagues who have asked about the amount of persons in acting positions throughout government. And I ask it so that based on your sentiments regarding persons in acting positions, we can get a policy developed for persons who are in acting positions for X amount of time, so that it applies across the board where we have persons for X amount of time in an acting position. Minister, I also would like to address the matter of the law, the stipulations in the two laws that regard when one does not have to file an income tax return, and it is considered, your wage tax is considered a so-called ain't heffing, vis-a-vis the policy that is being applied in this case. And while I understand precisely what you have explained in getting this matter addressed, fact remains that you cannot have a policy that is in contradiction of the law. We cannot. And resources might be few, but this then requires being addressed like ASAP. ASAP. And so I would want you in your follow-up, Minister, to address if there is any space in the law that allows for the policy basically to be, I know there would never be space for the policy to be contradicting the law, but what opening, if any, is being used for a policy to have been established and be followed that basically throws the law out of the door. So I would like the specific statements in the law and then the policy, because I believe that hearing you on this matter, that means that has to stop like now. We cannot acknowledge a policy in contradiction of a law when policy should be based on the law and allow it to continue for any amount of time. Minister, I want to leave it there. I continue. Let me see if I've addressed the issues that I wanted following your answers. And I see no one further, Minister, with questions or comments based on your answers given. So, Minister, I would, again, thanking you and your support staff for the information provided and for noting the questions as posed following your answers. And members of Parliament, we will now adjourn for 2 minutes, allowing the Minister and her support staff to take leave as we wait 1 minute. Minister, I'll hold my sentence there and give MP Doran the floor. MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. So aren't we going to get the clarifications now?
Well, it's not a matter really of clarifications, but you're right. I should maybe the minister is able to go right into the questions that have been posed. If not, we will continue and we will bring in the next minister. And when you are ready with these answers, you will return. That's the way we'll continue for the rest of the afternoon. So I will continue by allowing the minister to take leave and to take her leave, and then we will welcome the next minister in. So I'll adjourn for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. We continue on the trajectory of the ministers returning to Parliament to respond to the questions. Most of these questions were asked to ministers yesterday, and we finalized it earlier this morning with the Minister of Romy. So now we are in the process of having the ministers come in and respond to the questions by the members of Parliament. The next minister up is our Minister of TIAT, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin, along with her support staff, who I welcome. But given the discussion that we have been having regarding elderly and pensioners, etc., and this is especially for my colleague members of Parliament, the matter of pensions for our seniors, I have been contemplating this idea about our SZV pensions and to kind of structure that in such a way that the most needy ones are the ones who would be getting the pension ahead of those, like myself, for example, who would be entitled to a pension and would get that in addition to my regular income, regardless to what, and that goes for everybody. That's the way our pension is structured. But I held back on that as I took note and received a copy of the proposal on Curacao for a general pension plan, which is something that St. Maarten has been discussing for a very long time. So that was pulled back up again some months ago. I have a copy of the law because I thought if this process goes through on Curacao, it would be something that we could look at and see how applicable it could be to St. Maarten. All of that to say that that proposal for a general pension has been accepted by the Parliament of Curacao. So it's just a heads up to my colleague members of Parliament that that is something that I would like you to further look into along with myself. But that's Parliament news. So now I take off that hat and I continue to welcome the Minister of TIAT, Minister Heiliger Martin. Minister, thank you, welcome, and thank you for being here, and along with your support staff. And I immediately invite you to take the floor in responding to the questions by members of Parliament. Minister Grisha Heiliger, you have the floor.
A pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to the Secretary General. And good afternoon to the members of Parliament. Good afternoon to those of you listening, viewing online. Good afternoon to those in the tribune. And let's get started. I will start with the questions posed by MP Kotai. And the first question is, can you provide detailed breakdown of the 9.5 million guilders budgeted for the capital expense for the Met and Civil Aviation building to include another, and then to also include another 1.45 million guilders budgeted for the finishing and equipment? What exactly will this cover? Is there any special equipment that will be purchased, or is it just for furniture? So the estimated 9.5 million is for a 2-story building and basement. And it covers 2 different types of departments, the Met Office and the Civil Aviation. The 1.4 million is to cover all furniture and equipment for the Civil Aviation Department, archive room, and conference room. Was a specific feature or improvement, what specific features or improvements are planned for Met and Civil Aviation building that justify this budget? The budgeted amount is to construct an entirely brand new building. And if I may add also this, and he asked, how does the budget for this project compare to other budget? This project, from the project design and cost for the new building was executed under the World Bank. So the entire process of assessing how much the building would cost was done on the NRPB. And what is the total square footage of the new building in terms of usage, usable space? The basement is 175 square foot. The first floor is 428 square foot for the civil aviation, and then the second floor is 500 133 square foot for the Met, square meter, sorry, square meter for the record, for the Met office. Can you explain the additional funds allocated for finishing the Met office and how they were determined? The funds are an estimate, the funds are estimated for brand new furniture and equipment for both the civil aviation and the Met departments. Additionally, the Met building, the necessary funds will be covered for costs of infrastructure improvement and specialized meteorological equipment and any other essential resources required to enhance the department's capabilities in operation. Are we intending to beautify Phillipsburg after this upcoming season, which includes parking and other infrastructure developments needed there? Yes, indeed we are. We have issued recently a public tender for the development of the beautification master plan. The awarding of this of the assignment will be issued before this week, hopefully by the end of this week, hopefully by tomorrow or early next week. If not, it would have to be maybe first week of Jan. What are the plans of diversifications of the economy and also regarding stimulating tourism diversification? Now, this question was posed throughout the day by 2 or 3 members of parliament, so I will be referring to this answer. So I will take my time and answer the full plan. So our 2025 focus on economic diversification emphasizes agriculture as a cornerstone. Agriculture, you would think agriculture, how could agriculture be the way to diversify our economy? The aim is to strengthen trade for the most in regional islands, adopt innovative food production method, explore agritourism opportunities, explore light manufacturing and process of goods, and evaluate potential in emerging industries like cannabis. In terms of the tourism diversification, we plan to develop a niche tourism experience. So we're looking into ecotourism, so promote hiking, bird watching, marine conservation in collaboration with Nature Foundation, something we're going to be doing closely with them. Cultural tourism, highlighting St. Martin's heritage through festivals, historical sites, arts and crafts, and establishment of a cultural script that I mentioned before that we're going to have, and I'll break that down further down and elucidate on that cultural script a bit in some of my questions. Then the adventure tourism, so introduce innovative, engaging activities to position the island as a premier destination. So for adventure seekers, this is something that we paid keen attention to during the FCCA. They kept hammering on engagement and experience, and that's maybe something we need to look to change the way our tourism product is engaging with our guests. Then we look at agritourism, again, offering a farm-to-table dining, farm tours, interactive farming and activities. And then another one is health and wellness tourism, developing a spa retreat, yoga programs, which I'll be knocking on MP De Weaver's door to assist me with that maybe soon, and a wellness-centered travel package. And then we're looking at marketing and sustainability initiatives like expand marketing campaigns, target diverse demographic using digital platforms, influencers, and international partnerships, sustainable tourism, protect natural resources, involve local communities, and implement green initiatives like eco-friendly accommodations and waste management, and year-round engagement. To combat seasonality, we will introduce off-season attractions such as cultural workshops, wellness treatments, conferences, food festivals, ensuring a thriving tourism industry year-round. Then I move over to questions by MP Lyndon Lewis. Can the Minister of TIAT provide an update on the current personnel working within the EDC, including their roles and specific tasks related to implementing the approved investment policies and diversification strategy? The EDC is undergoing a period of transition to ensure it effectively fulfills its mandate. As soon as some of the members are aware, an interim director was appointed by the former minister in August 2023 for 1 year and ended in July 2024. During this period, a secretary was hired to assist with the administrative functions. My next question from MP Lewis is, how does the ministry intend to evaluate the effectiveness of annual subsidy provided to to the EDC for activities such as creating national investment websites, developing promotional items, attending trade fairs, and engaging with major investors to ensure that these efforts yield measurable economic benefits. Evaluating the effectiveness of support for the EDC is very important, and I thank the Member of Parliament for raising it. To clarify, the EDC does not receive a direct subsidy from government. Rather, it receives an annual payment from the harbor as part of an agreement related to the property adjacent to the harbor. Following the discussions with the Supervisory Board, it was determined that a comprehensive audit is essential to assess past performances and establish a robust framework for future accountability. Moving forward, we will use the three-prong approach. Establish a clear performance indicators aligned with the National Investment Strategy, implementing regular reporting and monitoring mechanism to ensure accountability, and then third, securing dedicated professionals with the expertise and commitment to drive EDC's mission forward. This will ensure that the EDC's activities include the national investment website, investor engagement, etc., will continue to contribute to the measurable economic benefits for our economy. Next question. Can the Minister provide an update on the reconstruction of the marketplace? Based on the changes made through the consultation with the vendors and VRAMI, additional space was provided to the market vending to ensure optimal utilization of sales floor. Therefore, the floor space was optimized, creating a more enhanced experience for the visitors to the marketplace. Because of this change, a new building permit is required and is being finalized. The Department of Inspection is currently reviewing this. The work will recommence in January 2025. The construction period is projected to be 4 to 6 months. It's 5 here, but we're going. The economic controllers carry out controls to ensure compliance with the ministerial regulations establishing a maximum price under a reformulated basket of goods on a weekly basis. How frequently are reports generated to ensure the level of compliance amongst these supermarkets? Reports are generated on a weekly basis, and to date, a total of 636 products has been checked, and about 7,500 fines has been issued for violations of the ministerial regulations. What strategies are being implemented to improve the quality of data collection and marketing efforts to increase the tourist arrival and enhance revenue generation? One of the main priorities for the Ministry of TIAT is annual data collection, and in 2025, STB focus is to finalize the market research vacancy, which is a key role within the Bureau to assist with data collection, especially via stakeholders. The objective is to sync data that will be analyzed with the marketing strategies that will be executed for the various markets and sectors in order to be most effective with our marketing dollars. How does the ministry plan to create a more competitive tourism product that aligns with the increasing arrival and accommodation capacity of Sint Maarten? The ministry is focused on developing products that attracts different market segments to diversify arrivals throughout the year, which by extension will minimize seasonality. This will be done through developed cultural heritage experiences, which I mentioned earlier, luxury experience, something we're looking into as well, event-based tourism such as sailing events, music events, carnival, culinary festivals that are promoted accordingly, and our continued effort to strengthen relationships with airlines and cruise lines alongside the continued aggressive marketing actions in the US, in Canada, in Europe, and the Caribbean should allow us to remain competitive in the coming years. Could the minister elaborate on how the concept of island hopping and incentives such as free services from hotels, for instance, free nights, baskets, shuttle services are being promoted to attract tourism for Sint Maarten? The St. Maarten Tourism Office implemented a marketing strategy that are discussed and agreed upon with various stakeholders to ensure that they have the best bang for their buck. We have, the St. Maarten Tourist Office have seen that the efforts of the marketing, particularly the online travel agencies, the OTAs, when done early on, have a positive impact based on the metrics used to measure and by extension the occupancy reported by SHGA for said time. Promoting the concept of the destination hub through companies such as Twice the Caribbean allow us, SCB, to remain focused amongst the neighbors while using each other's assets to ensure we all get the benefits collectively. What is the projected impact of the marketing campaign with MSC Cruise Lines for the passengers departing from St. Maarten before and after their vacation? And how does the ministry plan to track and evaluate the success of these campaigns? The Port of St. Maarten and the STB, St. Maarten Tourist Office, were in discussions with MSC regarding marketing incentives. However, these proposals were not yet carried out. Can the minister provide us with update on the progress of cleanup and beautification projects, including signage improvement and border signage initiatives? The cleanup and beautification projects are still ongoing, and we are making steady progress. While work continues on various fronts, a set timeline for completion has not been fully established as yet. As for signage improvements, including border signage initiatives, these are part of the broader project. And we are ensuring that the designs and installations align with our goals for a cleaner, more attractive environment. And we will keep the public updated on milestones reached and as milestones are reached and specific timelines are confirmed. As discussions with TIAT inspection and police taken place to address the illegal transportation and gypsy cabs issues operating from the harbor between the boardwalk. Due to capacity constraints and budget cuts, TIAT Inspection Department has limited enforcement capacity. The department has prioritized in 2025 to boost its enforcement capacity via providing a critical law enforcement training. Secondly, the introduction of digital technology to boost regulatory compliance and supervision is also a priority for the ministry. And the Ministry of TIAT continues to work alongside CAPASM to address issues and concerns within the community from a regulatory and policy perspective. Next, I move on to questions from MP Dimar Labega. I didn't see anywhere in the budget that allocates any funds towards Carnival 2025. Is this the intention that this government is going to support Carnival 2025? If so, how are they planning to do so? Indeed, while the current budget does not specifically allocate funds for Carnival 2025, we remain committed to continued success and growth of this important cultural event. Discussions are ongoing with CDF, St. Maarten Carnival Development Foundation, to identify a sustainable pathway forward for a long-term development for Carnival. This government recognizes Carnival's significance not only as a celebration of our culture, but also as a major economic driver for the island. Collaboration with key stakeholders will be essential to ensure the necessary provisions are made, and we welcome any additional support to help this goal. Are there plans to create policies that require St. Maarten taxi drivers, bus drivers, and tour operators to take hospitality and cultural training courses? Yes, 100% there is. The ministry is currently busy putting the package together to ensure not only training for transportation operators, but also for the businesses and persons in the hospitality sector. More info on this will be forthcoming in Q2 of 2025. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. On page 72 of the budget, I see that there is a mention of 10 FTE for the Department of Statistics and only 1 vacancy. Can the minister confirm if this is correct? No. There are currently 8 FTEs filled with 3 vacancies. Additionally, 1 person requested a leave of absence and 2 declined the offer, and 3 individuals resigned. On page 3 of the budget, it states that the economic growth is likely caused by rising prices other than economic production increase. It would be mainly caused by inflation, while I know that they increased the numbers of the items in the basket of goods significantly. Was the increase in the basket of good items reviewed, or was their process evaluated to see if it was successful? Are the items stated in the basket of goods still available in local shops? The increase in the basket of good items has been reviewed since it's been implemented. Many items listed in the basket has changed over time due to lack of availability in brand and specific sizes. The ministry has faced various challenges when it comes to this project. However, we would still deem it a success as it created a sense of price consciousness within our community and was then beneficial to those that needed it most. However, price increases do not only happen locally, but more so a trickle-down effect from international price pressures. Therefore, the Department of ETT is currently busy assessing a different approach to the basket of goods and maximum price regulations in general to prepare for the economic challenges ahead in 2025. Minister stated that she recalled in 2021 and 2022 budget that there was an amount budgeted for the Asekuda system. It was registered. It would register all products coming into St. Maarten cost price. We know of people going to the French side to shop because it is significantly cheaper. Is the government going to consider having a system like the Asekuda system and previously budgeted in 2021 and 2022? As a ministry, we have expressed our interest and need for said system when it comes to the work that we can do. Said decision of what the system would be used remains with the Ministry of Justice, and we would therefore let them provide an update on said question. The Minister of Justice will elucidate a little more on this. Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Next, I have questions from MP Egbert Duran. During the budget amendment, I asked about the SDA. It has been in the books for some time, and it seems like it's going in circles. What are the bottlenecks stopping the St. Maarten Tourism Authority SDA from coming to fruition? Thank you for your question regarding the status of the STA, the St. Maarten Tourism Authority. Your observation is valid. STA has been a recurring point of discussion in various governmental plans over the past decades. Since its initial conception, tourism has undergone significant changes, particularly in aftermath of Hurricane Irma and the global COVID-19 pandemic. These events have reshaped the sector and highlighted the need for a well-structured, dynamic, and strategic national tourism organization, an NTO for St. Maarten. The advice is to reestablish the Tourism Authority Foundation and is currently moving through the organization for review and formalization. I can tell you that the foundation will play a key role in addressing the bottlenecks, which includes draft legislation development, which will include the necessary research to determine the best and most strategic structure for St. Maarten's Tourism Authority, considering the competition and other critical variables, and then a strategic planning. So the preparation of the tourism master plan will be executed to guide the SCA's function and long-term goals. Next question. Is there an update on the organizational structure of the St. Maarten Tourist Bureau? Because we know many staffers are working outside of their function, and I want to know if that is the case with all the other departments within the ministry, and how is it being dealt with? And for the people that they are working outside of their functions, are they being properly compensated? When I assumed office, I held individual meetings with all department heads and asked them to provide a list of their priorities and challenges. I firmly believe that our government can only function effectively if our civil servants are empowered and operate efficiently. So through these discussions, I was able to assess the following. The Tourism Bureau currently has a total of 5 persons working outside of their functions, and of the 5 persons, 2 have advised that they were sent, 2 has advised that were sent to P&O for handling, and 3 persons have advised that are being drafted. The Department of ETT has a total of 2 persons. One person has an LB and is being compensated, and the other is currently going through the process with P&O. Then the Department of Statistics, I have 1 person. They currently have an LB and is being compensated for the additional task. And then the last department is the Department of Inspection that has 1 person, to which they are currently going through the process with P&O. Next question from MP Duran. The whole process of CEO and COO at the airport, this has gained quite some public traction in the last couple of weeks. My colleagues, MP Arian, put out an article on it, and I want to add to that. Something seems not to be right, and the government isn't coming forward with giving a clear indication specifically for the workers who should directly be affected. Does the minister align herself with the decisions made by the airport board regarding recent appointment? Is it my understanding that the vacancies have been advertised indicating preferred candidates, or is this so? Does the minister perceive this as a fair, transparent hiring? And what action has the government taken since the concerns have been made public? The CEO function was advertised publicly, while the COO position has been done internally. I think the MP thinks that that the consistency is key, and he would like to know what the policy and where it's a concern that does the government endorse this behavior. He needs clarity on this. So I would like to respond to this question by saying that as Minister of TIAT, I have never been informed of the change of the COO position at the airport to a non-statutory position, not officially. According to the managing director of the airport holding company, Mr. Perry Wilson, the position no longer forms part of the managing board. He goes on to say that the COO role is now considered a senior level internal management position that reports to the managing board. He further states that the company reserves the right to advertise jobs internally, as done with the COO non-statutory role. Internal recruitment is not unusual. The airport has advertised many roles internally in the past and will continue to do so in the foreseeable future. Next question is in regards to the marketplace. Once the scope of change, the MP is stating that once the scope of changes in a tender, once the scope of work changes in a tender, it is decided to use a different type of material and the tender should go out again. But the MP believes, but the MP hasn't seen it. So is this the reason the work has halted? If so, when will the new tender go out again? I also, I know that the scope of work changed, but the new tender was not put out. And is this the reason why the project has been halted, and when will this be communicated to the public? Several aesthetic changes were made to the marketplace based on consultation with the vendors. These changes improve the marketplace's overall present and future functionality and aesthetics. Therefore, in consultation with the Ministry of RAMI, New Works Department, the contractor was requested to submit a variation report provided the project remain within the approved project budget. In accordance with the FIDIC Yellow Book Clause 51.1, this clause pertains to the engineer's authority to issue infrastructures for variations and alterations in the scope of the work. It outlines the conditions under which the engineer can make direct changes to the contract. Therefore, no new tender is required, as the variation does not surpass the budget amount to the advantage of the contractor. Are all gas pumps being properly calibrated? Yes, MP, all calibrations were finalized in December 2024. This calibration exercise is conducted quarterly, However, if consumers suspect that fuel dispense may need to be recalibrated, they should ask for a detailed receipt of the purchase and check with government-issued calibration sticker on the fuel dispenser for the calibration date. Has there been any thoughts on introducing a fee for calibration instruments like scales, gas pumps, gas station pumps, likewise a fee for importing animals? Yes, all these are possible revenue generation measures that will be taken up next year. What steps have been taken to mitigate the situation with the illegal barkers, especially after the most recent event? Although the event occurred on the French side, this recent event, the matter has the ministry's attention. In the month of November, upon an invitation of the Public Prosecutor's Office and both KPSM and TIAT attended a meeting where a joint enforcement approach was discussed. The plan is being worked on and will include signage in high foot traffic zones, joint enforcement targeted controls in identified hotspots. Next question, Phillipsburg only will open on December 25th, 26th, and January 1st. Hoping this is an error. If this is only for Phillipsburg, does the minister intend to send out controllers on these days? So based on the standard operating procedures on designated days where businesses are to be closed, KPSM will assist with ensuring that businesses who are not exempt from closure remain closed, and that stores are exempt, and that stores who are exempt close by 6:30 on the respective days. Did the minister issue a permit license to the Minister of Rami to hold a gambling event on the boardwalk? If so, what criteria was used? No permit or license was issued. Next, I move on to the questions posed by MP Shamira Roseberg. Her question is related to the gambling legislation and if it's expected to be completed by 2025, and if that is still the case, will there be delays specifically in regards to lotteries and casinos? Yes, it is still expected to be completed in 2025. Next question, it's a statement that there's a video going viral and it relates to VSA. And in the video, workers of Checkmate stated that they haven't gotten paid for almost 2 months. If I am aware of the video, and if not, she advised me to look into it specifically since the harbor is mentioned in the video. I heard of the video, I was not aware of the video, but I got an answer from the harbor as well, and they're stating that the harbor has fulfilled its financial obligation payments to the security company, the same security company, and is no longer has any business relations with the company. Next, we move on to questions posed by MP Artwell Arian. Is there any possibility that we are able to do with one? In other words, I'm thinking, I don't think it was written correctly, but the MP is saying to pool resources together to have one impact for the food festival, and I remember it clearly, the gastronomy festival and the Sint Maarten flavors, to combine it. Initially, that was the plan 3 years ago, I was told, with both festivals, when both festivals began. But we will revisit this idea with our French counterparts, as I agree with the MP, with the MP stance through you, Madam Chair Lady, that a collaborative effort would be more beneficial. It is in our best interest for both North and South to work together. Next question, have you considered discussing with the Minister of Rami in regards to the scope of works changing when it comes to the marketplace? As the marketplace project is considered a new works project, the Ministry of Rami is fully involved in all aspects of the project through the Department of New Works in Rami. Next question, who got the tender for the consultancy service, and what were the budget and selection criteria, and did it go through COM, and what was the goal? And would like to know the name of the company, the name of the individual, and who was chosen. It is important to clarify that it is not uncommon for ministers to engage in consultants to provide specialized technical expertise. In this instance, a public tender was issued to ensure transparency and adherence to principles of good governance. And following the evaluation process, which was based on criteria including price, relevance, relevant knowledge and expertise, proven track record, Gilgan was selected for the consultancy, and their proposal represented the lowest bid. Can the minister provide that the information on the estimate of what the revenue looks like from Front Street and Back Street? And this is to have a comparison and can be, okay, this is so that a comparison can be made for the TOT made in other areas that might need beautification as well. This was based on a question, I think, posed by MP Kotai and himself. And my answer is no, I cannot provide the MP with this information. What the MP is requesting is a significant undertaking, and this would require a collaborative effort between the Chamber of Commerce and the Tax Department to compile a list of hundreds of businesses, and we would first need to obtain a comprehensive list of all of the companies registered in Phillipsburg from the Chamber of Commerce. And once received, we would then need to cross-check it with the Tax Department and records to determine a gross figure. It will be a long, long project. Next, I have questions posed by MP Waver. What measures are being implemented to diversify St. Maarten's tourism project amidst global risk? This question was answered clearly or in depth through MP Kotai's question. I hope it's clear there. Next question posed by MP Waver. Can the minister provide an update on the progress of implementing the tourist tax and how this initiative is expected to impact on the 2026 and subsequent budgets? To date, I have yet to receive the tourist tax as it is currently with the SER. Therefore, I am unable to provide any comments at this time. Next, could the minister provide details of the initiatives aimed to improving St. Maarten's telecommunication infrastructure and how these aligns with the broader economic goals? Improving St. Maarten's telecommunication infrastructure is a key priority for us. We recognize the importance of enhancing connectivity as it plays a critical role in driving economic growth and attracting investment. Our team has been actively working on initiatives that aim to improve the efficiency, speed, and reliability of telecommunication services across the island. As soon as these initiatives are fully developed and ready for implementation, we will make an official announcement regarding the plans and details. These efforts are aligned with a broader economic goal of fostering innovation and supporting business growth and ensuring that our community remains competitive in the global market. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP Francisco La Cruz. MP La Cruz, through you, Madam Chair Lady, just a brief disclaimer. A few of your questions were not clear, so I might be pointing them out throughout the answering. So I might mention that I need more clarity on some of the questions. First question, how does the ministry plan to diversify tourism beyond traditional markets? I believe I answered that in the first question from MP Kotai. Hopefully that question is clear. What is the specific outcomes are expected from the $5 million from the ecotourism investment? This is one of the questions that I would need more specifications on. We're not aware of any $5 million assigned to the ecotourism investment. If it's an investment or a project, I need maybe more clarity on that question because we're not aware of this. Next, are there detailed timelines for the Phillipsburg Improvement Project? Yes. The Phillipsburg beautification will begin with the creation of a master plan. The master plan will encompass 3 phases. Phase 1, a comprehensive analysis and high-level outlook. This will be due 2 weeks after signing or the awarding has been done. And then phase 2, draft concepts and detailed outline. This will be due 3 weeks after phase 1's approval. And then lastly, phase 3, final development of master plan, which will be due 9 weeks after the initial awarding. How will the airport expansion of 12 million address long-term regional competition? I would like further elaboration on this question, please, MP. I'm not sure of the $12 million, I'm not sure of that amount. And then the next question is, what percentage of the market budget, the 8 million targets niche markets like luxury tourism? This is another one that I would need clarity on, MP. We're not aware of the market budget of 8 million. Our budget allotted to marketing is 3.9 million, so I don't know if we could get some more clarity on that question. Is the government collaborating with private stakeholders for the marketplace? The marketplace project is done in collaboration with the Harbor and the Royal Caribbean Group. How is the ministry ensuring accountability on the spending on the promotional campaign? Promotional campaigns that are executed are all digital and are measured, and reports are provided. So engagement metrics see how audience interact with the campaign content. So click-through rates like likes and shares. So that's the kind of social media. Conversion tracking to determine how effectively the campaign drives the desired actions, such as conversion rates, cost per conversion. We're also looking at audience reach and impressions. We're looking at return on investment and revenue analysis and brand awareness metrics. What plan is there to address environmental concerns with increased tourism? A tourism master plan will be created, as stated earlier, by the STAF, which is the St. Maarten Tourism Authority Foundation. The master plan will encompass sustainability, which will include environmental impact assessment, improve waste and coastal zone management in collaboration with VROMI, the Ministry of VROMI and Nature Foundation, something we'll be looking at in the future, and public awareness campaigns promoting responsible tourism. Why is there no significant investment on cruise beyond infrastructure? I would need more elaboration on this question. But actually the harbor is asking this, and are there projections on return of investment on the 15 million as well? And this also is, would need more elaboration, as they're not aware of this investment. Maybe specify the amount, I don't know where, it's not clear, yes. And next question by MP La Cruz. How are public-private partnerships being utilized for tourism initiatives? One key example is our collaboration on marketing campaigns. By partnering with platforms like Expedia and other online travel agencies, we leverage their reach and data-driven insights to target potential visitors effectively. These campaigns are designed to showcase St. Maarten's unique offering, from pristine beaches to cultural experiences, ensuring maximum visibility and impact. We are also engaging in special events and festivals, which are an integral part, which are integral to our tourism strategy. So through PPPs, we co-organize and sponsor niche market events such as culinary festivals, yacht shows, cultural celebrations. These events not only attract visitors, but also highlight local talent, culture and cuisine, and creating a vibrant, authentic experience for tourists while boosting the local economy. Can the ministry provide metrics for success on increasing airlift to continue strengthening relationships with the existing airlines and increase frequencies, form primary gateways and secondary gateways? Another question that also needs a little more elaboration. And then there's another question: what measures are in place to ensure equitable benefits to small businesses? The Ministry of TIAT ensures equitable benefits for MSMEs through several focus initiatives as outlined by the MSME Development Policy 2021 and the operational via the Small Enterprise Development Center. Simplified processes, so one of them is the E6 measures. We're actively working to simplify procedures such as business registration and permitting through the E6 measures, reducing administrative hurdles for the MSMEs. And the SEDC, lots of acronyms here, serves as the hub for guiding entrepreneurs through these processes with clarity and efficiency. Then we have capacity building and hand-holding. The SEDC provides training, workshops, and one-on-one mentoring to empower small businesses with critical skills and knowledge. Hand-holding ensures businesses receive continuous support from startup to growth, bridging gaps to expertise and confidence. Bridging gaps in expertise and confidence. Monitoring and feedback mechanism. The SEDC collaborates with stakeholders to establish systems that track progress and collect feedbacks, ensuring programs remain relevant and effective. Another part is the collaborative efforts for maximum impact. So partnerships with entities like Q-Credits for financing and RPB for resilience funding ensure that small businesses can access diverse resources, maximizing their chances for success. So the ministry, through the SEDC, is committed to creating a supportive ecosystem for MSMEs, focusing on streamlined processes, capacity building, and collaborative approach to ensure equitable benefits for all. Is there a strategy to leverage the Caribbean market for tourism? The St. Maarten Tourism Bureau, the STB, has developed a strategy to strengthen its presence in the Caribbean market, focusing on key marketing initiatives and partnerships to attract regional travelers. Key components include target regional marketing, enhancing accessibility, engaging Caribbean audiences, data-driven approach, collaboration and co-promotion, and regional tourism ambassadors. How does the ministry negate the risk of overspending on marketing campaigns? Okay, I would have to get back to the minister, the MP through you, Madam Chair Lady, on that question. I think this one was not clear, so I would need some assistance on that. We'll get back to that one. What responsibilities is there to ensure the execution of project continues when there is a change of guard? Continuity in government is a fundamental principle. Establishing procedures are in place to ensure that the execution of approved projects continues regardless of changes in administration. These procedures should include documented contracts, performance monitoring mechanism, and clear lines of accountability. The responsibility for ensuring projects completion rests with the relevant ministries and department, which oversees the particular contracts and holds the contract party accountable for fulfilling their obligations. This ensures that projects approved by previous administrations are carried forward and completed according to agreed upon terms. I need a sip of this. Is the minister aware that a business license that was requested in January 2024 and to date has not been issued, and that we have lost a year of business license fees, director fees, taxes, as AOV, etc. They're all lost. An advice to the minister, please request a full review. Please request a full view of all requests that come to the ministry, because it adds up real quick, and it looks like the timeline of how it takes to your queue to be approved. It could add up real quick. So over the last weeks, meetings has been held, a plan being established to handle the backlog as well as streamline the process. So indeed, it is a lot in the queue, and we are working on diligently to find a way to combat that, because we do have issues with manpower in that department as well. Next questions are questions posed by MP Omar Otley. And first question, what is the status and update or plan on pre-clearance, and is there going to be a government accord? Is it going to be in a government accord? Our primary goal should be to maintain St. Maarten's competitive position within the region, particularly considering recent developments and neighboring islands. Before finalizing any approach to implementing pre-clearance, several factors must be carefully evaluated to ensure we maximize the benefits for our island. These factors include conducting a carrying capacity study of St. Maarten as a tourism destination, ensuring reciprocity in terms of conditions agreed upon between U.S. and St. Maarten, and preserving our autonomy once pre-clearance is implemented. Regardless, the process of establishing pre-clearance will be a lengthy one. I'm working closely with the Prime Minister and other members of the Council to establish an interministerial committee on pre-clearance. This committee will address the economic impact of the U.S. pre-clearance, and a meeting scheduled with the CBP during the first quarter of 2025. What are you doing, or is there collaboration with the Ministry of Justice to provide reassurance that what are you doing, or is there any collaboration with the Ministry of Justice to provide reassuring to the people, especially on Front Street, Back Street, and tourist office areas during the Christmas season, after warning about the behavior last time? I think I answered this question already with the collaboration efforts we are having with KPSM, so that was answered in a previous question. Then a statement was made by the MP Otley. I feel like I'm losing the gist, the hunger you had when you came in. I'm not seeing any updates on cruise lines, especially expectancies or airlift. Hunger is important, especially when revenue generating is the responsibility of the Ministry of TIAT. MP, through you, Madam Chairlady, I am fully aware that TIAT's vital role is in revenue generation for our country, and I promise you, through you, Madam Chairlady, I'm completely committed to fulfilling this responsibility. In fact, during my time as MP, I made several suggestions to my predecessors focused on generating additional revenues, and I'm fully intent to follow up on those recommendations. When it comes to attracting visitors to our shores, engagement with airlines, cruise lines, and other key industry stakeholders, it is an ongoing effort and managed through the ministries, through the ministry, the STB, and our representatives abroad. That being said, as I have mentioned before, a new carrying capacity study is essential to determine the best path forward for St. Maarten's tourism strategy. What is the update on the health levy, the tourism tax? It is, as I mentioned before, it is with SER. It's still with SER, and therefore I'm unable to give a full update on the tax, on the tourism tax. When will the airport pay the government, though, on the $1 safety fee? This is expected to be paid in Q1 of next year. As it pertains to the FCCA conference, congratulations. What was the cost of this? The total cost of this conference was $1.5 million, which government paid $400,000. What is the update on the water park? We need something to keep us going during the summertime. The Royal Caribbean Group and its partners are currently in the midst of negotiating regarding the water park and boutique hotel. All parties are fully committed and actively working on the project, and they will look forward to having further details as planning progress. Next question posed by MP Otley. What is the Minister's vision that will bring St. Maarten ahead? What is the innovation that will keep us the Mecca? Love that statement. My vision is to revitalize St. Maarten as a leading global destination through innovation, collaboration, and sustainable development. This means elevating our tourism product by addressing cleanliness and infrastructure, diversifying our tourism offering and economy, modernizing outdated policies and processes, and forging stronger private-public partnerships. We aim to create a St. Maarten we can all be proud of, will continue to be proud of, because I'm still proud of my island, and of a true leader on the world stage, and as we once were in several aspects. The MP is missing the priority list of the policies, and the ministry has ready to go for execution. MP Otley would like to see this. So we have new policies and studies where action plans is being developed. So we have policies, we're looking into policies on the agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. I'm updating that policy then, because there's one already actually. Investing in diversification strategy, an economic impact study for the marine and yachting sector, which already was done. Policies that are being updated and adjusted are the moratorium policy, beach vending policy, residential and economic policy, and national energy policy. And then under the E6 measures, we have digitization of process of economic licenses and Chamber of Commerce, and this is very near. This is something that we're working on now, so that too can help with the processing of the business licenses. Legislative changes to improve the ease of doing business, feasibility study for an investment promotion agency, advancement education programs for MSMEs to assist with diversification and financing possibilities, and again, the agriculture pilot program and loans with Q credits, which will be announced in January as well. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP York. MP Darrell York. What is covered in the marijuana legislation, and what exactly does it cover? How many suppliers will be supplying the island, and how many licenses will be dispensed to sell legally, and how does one apply for the license? The legislation framework and required systems are currently being developed based on the contract signed by the sitting Minister of VSA in April of 2024. An interministerial work group consisting of members of TIAT, VSA, and Justice has been established to manage and oversee and provide guidance during the creation of the legislation and legal framework. At this early stage, I am unable to provide specific details regarding the number of suppliers, licenses, or the application process, but rest assured that these aspects will be addressed as the legislation progresses. Next question. Jet Air went bankrupt a time back, and you had conversations. Can I get an update where that is concerned, as the tickets are twice as expensive? And is the ministry taking steps to address Winair's monopoly on regional flights? And will they drop prices, or any or another airline will be going that route? Okay. So Easy Air was given the authorization on September 2nd, 2024 to operate to St. Maarten until April 30th, 2025. During this period, the Easy Air has been given the opportunity to comply with the St. Maarten regulation. So this ministry has mentioned to Easy Air that it can continue its flight until it's up to date with the compliance of our regulations. So it's not that this ministry has stopped Easy Air, it's open. However, Easy Air has decided not to fly on the route. However, they have decided to go to court to see if the court would rule against the decision. So what is happening is, if I could remember it clearly, Easy Air is not compliant with certain regulations, and we're asking them, this is oversight regulation. The oversight is not clear. We're asking them to, we were trying to find out who has oversight, the US, since they're US planes, or is it Curaçao? It is still not clear. But seeing that the licenses, the airlines are, the there's only one airline, which is Wayne Air, offering this service. We still opened it up, allowed Easy Air to continue flying once until they were able to get an answer from the, is it the, not FCC, not FAA, ICAO, yes, until they received some kind of a confirmation from ICAO. No, it wasn't ICAO. It's FAA. Yes, it is FAA. So we still allowed them, but in the meantime, they were not happy with that, so they're still taking us to court and decided not to fly. So that's why we only have Wayne Air flying to St. Maarten. Oversight is important. We cannot take the risk. If anything happens with those planes, St. Maarten ends up taking the responsibility and taking the blame, and we can't have that happen. Now, there were two questions posed regarding the airport that up to now I haven't received any answers from because the CEO was off island, and only the CEO of the airport can answer this question. So I'm not asking through you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm going to state the questions for the record, which is the Godard Catering already has concessions for all major airlines now since the reconstruction of the airport. And this company has procured some way. Somehow, 3 concessions stand if you can include the and also the VIP lounge. So the MP wants to know how is it possible that Godard has been able to procure all these concessions. And the next question is with regards to the departure tax of the airport. It solely stays with the airport. Why doesn't the percentage goes to the government coffers? Okay, I would have to get back to the MP on those 2 questions if it's okay in writing, Madam Chair Lady, through you. Then next question, I've been hearing about new taxes, small businesses, sin tax, tax alleviation for electronic vehicles, but not seeing none of them coming back in the DP-related articles. Are there plans for other types of taxes? When will the tourist tax be implemented? And what are the revenue-generating ideas as it pertains to the lottery fee law? And will it be raised? And will we collect more money from the lottery booths or casinos? And what are the plans for this year? Yes, fees will be implemented that will generate additional revenues for the government to the tune of approximately $200,000 per year. This is regarding the lottery, because I think I kind of messed up, put all the questions together. This is pertaining to the lottery booth. So it's about 200,000, projected 200,000 per year. And as mentioned prior, the ministry is working on additional revenues as well. How much revenues has it collected from the lottery booth? This legislation is still at the governor for approval, so therefore we are unable to implement it. But this projection is 200,000, but we haven't been able to collect that as yet. Regarding the shareholder representation on government-owned companies, what is the minister's stance, and should it go back to the ministry or remain as under the Prime Minister? The shareholders' rep position was introduced to facilitate the communication between shareholder, government, and the government entity. This role can be filled in as per decision of the shareholder, the government. Formerly, the ministry responsible for the area of government-owned companies, for instance, traffic in the case of the airport and harbor, would be most logical choice for the shareholder rep. However, I emphasize that such agreements are made by the shareholder. As a note, I wish to state that emergency situations can lead to a decision by COM, or government COM, to temporarily assign, for instance, the Prime Minister to a role in the communication between government and company questions. However, this should never be the last. However, this should never last beyond the emergency. So in my opinion, it should be simply followed based on the LBA that was done in 2012, and the LBA number is LBA 12/0916. So in my opinion, we should follow that LBA. Then the CTO. What do we owe them? What do we owe them in money, and what are the benefits of being a member of the CTO? Since 2019, St. Maarten Tourist, the SCB, has been in consistent communication with the CTO, Caribbean Tourism Organization, and has prepared all necessary documents to facilitate the payments of our outstanding obligation. However, Despite these preparations, the finalization and signing of the official letter required to formalize our payment arrangement with CTO has not been completed by any minister over the past year, so prior to me. Recognizing the significant time that has passed, the current minister, me, has taken proactive steps by engaging in discussing with the CTO. During this meeting, it was confirmed that St. Maarten does indeed owe a substantial amount to the organization. However, to ensure accuracy and accountability, we are currently double-checking the exact figures. I can't give an amount at this time, but it is substantial. As such, we are unable to disclose the definitive amount at this time. The ministry remains committed to resolving this matter, especially and in a manner that reflects St. Maarten's dedication to our regional partners. CTO, I was only able to attend one meeting, and it was actually the end of the year meeting, so I can't give a full full opinion on what the benefits are to CTO as yet. I would need to, I've never been to a CTO. I only been like there maybe 2 weeks ago, and it was actually just their end of the year event, and they gave up projections of what's to come. And it was really high level, so it wasn't clear for me as yet, at all at that point. What are the sustainable plans as it pertains to parking for Phillipsburg and any other initiatives that Phillipsburg stands to benefit from? What are the sustainable plans? So yes, as mentioned earlier, the beautification plans are underway. And regarding the parking, the plan involves a collaboration with the Minister of Vrami. A full plan hasn't been put in place as yet, but there are plans to make sure that we have parking in town. We're looking at hopefully 2 areas of parking. But as soon as we have that plan in place, I'm sure we will be able to inform Parliament accordingly. The St. Maarten taxi app, what does the minister have planned? Will the minister work with the taxi app? Any vision? If so, how? And if so, how does the minister plan to collaborate with them? What are the plans, if any, and will the ministry give them a boost when last did you speak to the owners? So the Ministry of TIAT aims to, it's not moving, aims to modernize St. Maarten's passenger transportation industry. Wow. Okay. Transportation industry through digital innovation, aligning with broader policy objectives to improve regulatory oversight, enhance user experience, and promote economic development. The chosen initiative will consider a unique cross-border context of St. Maarten and St. Maarten. The ministry has been working on its own initiative prior to learning from the St. Maarten taxi app. The intended chosen solution will offer robust regulatory features and scalability. The ministry was given a presentation by St. Maarten taxi app on November 7, 2024. So it's still under discussions. Backlog in business licenses. What is the status of the backlog when the minister entered as a minister? What was the size of the backlog then, and how much is it now? The BLIS system tracks business license application, but also not readily provide approval dates. To find this, each individual file must be checked, which requires significant manpower to contribute to the backlog, which I mentioned before. We have an issue with manpower. Additionally, we have been experiencing a lack of manpower, which has further impacted our ability to process license efficiently. But I still have some information. Here's the current status. 786 business licenses requests was received, 413 completed, 208 processed, pending final review and approval, and 165 are pending, awaiting third-party advice and additional information from the applicant. We are actively addressing the backlog by exploring quick fixes and structural changes, such as simplifying the process and reviewing practices from other countries. Actually with the assistance, like I mentioned before, with the digitization as well. Next question, how many business licenses has been signed in the last 6 to 7 months? as the first question. This requires delving into 413 individual files to see when they were approved. So this can be done, but considering that we are trying to work off as many as our backlog as we can before the year end, I hope the MP understands that this exercise will negatively impact the workload that the staff is already faced with. Can't assist with that information. The last question by MP York is gambling affliction reports. What is the update on looking into that? I'm currently awaiting the gambling board to assist with this matter, the gaming board. Once this has been established, we will proceed with addressing the gambling affliction reports and as promised. Next, I have questions posed by MP Franklin Myers. What is the marketing budget for the Caribbean region? Marketing budget for the Caribbean region is 200,000 guilders. What plans are to incentivize small hotels? So through the assistance with the country packages, we're exploring various ways to incentivize, assist small and medium enterprises, including small hotels. These efforts are part of a broader strategy to support local businesses and ensure their growth and sustainability. Details of these initiatives will be shared once they are finalized. Questions posed by the final MP is MP Sarah Westcott Williams. And the questions are, where do we stand with the decision, LPHAM or LB, regarding the lotteries and payment for the different establishment? The ministry is still awaiting the decision from the governor on this piece of legislation. No. We'll have to, yes? The LB, sorry, the LB, sorry. Yes. Looking at the SARE report on gambling addiction and same report from the General Audit Chamber report on the same matter, there's a country package dealing with gambling control and the gaming authority to be established in 2025. Can an update be provided? The draft ordinance, the CONSPEL, and its explanatory notes have been submitted to the Department of Legal Affairs for Eerste in November. The contract was with the vendors selected to conduct the SMGA business case has been approved and signed. This project kicks off in December 2024, and the Gambling Addiction Research Project is currently undergoing and being led by the Ministry of VSA. On the latest, one of the latest IMF reports states that the revenues for this sector is below par. Is there any indication why this is the case? The lingering effects of COVID could still be affecting key revenue-generating activities as well as slow rebuilding of the Princess Juliana International Airport, which we saw for the last couple of years. St. Maarten is also experiencing increasing competition from the neighboring destination, which is offering more enhanced experience, could be drawing potential visitors and revenues away from St. Maarten. We, however, expect this to change over a proposed marketing activity in 2025, as well as innovative product improvement strategies. I will also make every effort possible to combine marketing strategies and our limited financial resources with the northern half of the island to ensure that we have a greater impact for the destination. An update on the ban on use of single-use plastic, styrofoams, plastic straws, regarding the justice part and the inspection that needs to take place with TIAT. The MP would like an update. So the plastic-free St. Maarten project started officially in January 2023. The aim of the project is to address management of single-use plastic and styrofoam items to contribute to the protection and preservation of marine biodiversity on the island. And to accomplish this goal, the project conducted assessment of the local drivers and impacts of these products. To accomplish this goal, the project conducted assessment of local drivers and impacts of these projects, implemented an outreach and awareness campaign, as well as a development draft legislation to adequately address the local issues. The project will also develop a training manual to identify enforcement personnel. The assessment reports are finalized and the draft legislation is currently being reviewed internally. The project is being implemented in collaboration with SMDF, St. Maarten Development Foundation, and is currently in its last stages, scheduled to be completed in February 2025. The current status is that the draft legislation has been finalized in the beginning of December, and as such, the legislation is currently under review and processing. The many studies that we have on shelf, I think, are it is fair to address these studies head-on due to lack of resources. But an implementation plan is a good way to address it. Following the pandemic, the World Bank did a tourism recovery plan, which is also an action plan. And is this plan relevant? I think this has to do with the carrying capacity studies, yes. The report of the World Bank is highly is highly relevant and serves as a key reference for the Cabinet and the Ministry in shaping their actions. For example, the establishment of the St. Maarten Tourism Authority aligns directly with the recommendation from the plan, as does the development of the Tourism Master Plan and Carrying Capacity Study. These initiatives aim to ensure a strategic and sustainable approach to tourism management. All reference documents highlighted by MP Westcott build upon the last Tourism Master Plan and Carrying Capacity. The objective here is to commence these actions in January, reflecting the Ministry's commitment to timely and effective execution of these critical initiatives. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I have come to the end of the answering of the questions, and I look forward to any
Thank you.
Additional questions.
Thank you, Minister Heiliger Martin, for those responses to the members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, of course, you have the opportunity now to react with whether questions or comments on the answers to the Minister. To whom can I give the floor at this time? We check the screen. We check the MPs. I don't see anyone. MP Iran got a question or a comment. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and her support staff. Minister, you mentioned the question regarding the marketplace, I believe by MP Doran. In your response, you mentioned the FIDIC, the FIDIC, and I could tell exactly where the answer came from, who sent you that answer, and I'll be very careful just repeating some of those answers. It's a very typical answer we get when you want to dodge that bullet, because they assume that the parties on the other end don't know about FIDIC and the contracts and the international engineering procurement. So when it comes to the FIDIC, there's a pre-awarding stage and the post-awarding stage. And in the post-awarding stage, you can't just go and change the rules. So, and then you also have to have the clauses already in your contract. So if you want to make those changes, like I mentioned, the clauses already have to be inside there if you want to make the variations. So that's one. So I want to confirm again, were those clauses to make any aesthetical changes to the marketplace already in the contract, because it has to be in the contract. And if you go down for the guideline, if you go through FIDIC and look at the guidelines for bid changes, it also has, let's say, areas when it talks about the the deadline submissions. It all starts with equal treatment so that every other person then needs to be able, every other contractor needs to have an equal opportunity. So again, I just want to confirm that the aesthetic changes, there was something in the contract which allowed that, and confirm that with the FIDIC, based on the contract and the tour that went out, aligns with your vision to make the changes that is allowed legally, and if it even is allowed with our laws. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Erin. Any other member of parliament on the Ministry of TIAT? Minister, while I await to confirm that there's no other member wishing to address you, I do see MP Duran, but let me ask you in the meantime, Minister, is there, because this matter of the lottery LB to, I guess, establish the implementation date of the LB ham on the lottery, I think that was the kind of construction that was worked out for this. But then that it will still be at the governor for decision-making, I would, yeah, if that could be explained, because I'm hearing this now for months, and my question would be, why has the question been asked to His Excellency the Governor, why it would still be with him? If the minister could ascertain that for me, please. That's the only thing. As I thank you, Minister, for your answers. I think with respect to the last one, you are very clear where that matter is concerned. So I thank you for some of the issues that are going to, the items that are going to get online in January regarding the tourism study to which I referred. So thank you very much for elaborating on that, Minister. I now give the floor to MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you, Minister, for the answers provided thus far. I would like to touch and get some clarity on the following points. With respect to the CEO and COO appointments, I heard you mention, Minister, that this is no longer a statutory position. And then in the same breath, I also heard you mention that internal recruitment has been done before. Now, don't get me wrong, I agree with internal recruitment because it gives persons within an organization the opportunity to grow. But what I don't agree with is sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't do it based on the preferred candidate. That I have a problem with. And I don't have a problem with whoever the preferred candidate is, but I just want to get an understanding, a clear cut through you, Madam Chair Lady, answer as to what is the policy then in terms of when we do internal recruitment? Maybe that's the question that I should be asking. And is it so that because it's no longer a statutory position, it can be done internally? Because maybe then the CEO position could have been done internally too. So that is my clarification point with respect to the airport CEO and COO. MP Irian talked about the FIDIC already with the marketplace. My main thing was, once you change the aesthetics on something, the price changes. It either goes down or it goes up. It can never be that the price remains the same. And if that's the case, then I would like to get some documentation in terms of the new agreements that were made to substantiate such. My next point of clarification, with respect to, can I get a timeline, which I asked yesterday, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, as to when these acting positions will be dealt with? Because I heard your colleague, Minister of TIAT, spoke very passionate about acting positions and giving persons opportunity, which I agree with that. But I would just like to know if a timeline can be given, an estimated timeline can be given as to when these advices would be handled off. The next point, through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the closing day for opening for the 25th, the 26th, and the 1st. Again, I would like to get clarity because I didn't hear it. Is it for stores in Phillipsburg only? And if so, how do you then handle discrimination? I would like to get some clarity on that. I mean, I heard in the past where you can open, but I never hear only in Phillipsburg. And where does the border stop? Do it stop by Prince Bernard Bridge? Does it stop by Sundial School? What can some clarity be given there? Because interestingly, behind when you drive past Melford Hazel, they consider there Phillipsburg as well. So I would like some clarity on that. And lastly, Minister, I think I saw you brush over the answer real quick. You said no permit was given for gambling on a boardwalk. But the event is happening on the 21st and the 22nd. I would like to know, how does this differentiate with a situation that happened a couple of months, I think it was a month ago, when the village with this person was stopped for similar activities. This was a citizen. Now, are you saying then the government is allowed to do what it wants? I would like some clarity on that. Because I know based on the bingo event permit guidelines, you have to fill in an application form. Was this application form filled in by the minister? I would like some clarity on that one. And I'll leave it there for now, Madam Chair Lady, until I get some clarity. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. And we're just noting to make sure no one is skipped. Okay, we are ready to continue with MP Otley getting the floor. MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of TIAT and her support staff. When my honorable colleague was asking the question, I think I saw the minister shake her head no, so as it pertains to a permit or a permission. So it do look like the government is doing what they want. So let's see how this play out. Honorable Minister of TIAT, I would like to ask a couple of things pertaining to the harbor specifically. I would like to know positions open at the harbor. I would like to know the hiring process at the harbor. I say this because a lot of people don't understand government apparatus and government-owned companies. So I'm hearing a lot of people feeling that they're not being treated fairly or given a fair opportunity at the harbor. And the first thing that comes out is they say the Minister of TIAT, because they have a clear a thing that, yeah, it's always the minister, it's government, it's government. So I'd like to know, I'd like for you to clearly distinguish the approach, the hands-off approach with the minister and TIAT. And is the minister, I know the answer, but I want the public, is the minister involved in any hiring process or the Ministry of TIAT involved in any hiring process with the harbor? I gave the harbor a lot of credit during the budget amendment, so I'm just waiting to see these answers, and then I'll know what direction I will take. I won't be long. The pre-clearance answer, I'll get back to you on that, Minister. I know why. I also said the first time during the amendment, I can see when an answer is yours and when an answer is written by, well, let me just say, not yours, and you're going along. So I'll leave it at that at this moment, and I'll get back to it at the public meeting. I look forward to your answers.
Thank you, MP Otley. We continue with MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for her answers. And for the first time, Minister, I must say I'm kind of very much disappointed in the answers given. Because I posed a few questions and I literally only have 2 answers. When I go through the answers given, during the last budget debate, I implored the minister to look into the gambling affliction reports and studies done years back. She promised she would. The minister promised she would, via you, Madam Chair. And now in the answer given, 2 months later, it's the minister is waiting on the gaming board for their perusal of the gambling affliction reports, but I asked for the minister's opinion. And now she's telling me, the minister is telling me she's waiting on the gambling board. Basically, the minister is telling me she didn't keep her word because she didn't go through it. So that's basically the minister telling me, I don't know. pertaining to other questions I heard, basically, when you conclude that, especially about the CEO, COO appointment, basically the shareholder being government, that the government was not informed of the change in statutory director. Basically, government saying, I don't know. The articles of incorporation being changed without government knowing, and basically government owns the airport, is basically government saying, I don't know. One question I do have is, so the airport now has a CEO and a CFO as directors. Why was this changed, and who is the advocate of this change? I'll just leave the rest of my questions for another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP York. The next MP up is MP De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, to the Minister here with her team. Minister, based on the answers you provided, you mentioned something about the Tourist Authority Foundation, that they were going to be doing a study, but I just wanted to know if it's already established, and if it is, where it is in the budget, but if it's something that's in the works, if it's something that we need to budget for in 2025 and it's not there. So if you can just direct me where to go in the budget for it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, MP De Wever. The next MP to speak is MP Myers. MP Myers, I invite you to take the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, to my colleagues in Parliament, radio listeners, those of you streaming online, Honorable Minister of TIAT, and your support staff, those of you, oh, no one is in the Tribune. Good afternoon. I want you, Minister, I think it's time that you make something abundantly clear to the people of St. Maarten, most importantly, because there is a total misconception as to government-owned companies and government being the shareholder of those companies. So I think the questioning that I'm going to give you now, hopefully that will put this whole debate at least to rest for some time. What is management and board of the airport responsible to the company, or are they responsible to the shareholder? That's one question. The other question is, in your role as Minister of TIAT, which of course you are the representative, the shareholder rep for the airport, can you expound on what is the role of the shareholder rep of government-owned companies and the role that you play? And I think my colleague, MP Otley, sort of hinted on it, because there is a general misconception, and maybe that comes from the name a government-owned company, that there is actually the ministry, and the ministers are actually the ones that does the appointments and the hiring and the firing as such. So can you explain those to the general public? And lastly, thank you for answering the questions as it pertains to the small hoteliers. I think in the future, I would like you to give, if possible, a presentation as to the angle and the approach you would like to take as far as the small hotel development and the Caribbean region. And one more thing, the CTO, you were asked what was the benefit of the CTO? And you could, which understandable. Can you give a ballpark? Because you said it's a substantial amount. Can you give a ballpark as to what that amount was or is that they're claiming? And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Myers. MPs, I assume that is it for the questions, the additional questions to the minister. MP Shamira, good afternoon. And I know you indicated to me that there's an issue with your mic, but did you need to speak at this moment? It's working now. Okay, so that clarifies that. Where so members of parliament, you wanted to speak, MP? Yes. Okay, so we have the MP. Okay, good. You figured out what my question would have been, so that's clear. And I give the floor now to MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to my colleagues. Thank you, Minister of TIAT and support staff for answering my questions. I did miss one question in regards to the priority list of legislation for the ministry. I think that one was missed. If I can just receive that. Okay, so that's the only one.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. And I look around and I'm going to close off this session with the Minister of TIAT, thanking the Minister for her answers. Minister, has anything been raised after your answers that you could respond to right away, or you need some time as we continue with the ministers coming? Minister, your response?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I think I would need maybe just 45 minutes to answer some of these questions. I don't know if there's another minister there, but some of them, majority of them is with the airport. And I was just informed that the CEO is now back. So I'll try and get all these answers, and I could do it in 45 minutes if possible.
Very good, Minister. Okay, so thank you, and I will adjourn. I will check into the availability of the next ministers, and then as we go along, I will schedule you back in consultation with your staff. So thanks once again, Minister and support staff, members of Parliament. I'm going to adjourn until 5:30, and I'll see which minister can be present following the Minister of TIAT. Meeting adjourned. If you could get Robbie's attention, Robbie. Good evening, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. After a very brief adjournment, all we're doing actually during the adjournments, unless we have a technical issue, is to allow the ministers to exchange their roles in terms of coming to Parliament. So right now we continue with the Minister of Finance, who is going to be responding to the comments made following her answers. So this should actually be the Minister of Finance last appearance in this session and setting. So with that, I invite the Minister of Finance to take the floor. Minister of Finance, Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, honorable members of Parliament, my support staff, members in the Tribune, and all listening via social media. I am here to answer second round of questions, starting with MP Duran. MP Duran made a statement basically, and it was that he agrees with the stance on the acting positions, and he hopes that this is the modus operandi going forward. Madam Chair, through you, this will definitely be my modus operandi going forward, for sure. Question 2. Can you provide a list of how many are in acting positions over 2 years in the Ministry of Finance? This question was also posed by MP Westcott. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to address the matter of individuals within the Ministry of Finance serving in acting positions. Currently, there are 4 individuals in such roles. One has been acting since 2022, that's 2 years. Another since 2012, that's 12 years. Another since 2010, 14 years. And for the last one, the term is unknown. The extended duration of these acting positions is indeed a matter of concern. It reflects historical challenges within the ministry related to human resource management, succession planning, and the timely filling of vacancies. Allow me to elaborate on the key points raised. Why have individuals been in acting positions for so long? Why have these vacancies not been advertised? If they are not suitable, why have they not been removed? Commitment to resolution. I recognize that this situation raises valid concerns about continuity, accountability, and morale within the ministry. As Minister of Finance, I am committed to addressing these issues. Steps are already being taken to, 1, conduct a comprehensive review of all acting positions within the ministry. 2, develop a clear timeline and process for advertising and filling these roles permanently. And 3, ensure that evaluations are carried out to assess suitably and performance with appropriate actions taken based on the findings. I thank the honorable member for raising this issue and assure you that resolving it is a priority to strengthen the ministry's operational effectiveness and credibility. Question 3. This question, as it relates to AOV and it being not taxed, was posed by several MPs besides MP Duran. MP Westcott also referenced this question, MP Otley as well, and MP York. The question was basically, AOV not taxable, what is explorable? Some context is missing. As for MP Westcott, Madam Chair, you asked for the timeline, projection, steps to be taken, collection policy, so for AOV. MP Otley asks, what does exploring the option of making pension tax-free mean? First, you mentioned that you will make it happen. How much is allocated in the budget? Is it already in the works, or are you exploring? And MP York asked about the elimination of taxes for seniors and when that will be completed. Madam Chair, through you, we have commenced drafting the law and are in the process of gathering relevant data to substantiate and determine its potential effects. To clarify, AOV benefits alone are not taxed, as the total income typically falls below the taxable income thresholds for the year. However, when pensioners receive additional income, the AOV is currently included in the taxable income calculations. The intention of the drafted law is to ensure that only the additional income is taxed, while the AOV itself is excluded from taxation. This adjustment acknowledges that given the low amount of AOV benefits, most recipients have no other option than to rely on supplemental income to meet their basic needs. Through you, Madam Chair, the timeline will be forthcoming to Parliament once this is established, as we need to discuss and determine this internally, and will then be provided to Parliament in writing. Question 4. How far are we after the addendum with Parliament? Discussions are ongoing to buy it. More context for the discussion as it relates to Mullet Bay. Madam Chair, through you, I currently have no additional context to provide, as preliminary discussions are ongoing with key stakeholders. Once these discussions progress to a more advanced stage, I will be able to arrange a closed-door meeting with Parliament to share detailed information following consultations with the Council of Ministers. I move on to questions by MP De Wever. Asked if the information has been sent to the PM for answering. Madam Chair, through you, yes, we emailed the SGAZ all questions, and these will be answered by the Minister of General Affairs. I move on to the questions by MP La Cruz. In our previous debate, I mentioned that because of problems at our post office, letters from the tax office were being sent and received months later. However, a couple days ago, MP La Cruz mentioned that he received a predated letter from the tax office with a decision on his taxes. He's unsure if this is legal. Can the minister look into these practices? Madam Chair, through you, allow me to provide some clarification and address the concerns raised regarding the post office. First, by law, the post office is responsible for delivering local mail within a 2-day time frame. Despite the challenges they face, I must commend the hardworking mail delivery personnel who consistently go above and beyond to meet this obligation. However, there are several systemic issues that hinder their efforts. 1, address registration. Many residents are not registered at the addresses stated on official documents. This creates significant delays, as there is currently no system in place to ensure that updates made at the census office are automatically reflected at the tax office. 2, mail delivery challenges. The absence of proper mailboxes and accessible gates often results in mail being left in fences, under rocks, or in some cases simply undelivered. Even when mail is properly placed in mailboxes, it is often ignored due to the assumptions that it contains tax bills, when in fact it could be a refund or other important correspondence. And 3, street naming issues. The lack of proper street names further complicates the delivery process. I understand that this is an issue my colleague minister is actively exploring, and I'm confident progress will be made in this area. Regarding the concern about predated mail, the post office would not have knowledge of this, as the mail is sealed upon receipt, canceled, and then delivered within the 2 days period. Nevertheless, I take this concern seriously and will ensure that the matter is researched thoroughly to identify and address any discrepancies. Question 2, syntax. Minister said we have to look into how it goes with the front side. However, he does not believe that the front side will not follow the dot side. Madam Chair, through you, this is the reality we face. We live with open borders, and whether we like it or not, this must be taken into consideration. This is precisely why we are exploring measures such as the tourist tax and other revenue streams that do not rely on the front side. We must take into account our unique circumstances and implement solutions that work specifically for St. Maarten. This is also why I have emphasized that we cannot compare ourselves to other islands, as our situation is distinct and require tailored approaches. Question 3. MP clarified what he meant with having a meeting. Madam Chair, through you, as I previously stated, I look forward to the upcoming meeting. And following that, I am eager for us to work together, both the government and the legislative branch, in executing the outcomes effectively. I move on to question from MP Arian. MP Arian stated, Madam Chair, you didn't answer that. I didn't answer the question on the article, interference in the process of hiring while you were in place. Actually, you put out a vacancy for the position, so you were not hiring the acting. Did you not send a letter to P&O stating that the other person has to get a job and not the acting? Madam Chair, through you. The vacancy was published weeks after the person in question submitted their resignation from the acting position, citing feelings of being unappreciated after having served in the capacity for more than 6 years. While the person in question applied for the vacancy, just to be clear, as minister, I do not put out vacancies, and the process was followed as required. Each step, including the advice, was conducted in accordance with the established procedures, with the minister ultimately responsible for making a decision after taking all advice into account. In this instance, I indicated neat accord on the advice and provided a legal substantiation for my disagreement with how the process was handled. This decision falls under my responsibility as minister. As such, while I can confirm that the process adhered to the regulations, I must reiterate that there are civil servants who have been in acting positions for years, which amounts to an abuse of their service. Let me repeat my earlier statement. I am committed to a principle I hold dear. When it comes to putting the people of St. Maarten first, I make no apologies. The people entrusted those in government with the responsibility to correct long-standing wrongs and to prioritize their well-being above all else. The tax office has my full attention. I had held meetings with various employees and assure you that their concerns have been heard. Addressing these issues is part of our collective responsibility, and it is why we are here. That is why I am here. Question 2. Vouchers, you say it is not taxed on the pay slips right now. It is on, so is it taxed or not? No MBA, no LBA, just a calm decision. Madam Chair, through you, the amount of 250 guilders was paid out net. However, when filing your income tax, it is everyone's responsibility to comply with the law. These monies, benefits received, including those in kind, such as vouchers, must be included in your income when filing your tax return. With regard to the payout procedure, gratifications cannot be compared to the Christmas payment, as gratifications and certain allowances are regulated under the LMA. Therefore, gratification payments have to be in compliance with the applicable legislative and policy stipulations, while this is not the case for the Christmas payment. Question 3, filing taxes, Article 41B, not filing, however, based on policy. However, law supersedes policy, so in 2025, what will be followed? This question was also posed by MP Westcott, stating the importance of not having policies that are contrary to the law. Matter of the law, stipulations that regard that once does not have to file returns via the policy that obligates, is there any space in the law for the policy to open the law? So specific statements in the law, and that has to stop right now. Madam Chair, through you, as stated in my response, if the tax office sends you a form, you are required to file in accordance with Article 7 of the General Tax Ordinance. However, if you do not receive a form and you meet the requirements stipulated listed in Article 41B of Income Tax Ordinance, then you should not be obligated to file. That said, if you have any additional deductibles, it is in your best interest to file your taxes to ensure you receive any eligible refunds, as not filing might not be in your benefit. Based on Article 41B of the Income Tax Ordinance, in conjunction with Article 7 of the General Tax Ordinance, there are situations in which no income tax return needs to be filed. In Article 41B of the Income Tax Ordinance lists situations in which wage tax can be considered a final levy. Article 7, paragraph 5 of the General Tax Ordinance stipulates that the taxpayer does not need to request an income tax return form to be issued if it can reasonably be assumed that after deductions of advanced levies like wage tax, no tax is due. However, based on Article 7, first paragraph of the General Tax Ordinance, if the inspector nevertheless issues an income tax return form to the taxpayer, the form issued must be submitted. In this case, it is not a matter of a policy superseding a law. However, in this case, the policy is reflecting one law without taking the other law into consideration, as a policy must indeed facilitate the laws. The policy should be amended to be in line with both laws in a manner that in situations stipulated in Article 41B, the tax inspector will not issue an income tax return form. I move on to questions by MP Otley. Does this budget really reflect you, Minister? You mentioned that you would like to increase room tax, adjust vehicle tax, and increase revenue. However, this budget does not reflect that. Madam Chair, as the Minister of Finance, responsible for the financial management, it would be irresponsible for me to submit a budget to Parliament that is unrealistic and knowingly unachievable, with unrealistic wishes and policies that are not realistically achievable in 2025, including revenue projections in the budget without a reasonable certainty of collection would be both imprudent and counterproductive. Upon assuming this role, my first priority, as it pertains to the budget, was to finally have a budget approved on time. All efforts were made to meet the December 15 deadline, and I was prepared to do so. Many of the legislative initiatives in question still need to be explored or initiated and will not be ready for the implementation in 2025. Including these items in the budget would essentially amount to creating a wish list rather than a practical financial plan. The fact that these items are not included in the budget does not mean we will not be working on them. Our approach ensures that only when we are confident in our ability to implement these initiatives will they be added to the budget through a budget amendment. Budgets are meant to be realistic, not unrealistic wish lists. To be able to include the increase of room tax in the budget, I would need to know what the financial effect will be on the revenue without the information for room tax. Without this information for room tax, my apologies. Vehicle tax, it will be irresponsible of me to include random numbers into the budget. Instead of glamorizing an inflated budget, I instead chose a more conservative approach, ensuring continuity and stability. The 2025 budget isn't meant to impress or delude the public with overly ambitious goals. it is meant to provide a realistic framework for the country's finances over the next 12 months. That goal has been accomplished. Question 2. I hope you support a budget amendment to hire more staff for Parliament to write legislation. Madam Chair, through you, Parliament members holds the authority to amend and approve the budget of the country. Question 3. MP Otley compared my statements, Madam Chair, and intended approach regarding government collectibles with his desires with regard to GEBE's collectibles and expressed contentment with my stance. However, I would like to clarify this. Madam Chair, while I am unsure if this will affect my standing as a favorite minister, I cannot agree with your comparison between the government and GEBE. When I speak about uncollectible balances, I am specifically referring to amounts older than 5 years, not those from the previous year or even 2 years ago. This distinction is critical in understanding the context of my statements. GB never indicated that the current receivables are uncollectible. Also, what is important to note is, unlike the government, GB includes receivables in its financial statement, whereas the government does not account for tax collectibles as revenue. Government agencies record revenue on a cash basis, not on accrual basis. The key difference lies in operational practices. GB not collecting would run the company into the ground. While I appreciate the analogy, it is akin to comparing apples to oranges. While both are fruit, they are inherently different. MP West Scott, are you requesting any help from the central bank on legislation? Madam Chair, as we have a shortage on legislative professionals, I would certainly be requesting help from the central bank as it comes to legislative support. Since I took office, central bank is providing support for draft legislation pertaining the legislations that are based on the central bank statute as draft supervision legislation, like, for example, the draft national ordinance on the supervision of securities, intermediaries, and asset managers, the deposit guarantee scheme, and the draft of the basic bank account ordinance. Madam Chair, that comes to the end of my questions. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the answers tonight.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for those answers. Members of Parliament, the answers that are provided by the Minister, I see several members of Parliament are actually indicating, I guess, their desire to speak. That is not the intention in this setting. At some point, we have to go by the Minister providing her answers in writing. And if there is a feeling at that time when the Parliament is in receipt of the written answers by all ministers, that is then your basis for the public meeting of Parliament. So I will allow, I see MP Duran has a question, I guess, to me, so I'll allow that, MP, for sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you, because based on the fact that in the clarification round, we were allotted 5 minutes to give clarification. So if I have not used up all my clarification minutes, would I be then allowed to ask for clarification? Because this is the first time we're doing this method.
That's true.
And I believe that if the minister, then the minister would have the last say, and then the OVE is next year. Mm-hmm. So the public would be lost in terms of basically the answer then would stay there. I don't know if I can be afforded the rest of my 2 minutes and 43 seconds if possible.
That's fair. That's fair.
Wait. Give me a chance, members of parliament. You mentioned, and I'm responding to MP Duran, you mentioned clarification. That was not really the intention of the 5 minutes. The 5 minutes was an extra 5 minutes because during that time, you also could have posed additional questions, which some did, and that there was nothing wrong with that. It was not about clarification. What I will allow the members of parliament to do, though, because you are correct, MP Duran, for the sake of the smooth running of this particular operation, the budget, I am going to allow, especially if you have a minute or two left for your 5 minutes for the Minister of Finance, to make a comment, but the minister will not be returning. She'll have to take that along. If you really believe that she missed a question or so, you can raise it now. You don't have the time for any stories on it. I just will give the MPs who, I'll give the MPs, you know, who desire to say, Minister, you whatever, but just a comment with respect to the answers that you got. The rest of it, you will take from your, from the written response of the government, so all ministers to Parliament's report of the Central Committee. So that's what we're going to be doing right now. MP Duran, I assume by your question and statement that you have the need to do so. So we're going to make sure that this works so that I can maintain my status with MP Otley. So we're going to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to ask, but members of parliament, again, it's not a round of or
Understood.
such. Okay, so with that understanding, we shall proceed. I give MP Duran the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for your indulgence. I have just a few points of clarification that I think need to be clear for, especially the general public. I heard the minister mention through you that you don't put out advertisements for job vacancies. However, just to remind the minister, you are responsible for everything that happens within the ministry. That's where the eindverantwoordelijkheid comes in. So maybe you mightn't technically send it out, but someone within the ministry is acting on your behalf. Where I see the confusion, I believe, and I think that is causing a bit of a rift, because again, I don't know the exact story, I don't know the score sheets or anything like that, but once a person is in an acting role, the minute they apply for the job, it then goes into the role of the recruitment process. Now, if they object to applying for the job and then they appeal to the minister and the minister sees something, it is in your purview to make that decision. But the minute it goes into a role of recruitment drive, then it follows that process. In my humble opinion, and I would like to know before the OVE if I see this wrong or if it's wrong. When the minister mentioned that there are overly ambitious goals and wishes and everything, Madam Chair, through you to the minister, as a government, you have to have vision. You have to have a goal. To say that that is not there, it's quite worrisome, because I believe out of a famous party is give light and the people will follow. But without vision, the people will perish. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Duran. Your comments have been noted. And if there's anything to respond as you requested, we'll see that come back in the public meeting of Parliament. MP Irian, you actually don't have any minutes left for the Minister of Finance, I'm sorry. So to stick to the line that we have been using, and so MP Irian, you'll have to use up your next 5 minutes with a next minister. You'll have to use your 5 minutes with a next minister. So I see MP Omar Otley having the floor. In the same context, MP Otley as MP Duran, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and ask the question for you, MP Aaron. It was stated that the 250 guilders was paid net. So if that is the case, what is the brutto amount that was paid? Also, as it pertains to the entire speech of the budget and wish lists and over-ambitious goals and apples and oranges, I heard you loud and clear. Minister, just wanted to make that. That's it. I heard you loud and clear. Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Thank you, MP Otley. Any other member of parliament wishes to use the accommodation I gave with respect to mentioning anything? Members of parliament, thank you. Minister and support staff, thank you very much, and we look forward to receiving the answers in writing as part of the legislative process. Thank you very much, Minister and support staff. I now adjourn for 2 minutes as the Minister takes leaves. Thank you, Minister Gums. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of Central Committee number 11. This Central Committee regards the handling of the draft 2025 budget for St. Martin. As we continue with the members of the COM, so the ministers, coming to respond to questions posed by members of Parliament, I now welcome the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, and his support staff as the Prime Minister is ready to respond to questions regarding his ministry, and that is, as I mentioned, the Ministry of General Affairs. Prime Minister, welcome, and I invite you to take the floor in this Central Committee meeting. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, President of Parliament. SG, also thank you for having me here. Members of Parliament, good evening. I will start immediately with giving the answers then from the questions that has been posted yesterday, Wednesday, December the 18th, to me. I will start immediately with answering one question from MP Mrs. Veronica Jansen-Webster. The question was, concessions for government-owned companies, GEBE concession is constantly increasing. Is there a maximum that GB's concession will be pinned to? Can a cap be placed on how much GB pays in concession? Updating of the energy policies are necessary prior to making any changes to the concessions. This component of energy is part of a bigger picture that needs to be discussed in the Council of Ministers and ultimately with the shareholders of GEBE. I will continue with MP Lewis. How many fire officers are currently being trained through the Netherlands Institute for Physical Safety, the NIPV? At the moment, St. Maarten has one senior officer attending the Fire Officers Academy in the Netherlands. This person is being trained on all aspects of disaster and incident management. He is also being trained in tactical and strategical leadership and incident management, risk and safety management. After successfully completing this training, he will join the management team and assist with the daily management of the department. Then 4 of the 5 management positions will be filled, as currently there are only 3 persons in management positions, thereby relieving the workload carried by the other managers. Question 2, how will this strengthen the incident management capacity? This initiative enhances the capability of the incident command team by equipping them with the necessary skills and knowledge to assume leadership roles within the fire department as vacancies emerge. Additionally, it fosters professional growth and development within the department, promoting a culture of advancement and preparedness. Question 3, can the Minister clarify the expected impact of the commander training for non-commissioned officers on improving the leadership within the fire department? The answer is the trainings were given to help prepare personnel to climb the ladder within the organization and fill the necessary leadership positions once they become vacant and available. Question 4, what criteria are being used to prioritize which government system will be migrated to the cloud first? There is a cloud readiness assessment provided by Microsoft that we use to first determine which systems are technically capable to be moved, as well as the interdependencies for other systems. Once completed, the priority is done based on least impact and least complex systems first, so that more time can be focused on planning and, if needed, reconfiguring the more complex systems. Question 5, what steps are being taken to test and validate the migrated system before it goes live in the production environment? The answer is there is a phased migration plan that starts with an assessment, then mirroring of the systems into a testing environment, followed by a scheduled switch over to production once it's been determined that there is no further configuration needed. Question 6, can the Minister provide a breakdown of the 129,600 Antillian guilders allocated for the cloud migrated project, particularly regarding the SLA contracts, licenses, and other associated costs? Microsoft's cloud pricing calculator was used, which enables us to approximate what the annual costs were going to be based on our existing local environment and the move to the cloud. The costs are not only for migrating our system to the cloud, but continuously running the systems securely in the cloud environment. The breakdown of annual costs are as follows. One instance of workflow orchestration is $2,101. One instance of integration service, $8,240. One instance of web application firewall, $3,279. 50 instances of virtual servers, $55,923. Support, $1,200, totaling an amount of $70,746 US, being an equivalent of 127,342,094 guilders. In addition, a 2,257 guilders is a small buffer for small increases in resources. Question 7, what is the time frame when documents are being vetted for the turnaround at JZNW? When docs are given to the JZNW, what is the turnaround in order for the next step? The handling time frame by JZNW is dependent on the complexity of the case and if all relevant information has been submitted. The legislative lawyer's handling time is also dependent on the complexity of the matter and if all relevant information has been submitted. It is important to note that the lack of manpower and the complexity of the presented cases adds to the reality of any expected time frame. Openings for the vacancies will be going out shortly. However, in the meantime, legislative capacity will be strengthened in January with a new legislative lawyer. Question 8. How has the government addressed relief for the people of Sint Maarten regarding GEBE issues in the budget 2025? What immediate measures are being taken to address disruption and to ensure reliable service? What long-term strategies are being implemented to improve GEBE's infrastructure and financial stability? The answer on this is, although it's not mentioned in budget, government is working towards bringing relief. We also mentioned that it cannot be at the detriment of the company. This means that we need to do a thorough exercise to come up with the right relief, taking the company's situation into consideration. By letter dated November 14th of this year, and requested on behalf of government the postponement of the public meeting to discuss the execution of the motion. As mentioned in my letter, I acknowledge that one of the resolutions of the mentioned motion was to revise and simplify the calculation of NVGEBE fuels clause to ensure it solely reflects the actual cost of fuel, thereby providing more transparent and fair billing practices to the people of Sint Maarten. I also informed the chair in that letter that in order for government to revise and simplify the calculation of the fuel clause, government plans to meet with with all the stakeholders involved. I can inform Parliament that together with the Minister of TIAT, we already have communication with the stakeholders, and we assigned the BTP2 after consultation with the stakeholders present, the government with options to lower the fuel costs. On the disruption and ensuring reliable service, Madam Chair, I can mention that the immediate, short and long-term solutions have been extensively elaborated on here in Parliament. I can inform Parliament that the latest update on the installation of the 20-megawatt container generator is as follows. GB has indicated that they are synchronized to the grid. However, the 20-megawatt container generators are a contingency plan, meaning that if any engine goes down, the 20 megawatt will be immediately put into operation. Question 9, can Prime Minister indicate what does the portfolio of Prime Minister and Minister of Asset entails? MP states that the Prime Minister is in every ministry's portfolio and we are not in a crisis situation. The portfolio of a minister is determined through several documents such as the Landsverordening, inrichting en organisatie, as well as the organizational decree of the respective ministry. Of course, there are overlap and overarching areas. In addition to the aforementioned, the Prime Minister is also chair of the Council of Ministers. The relevant information I want to share with Parliament is the rules of order of the Council of Ministers, in which it is regulated that the Prime Minister, as chair of the Council of Ministers, is the one who is the first spokesperson of the Council of Ministers. So there may have been situations where the Prime Minister was sharing information concerning other ministries. Question 10. Does the water tank in Kupakoi across from Sapphire have water to supply for the lowlands area? The water plant in Kupakoi is a mini plant and does not have the functionality for increase of capacity. The intention is to construct a larger facility for that area. Usage of the current water tank will reduce the flow in that area due to the challenges with pressure. The to-be-constructed plant will increase the necessary capacity for the Kupakoi area. Question 11. What function does the VDSM have when it comes to investigating of a candidate for a vertrouwensfunctie? Individuals who will hold positions of confidentiality. A declaration of no objection by the VDSM is required to qualify for such a position. Depending on the type of position of confidentiality, the security screening is classified as level A, level B, or level C. Level A screening can be regarded as the most comprehensive. Access to confidential information and susceptibility to bribery and or blackmail are important considerations in security screening. Therefore, the screening also extends into private lives of individuals and is a very in-depth process. Question 12, what is the situation with the position of the SG-AZ that is currently vacant and when it will be filled? What is the reason why the position became vacant in such a short time? MP heard there is victimization on its highest degree. Madam Chair, I want to categorically state that there is no victimization of any kind between the minister and the organization. The recent departure of the newly appointed Secretary General of AZ this year was a personal decision. Our professional interaction, though brief, was pleasant and respectful. I am unsure where these allegations are originating from, but they serve no constructive purpose in this discussion. Let me be clear, this kind of unfounded speculations only fuels unnecessary distractions, and I will not entertain it. The question regarding when the vacancy will be filled is indeed noteworthy within the organization, and particularly in the ministries of ECYS and VSA. There have been acting secretary generals in place for extended periods, some reportedly for over 5 years. This highlights a systemic issue that requires immediate attention. Madam Chair, it is my firm intention to engage with the Council of Ministers to address these critical staffing gaps. This includes not only permanently filling key vacancies, but also resolving the prolonged situation of acting Secretary Generals who have been serving in interim capacity for several years. And I can remind the members that the Minister of Finance also shared her views on the point of civil servants being in acting position for years. Additionally, I must inform Parliament of the challenging state of the organization upon my assumption of office. Beyond financial constraints, I encountered a deeply understaffed, strained, and demoralized workforce. Many individuals had already resigned, and unfortunately, resignations continue to come in. Rebuilding this organization is not just about filling vacancies, it's about creating a sustainable, productive, and harmonious working environment. This will take time, deliberate action, and strategic planning. Rest assured, this remains a top priority as we move forward. Question of MP Roosberg. What is the Ministry's legislative priority for the coming year? Which laws are you intending to tackle? The legislative agenda of the Ministry of General Affairs is as follows. 1. Formalization of the formation process, including the screening of candidate ministers. 2. LBHAM, plaatsing politieke assistenten, actually the function book for this. Archief Landsverordening, National Ordinance on Archives. Next one is Landsverordening Rampenbestrijding, being the National Ordinance on Disaster Management. Basisadministratie, being Basic Administration Landsverordening. Overlijden, begrafenis, crematie Landsverordening, the National Ordinance, Funerals and Cremation. Another one is de bezoldigingsregeling ambtenaren, actually the remuneration scheme for civil servants. Regeling vakantie en vrijstelling van dienst, the regulations on holiday and exemption from services. Another one is the Landsverordening materieel ambtenarenrecht, the National Ordinance on Substantive Civil Service Law, and the e-government National Digital Identity. And as last, the interoperability framework and enterprise architecture for ICT. The question next is how much legals are currently employed by government and how much of those legals are legislative lawyers. At JZNW, the team comprises 2 senior legal advisors, 1 senior policy advisor, 1 legislative lawyer. Additionally, a legal advisor is currently serving in a temporary capacity as a legislative lawyer within the department. Question 3, what is the plan from the ministry to recruit legislative lawyers? Has the ministry looked at ex-BZK in connection with Article 43 of the Staatsregeling? Has there been any communication with BZK to recruit legislative lawyers? The answer is the government is in the process of recruiting legislative lawyers through established internal procedures in conjunction with Article 43 and in collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations, namely BZK. The specifics of this collaboration are currently being finalized within the terms of reference. We are moving forward to MP Doran. The first question of MP Doran is about the GB loan. What conditions are tied to that with respect to the operations of GB? Coincidentally, I was informed this morning that the technical teams are busy working out the final details on the loan, and I'm looking forward to formally receiving it to be handled in the Council of Ministers. The entire Council of Ministers will continuously be involved in this process. Question 2. Disaster that took place with the years of a CFO. What is taking so long with the hiring of the O's? Is it being held off until the money comes? Then we have the appointment to appoint someone. Is that a discussion that is taking place? What is exactly going on? Madam Chair, I wish to confirm that the results of a recruitment process were presented to the shareholder earlier this year. However, the Council of Ministers has expressed reservations regarding the manner in which the recruitment process was conducted. A detailed presentation on the next legal steps concerning this process and the appointments was delivered to the Council of Ministers a few weeks ago. The Council is now awaiting the decision paper to proceed accordingly. Question 3. Every time PM speaks, he talks about being independent from the Netherlands. What is the stance of this current cabinet with assistance? Madam Chair, allow me to expand on this crucial matter. What I speak of today is not just a proposal, but a vision for a truly autonomous and resilient Sint Maarten. It is vital that Parliament understands this about charting a future where Sint Maarten stands strong, self-sufficient, and prosperous. Currently, we find ourselves heavily reliant on the Netherlands, particularly for addressing our financial challenges. Let me be clear, this is not about opposition to the Netherlands. It is about the development and empowerment of Sint Maarten. My vision is for a country that reaches a level of maturity and capability where we thrive independently while fostering collaboration relationship within the kingdom. Relationship built on mutual respect and clearly defined agreements. As a small island developing state, Sint Maarten remains open to support in achieving its development goals. However, that support must be delivered in ways that are equitable and genuinely beneficial for our people. This includes assistance from the Netherlands, provided it aligns with our shared commitment to Sint Maarten sustainable progress. Question 4. Can Prime Minister provide an overview of all the vacancies at the fire department which are critical and why not filled? Within the fire brigade, there are persons held back because they cannot get their promotion pending at the fire department. How is government dealing with this? The vacancies are as follows. There is one vacancy for hoofdmedewerker rampenbestrijding. This is the one that is critical. We have one vacancy for administratief medewerker, one voor medewerker materieel logistiek, one voor monteur materieel en logistiek, one voor monteur persoonlijke bescherming, one voor sectiehoofd repressie, that is a critical one. Ploegchef, we have 2 vacancies. Medewerker repressie, 1 vacancy. 7 vacancies voor junior medewerker repressie. 2 vacancies voor medewerker PPO. Currently, the positions identified as the 2 most critical for the fire department are the hoofdmedewerker rampenbestrijding, the disaster management, and the sectiehoofd repressie, section head repression. Despite efforts over the past few years, the department has been unsuccessful in filling the section head repression function. Additionally, the hoofdmedewerker rampenbestrijding function became vacant following the resignation of a few months ago of the person who was previously appointed in that function. The department is committed to addressing this gap and aims to fill this function shortly. The approval of the function book will address the current challenges in promoting personnel. At present, there are no available FTEs to facilitate promotions. Once the function book is finalized, employees will be able to receive the well-deserved promotions they have been awaiting for. Question 5. There were 2 complaints that came in reference the settlement payout, and MP wants to know the status of those complaints. I think this has to do with the settlement with those that were living in the vicinity of the dump. The answer is the National Recovery Program Bureau, the NRPB, has informed the government that there are, at this particular moment, no outstanding complaints regarding cash compensation for project-affected persons under the Resettlement Action Plan for the neighborhood adjacent to the landfill. This matter, one such case, was officially closed in April 2024 during the tenure of the former Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning and Environment and Infrastructure, actually the Minister of Vromi. Questions referring to MP Irian. Question 1, Christmas decoration. MP considers this nepotism and cronyism. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I will respond to this question at the end of answering all the questions. Question 2, can the Minister indicate how it is possible that the 250 guilders for civil servant becomes tax-free if it is a gratification? Did this LB go to COM? Did the governor sign it? What is done by MB? Is there any advice from JZNW? When TLM staff says that they are being paid out and they want it tax-free, how do you separate who gets what and who not? This question was handled just now by the Minister of Finance. Question 3, are the civil servants going to receive their jubilees in 2024 since they are entitled to it? How many do we have based on the legislation? How many individuals are entitled to that in 2024? This question was handled previously by the Minister of Finance, as this remains under her purview as Minister of Finance. In regards to the amount of person entitled to it, the breakdown is as follows. Response on the amount of persons per ministry for 2024. For the Ministry of VSA is 3 for in 2000.
Prime Minister, could I
Pardon?
ask you just for a moment to hold your
Yes.
thought there, please, as I ascertain what MP Iren would like to.
Madam Chair, thank you for that indulgence. This was exactly my concern with our new system in terms of not being able to speak and responding, because one minister is going to play the game and trade off with another minister. Now I have to waste my minutes
MP?
to be able to tell.
Yes, MP, following the minister's presentation, you have the opportunity to make exactly that. No, you will be in your minutes for the Minister of General Affairs. I mean, you just got to be short and direct in your statement to the minister. Prime Minister, you may continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the 15 years, we have by the Ministry of VSA 3 persons. For the Ministry of Finance 5 persons. And by the Ministry of General Affairs, we have 3 persons. For the 20 years, we have the VSA 1, for Ministry of Finance 1, and for the one of General Affairs 12. The 25 years, we have for only the Minister of Finance 2 persons, and for General Affairs 5 persons. For the 30 years, we have for the Minister of Finance 4, General Affairs 4. The 35 years we have VSA 1, Ministry of Finance 2, and General Affairs 8. 40 years we have VSA 1, and by General Affairs 2 persons. For 15 years by Vromi, we have none. By the ECYS, we have 4. The 20 years again for Vromi, we have 1. We have for TIAT 2, and for Education, Culture, Youth and Sport 1. 25 years we have for Vromi 2, TIAT 1, Education, Culture, Youth and Sport 3. 30 years we have none. 35 years we have by TIAT 2 and by Education, Culture, Youth and Sport 2. And by 40 years, we have only one person by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. Question 4, there was a contract for SZV for maintaining of the building. Is the government continuing with that? It is not reflected in the budget 2025. There were 3 options because government had a history of not maintaining. SZV was going to take over the entire maintaining of the building. Is government going to continue with that, or is government going to do everything themselves? The answer to this is the following. As there was no specific maintenance contract in place previously for the government administration building, the government is currently engaged in negotiations regarding the maintenance contract for the government administration building. While the amount for this contract is not presently reflected in the budget, an amendment will be made to include the agreed upon once the contract is finalized and signed. However, we would like to provide the following clarification on maintenance responsibilities that are currently carried out. Major maintenance. The responsibility for major maintenance of the building lies with the landlord. This includes structural repairs of the building, repairs and replacement of large infrastructure components, and exterior facade repairs and upkeep. Regular maintenance task falls under the responsibility of the government. This includes cleaning and janitorial services, hazard management, maintenance of the HVAC system, elevator maintenance, fire system maintenance, plumbing repairs, electrical system upkeep, landscaping and groundskeeping, and pest control. All these fall under the responsibility of government. Question 5, are there any investigations happening within your ministry? How many and what type of investigations and why? These investigations can be related to HR, fraudulent or criminal, etc. The answer to this is the following. The Ministry of General Affairs confirms that ongoing investigations are currently underway. At this time, specific details cannot be disclosed in order to safeguard the integrity of the investigation process. Question 6, gas report of every vehicle sent to COM. Why has that stopped? The gas card and phone system remain active. However, gas cards have been deactivated for unauthorized individuals and private vehicle owners. A comprehensive review of the vehicle and phone policy is currently in progress. Question 7. Request copy of the letter from the Minister of TIAT to the Prime Minister regarding the endorsement of the entity to decorate. This letter is an internal correspondence of government, and I provided a response to my colleague minister, which remains within our respective authority. MP Wever often look at the budget and having to cut certain things, asking Prime Minister to look at the waste happening in government, such as government workers taking government vehicles during the weekends. Are we researching that kind of waste within the government apparatus? I acknowledge and agree with the Honourable Member of Parliament's observation regarding waste within the government organization, specifically concerning the use of government's vehicles. I would like to inform Parliament that in collaboration with the relevant ministry, we are in the process of preparing a comprehensive vehicle policy. This policy aims to address key challenges, including clarifying entitlement and responsibility for the use of government vehicles. Furthermore, I would like to inform Parliament that in addition to the vehicle policy, several other policies are currently under review by the Department of Facility Services to ensure greater efficiency and accountability within government's operation. MP York. Reference to Christmas letter was written in August. That means that the Prime Minister could have had the time to do a tender and have Minister of TIAT involved. This is a statement, and I will address this also at the end of giving the answers, just like I said just now for the statement made by the MP, Mr. Irion. Question 2, is the budget a super budget as promised in the previous budget discussion, although there are no revenues, no new policies, nothing from the new government? Is that what the Prime Minister meant with the super budget? Madam Chair, while I don't recall labeling it a super budget, I can assure this honorable body that our government is fully committed to delivering a budget on time, complete with the relevant policies to guide our nation forward. As highlighted in my introductory remarks and further elaborated on by several members of Parliament, including MP Myers, the current circumstances are well known and have been truly discussed. Of course, it remains within the right of any MP to overlook or dismiss these realities. That said, let me reiterate, the Minister of Finance has been unequivocally clear about the intended amendments to this budget and the reasoning behind them. Question 3, government-owned companies. What is the idea for the sitting government as it pertains to shareholder reps? Will it remain under the full COM or will it go back to the individual ministers? What is the vision of the coalition moving forward? In previous meetings of Parliament, I already elaborated on this. Currently, there is a national decree which annulled all the previous national decrees assigning ministries as shareholder rep to the various government-owned companies. Therefore, this Council of Ministers acts as a whole as a shareholders rep. The possibility always exists that during our term as Council of Ministers, we can have a different sharing of the responsibilities. Question 4, also concerning GEBE. What is the update on the appointing of a managing board? When will the proper steps be taken to appoint a management board, especially when it comes to the long-term plans? Can an update be provided on that? I would like to refer to my previous answer on a similar question by MP Doran. Motion for relief of GB. The Prime Minister, as an MP, was against it at the time. What is Prime Minister's idea on relief? What from the motion has been executed or is in the works? What is government's idea on relief? GB relief was in the manifesto of the URSM and also DP and SAM. What is the update on the GB relief? I will refer the MP to the response provided to MP Lewis in regard to the motion. In addition, I can assure the MP that the avenues for relief are still being handled by the Council of Ministers and the relevant stakeholders. Ultimately, it remains a desire of this government to determine ways to provide relief to the people of Sint Maarten. In regard to manifestos, it is important to remember that no single party's agenda can or should dominate the conversation. Instead, we are committed to true collaboration, which includes dialogue and compromise as we set aside partisan interest to form a unified governing accord that is focused on the best interest of Sint Maarten, which will include relief wherever possible. Question 6, Christmas voucher for civil servants. Subsidized school teachers, they are not civil servants, but what about the subsidized schools teachers? Are they not due something? I think that this has also been answered by the Minister of Finance. Question 7, what is the Prime Minister's vision for the national health insurance? What are you against exactly and what would you like to change? What is the alternative? What is the concrete vision for government on the Saha? My vision for Saha is to build a healthcare system in Sint Maarten that is not only affordable, but also resilient and sustainable for generations to come. Achieving this requires a sharp focus on ensuring the financial sustainability of the Saha as the foundation of our healthcare goals. we must also enhance the base of the premium contributors. These critical concerns will be addressed comprehensively during the Council of Ministers meeting as we work collectively to secure a healthier future for our country, St. Maarten. Question 8, 7Cs. What is the frequency of the maintenance schedule? Does GB have an overview of the maintenance cost for the plans? When was the last time there was a maintenance audit of the tanks? How can GB make long-term plans if they don't know the financial status of the water plant every year? Does GB have an overview of the financials at 7Cs? When there is a meeting with government and 7Cs, who is in attendance of this meeting? In regard to the maintenance of tanks, inspections are carried out regularly with water level checks done daily along with daily inspection of the tanks. Factory standards for maintenance is 7 years. Question number 9. Water plant in KB is about 30 years old and Kupakoi is in a deplorable state. What are the plans in terms of the upkeep of the plants, the exterior building? 7Cs is busy with the maintenance and the upkeep of water plant in KB. Currently, 7Cs is busy changing the drains of the water plant. In regard to the water plant Kupakoi, it is too small for the area. However, 7Cs is planning to relocate the water plant next to the tank. The tank is not being used and water is being distributed directly instead of storing water in the tanks. 7Cs still has to approach the government to discuss how both parties can collectively collaborate to investment to relocate the water plant in Kupakoi. Question 10, the SEBA Bank. SEBA Bank has 8%, but it may be wrong. If he is, the figure should be mentioned what the share part is of St. Maarten. What essential minerals are in the SEBA Bank? Is it fisheries, oil? What is it exactly? Did St. Maarten receive an offer from the Dutch government pertaining to the shares of the SEBA Bank? And if so, how much was the offer? Allow me to clarify, it is not 8%, MP. St. Maarten has part ownership of the SEBA Bank as a shareholder. St. Maarten holds C shares totaling 21.67% ownership, along with also D shares that is together with Curaçao and the Netherlands. So the D shares are in collectively with Curaçao and the Netherlands, and we have our own shares being the C shares. So we share 2 shares with the whole group, one in the C group, and that is 21.67%, and we share the D group, and in that D group, that group is in total 35% ownership of the SEBA Bank, and of this 35% of St. Maarten in this D group, 18.7%, which is 6.5% of the D shares is for St. Maarten. This means that if you ask now exactly what is now the share of St. Maarten, considering this SEBA Bank, in totality, the shares of St. Maarten accumulates to 28.23%. That means that we are a big shareholder of this SEBA Bank compared to the other 3 groups. Giving further answer to what is exactly in the SEBA Bank, I can give you the information that 2 exploratory drillings has took place in the past for the SEBA Bank, in which gas has been detected. Once gas is detected, there should be, in theory, oil somehow, somewhere in the vicinity of the drilling, but this oil has never been detected. However, no proof of anything significant has been found to date concerning the SEBA Bank. Further, there is no, and there was no formal offer presented by the Dutch government concerning taking over or buying the shares of St. Maarten. Question number 11, what are the plans of the Prime Minister regarding the road network? Reference is made to the speech groundbreaking of repairs for the Festival Village. Answer, Madam Chair, the context in which I reference to the road network pertains to its connection with the establishment of the Disaster Reserve Fund. Specifically, the financing for this initiative is derived from the reflows of the interest payment of the loan of the airport, the interest payment of which will contribute to the funding of the road fund. The implementation and execution of this initiative, however, fall under the purview of the Minister of VROMI. Rest assured that all my plans, as well as those of the government, are firmly rooted in serving the best interest of Sint Maarten. Question number 12, a lot of different ideas on taxation. It was not part of any of the party manifesto, only the elimination of taxes for all seniors. What is the status? Is government busy with that? What are the plans on short and long term? It was number 1 priority in the URSM manifesto. Madam Chair, the MP knows, or at least I assume that he knows how it works when a new coalition is formed. Next to the governing accord, there will be a governing program. And during the negotiations to agree on a governing program, the priorities of all political parties forming the new government will be discussed and added in the governing program together with the plans to execute it. Question number 13, what is the Prime Minister's stance on the zoning of Sint Maarten in its totality and the zoning of Mullet Bay? If yes, what is the time frame for this? This matter falls totally under the purview of the Minister of VROMI and will be addressed within the Council of Ministers at the appropriate time once the Ministry of VROMI is so far. Question 14, NRPB, public tender with Chinese company. Does the Prime Minister understand the economical impact that this decision or lack thereof is going to have on the island of Sint Maarten? I understand the concern voiced by local construction companies and that there may be a significant impact to market conditions if a new competitor enters the market. As Government of Sint Maarten, we are carefully reviewing these concerns in the context of the applicable procedures and are in discussion on these concerns with the Government of the Netherlands and the World Bank. It is worth mentioning that this is the agreement on which the trust fund was established in 2018. I repeat, it is worth mentioning that this is the agreement on which the trust fund was established in 2018. We are implementing the requirements of the World Bank, and this was a pre-existing agreement. However, we must reflect on the procurement procedures for Sint Maarten so that we can apply our own standards that are for unique local context. I acknowledge the concerns expressed by the local construction companies regarding the potential market impact of a new competitor entering the industry. The Government of Sint Maarten is actively reviewing these concerns within the framework of the applicable procedures and engaging in discussions with the Government of the Netherlands and for sure the World Bank. That means if we're committed. The next question is, what is the ratio of foreign workers to local workers coming in? What will these locals be earning? In regards to the ratio of foreign workers to local workers, this information cannot be known at this time as the contractor has not finalized its work plans. Apparently, no contract has been signed with the Chinese company, yet there is a machinery and materials waiting to come from the Netherlands to be shipped to Sint Maarten. How is it that nothing is awarded but not signed, and this company is already mobilizing to come to Sint Maarten? What is the exact situation on this matter? What are you going to do about this particular situation that threatens the economy of Sint Maarten? I cannot comment on the business decisions made by the respective company. If they want to ship things to St. Maarten or now, that is their prerogative. However, I can confirm that the Member of Parliament is correct. The NRPB has not yet signed a contract with the Chinese company in question. In accordance with established procedures, several letters of award have been issued. The contractor is currently in the process of completing the necessary prerequisites for contract signing. These include providing proof of insurance, performance securities, and approved environmental and social management plan, the so-known ESMP, and a proposed update schedule of works, which includes the contractor's mobilization plan. Question 15, water plant. What are the plans? Are there plans to increase the buffer capacity of water through GB? Yes, there are plans to increase the buffer. A tank is being built in South Reward. It will be completed and commissioned in January already, 2025. The water tank in Mount William Hill will be replaced with a larger tank in 2025 also, in this way increasing the water buffer that is necessary for the population of St. Maarten. Question 16, what is the status of the function book of the fire department? The function book have been approved in the Council of Ministers and are on their way to the Governor for ratification. Questions from MP Lacruz. According to the budget, the Sustaining Program Effectiveness and Advancing Resilience, the SPEAR, which is financed by the Trust Fund, aims to improve the institutional capacity and effectiveness of the NRPB and the public administration of St. Maarten, so that the project results are sustained after the closure of the St. Maarten Trust Fund. What is exactly the money geared towards? Personnel, to improve NRPB, and how specifically is this? The SPEAR project is anticipated to be the final initiative financed by the Trust Fund. Currently, it is early preparatory phase. The SPEAR project is being developed in close collaboration with the National Recovery Program Bureau, the NRPB, and the relevant line ministries. The selection of activities to be financed under this project is still under technical review and will be finalized following the decision-making process by the Council of Ministers. Further details regarding the project will be communicated to Parliament in due course. Question 2, MP would like an update on what has been done regarding the unfair bidding practice of the NRPB with the awarding of contracts to a Chinese contractor. Has this company been exempted from TOT, from payments from SZV? MP understood the company is coming with own insurance. How many work permits were granted for this company? Did this contractor contribute to NEPA via the SOS policy established under MP Otley? The National Recovery Program Bureau, NRPB, serves as the project implementation organization for most trust fund projects on behalf of the government of St. Maarten. It is important to clarify that the NRPB does not determine project selection or establish the procurement procedure. That does not fall under the authority of the NRPB. The procurement procedures utilized by the NRPB are those mandated by the World Bank. That is very important to understand. These procedures are legally binding under the existing agreement between the government of St. Maarten and the World Bank, and both the NRPB and the government are required to adhere to them. Any procurement-related complaints are managed by the NRPB and/or the World Bank in accordance with the established procedures. It should be noted that while some may question the fairness or impact of these procurement rules on St. Maarten, failure to comply with them could result in expenses being deemed ineligible under the trust fund. This would ultimately obligate the government to bear the full cost of such expenses. Regarding inquiries about turnover tax, exemptions, and work permits, all such requests from companies are handled in strict accordance with the laws of Sint Maarten. Foreign companies operating in Sint Maarten are required to comply with local laws. Under these laws, all trust fund projects are, by default, TOT exempt, regardless of whether the work is performed by local or foreign contractors. In terms of work permits, I can confirm to Parliament that no such permits have been issued thus far, as the company in question is still in the process of establishing itself in Sint Maarten. Concerning the economic implication of allowing foreign contractors to operate in Sint Maarten, the government acknowledges the concern raised by local construction companies regarding potential impact on the open market. The government is carefully assessing these concerns and is engaged in ongoing discussion with the government of the Netherlands and the World Bank to determine the appropriate next step. Question 3, how does the NRPB ensure alignment with the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, particularly the focus on supporting the local workforce and economy? The selection of projects funded by the Trust Fund is guided by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan and determined by the Steering Committee. Each project is carefully aligned with the objective outlined in the NRRP. Decisions within the Steering Committee are made by consensus, and Sint Maarten's representative is required to obtain a mandate from the Council of Ministers before approving any allocation of funds to specific projects. The National Recovery Program Bureau, the NRPB, operates within the parameters of the approved projects and established guidelines. As such, it is not authorized to make exceptions or adjustments to accommodate specific considerations for the local workforce or economy outside of these frameworks. Question 4, can the Minister confirm if local contractors are being sidelined in favor of foreign companies, specifically subsidized Chinese contractors, and explain how this aligns with the goals of the Trust Fund? The applicable procurement rules have resulted in the selection of foreign contractors for the specific Trust Fund activities. For some of these activities, no local contractor submitted a bid. For other activities, the bid of a foreign company won the tender based on the applicable procedures. Based on budget estimates prepared by locally established firms, the respective foreign company presented the most advantageous bid. There is no official information or indication that any of the winning companies is subsidized by a foreign government. As to the alignment with the goals of the Trust Fund, as mentioned, the government is reviewing the impact of the applicable procedures and is in dialogue again with the World Bank and the government of the Netherlands on the concern voiced by local construction companies. Question 5, why was there a second bidding round for the Smart Shelter project initiated by PAHO when local contractors had already submitted their bids in January 2024? What measures are in place to ensure transparency and fairness in the bidding process, particularly when foreign contractors are involved? Why were local contractors not informed about the status of the initial bids for the Smart Shelter project despite repeated inquiries? This question has been sent to the PAHO to provide official response, and we are awaiting on the answer of PAHO to give you a correct answer on this. Question 6, is the NRPB taking into account the long-term economic impact on Sint Maarten's local construction industry when awarding contracts to foreign entities? This is not the mandate of the NRPB. As mentioned, NRPB is implementing projects under predefined rules by the World Bank. As mentioned already, the government is reviewing the impact of the applicable procedures and will continue to discuss the pressing concerns of local construction companies with the World Bank and the government of the Netherlands. Question 7. What is the government doing to mitigate the potential loss of revenue and employment for local contractors and suppliers if subsidized foreign contractors dominate the market? Has an economic impact assessment been conducted regarding the use of foreign contractors like the Zhenjiang No. 2 Construction Engineering Corporation Limited for these projects? The government is conducting a thorough review of the applicable procedures of the World Bank to assess this impact. At present, an economic impact assessment has been conducted. However, this can be considered by the Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication as additional information as it comes available. Question 8. Why have the compliance requirements for local contractors reportedly been made excessively stringent, potentially excluding local companies from participation? Under the applicable procedures of the World Bank tender requirements are the same for all bidders, irrespective of whether they are local or international. As to changes in requirements between tenders, there may be different reasons for this, such as the scope or size of the assignment or changes in the applicable procedures. That being said, for the sake of clarity, requirements have not been made excessively stringent. They have been similar for all tenders issued by the NRPB. The decisive factor in local bidders not winning a number of recent tenders is that their bids were significantly above estimated budget prepared by locally established engineering firms. Question number 9. How does the NRPB justify allowing foreign contractors to bid on projects without attending mandatory site visits as required for local bidders? As mentioned, the NRPB follows the applicable procurement procedures of the World Bank. Under these procedures, site visits are not mandatory for any bidder. In other words, companies can submit a bid irrespective of whether they attended any of the site visits. Question number 10, is it consistent with the intention of the Netherlands as a donor for funds from the trust fund to be channeled to foreign contractors, potentially undermining Sint Maarten's local economy? While I cannot speak for the government of the Netherlands, it's my understanding that the second chamber has recently adopted a motion requesting the government of the Netherlands to prepare an annual report on the economic, political, and technological influence of China on Aruba, Curaçao, and Sint Maarten, including measures to decrease that influence. The government of Sint Maarten looks forward to reviewing the first report. Question 11, how does government ensure that the funds provided by the Netherlands for rebuilding and resilience efforts remain within the local economy? Some trust fund projects like the Emergency Income Support and Training Project or the Enterprise Support Project have the explicit objective to stimulate the local economy. For the construction projects, the objective is to rebuild public infrastructure. In other words, to repair, improve, or acquire assets for government of Sint Maarten that will stay in Sint Maarten after the trust fund closes. There are many positive spillover effects of these projects for the local economy, including additional government taxes. Question 12, has there been any review of or oversight mechanism to evaluate the NRPB's decision-making processes and their alignment with the NRRP? I refer the MP to the answer provided to question 3 regarding the NRPB's alignment with the NRRP. Question 13, what is the government's position on the involvement of foreign contractors subsidized by their home government in projects funded by the trust fund? To date, nearly all construction contracts financed through the trust fund have been executed by local contractors, local construction companies. The award of contracts to foreign companies is a relatively new trend, and it is in line with the applicable procedures of the trust fund. At this moment, there is no indication of any such subsidies to relevant foreign firms. The government is aware of the concerns of local construction companies and is in dialogue with, of course, as I said already, the World Bank and the government of the Netherlands on these concerns. Question 17, Integrity Chamber. In 2021, the Integrity Chamber took from our budget in 2022 2.4 and then 1.5 in 2023 and 2.4 million in 2024. And now 2.5 in 2025, totaling 9.5 million over a 5 years time span. Based on Article 39 of the Integrity Chamber, the Minister of General Affairs, in consultation with the Integrity Chamber, shall send a report to the states on the effectiveness and effects of this national ordinance in practice within 4 years of the entry into force of this national ordinance. 6 months before the expiry of the term referred to in the first paragraph, an evaluation committee shall be established by the national decree to investigate and determine whether this national ordinance has led to the anticipated improvement in the policy for the general promotion of integrity in the country. The committee shall also be charged with preparing the report referred to in the first paragraph and shall advise the Minister of General Affairs on this matter no later than 3 months after the date of establishment referred to in the first sentence. Has this taken place, is the question? If not, can this assessment as per Article 39 be taken up in this budget? To the MP, this will be looked into further as the evaluation process and criteria need still to be determined. MP Otley, what is your sentiment on the uproar of the CEO selection at the airport? Though note may have been taken of speculations in the press, no official communication has been received by the Council of Ministers in order for this to be handled formally. Question 2, what is the update on the placement of the Cs for GB? What is the uphold at this moment? I refer to the previous answer on this subject. That was already questioned by MP Doran. Question 3, what is the update with the CFO and CEO of TLM? What is the update with the placing of the director? Is the contract with Mr. Dupersoy up? Who will replace him? Has the process started? In accordance with contractual arrangements, the current contract of the CEO of TLM is coming to an end in the first quarter of 2025, and it's not being extended. The recruitment process has started, and we are awaiting, of course, the result of this recruitment. Question 4, CapEx. What is the 50,000 increase for new investment by the SG of AZ? The Secretary General of the Ministry of General Affairs does not operate with an independently allocated capital budget. Question 5, can the Minister provide an update on the agreement between the Netherlands and Sint Maarten, reference to the 75.6 million? Is there a draft? Is the Minister Vromi involved in these discussions? Coincidentally, I was informed this morning, as I said already, that the technical teams are busy working out the final details on the loan, and I'm looking forward to formally receiving it to be handled in the Council of Ministers. The entire Council of Ministers will continuously be involved in this topic. Question 6, what is the amount spent for specifically the Minister of AZ Cabinet for travel for 2024? The budget allocated for the Minister and the Minister's Cabinet was 67,000, and for the Cabinet 51,500 respectively. A portion of this cost can be attributed to activities and obligations carried over from the predecessor. What is PM doing to get extra funding like grants? In the first quarter of 2025, the Department of BUC will establish a funding desk to centralize and streamline access to donor funding opportunities. This initiative will provide comprehensive information, standardized templates, and criteria available to both internal and external stakeholders, with a particular focus on EU funding envelopes. Additionally, the digital desk will facilitate awareness, offer training, and provide support in navigating and securing donor funding. In addition, I will ask the Minister Plenipotentiary to collaborate with BUC in this initiative. Question 8, how will you make government more attractive to work at? The country reform packages have specific measures that focus on improving several aspects within the public administration. These measures range from improving services such as digitalization, improving internal processes and procedures for government housing, as well as purchasing, notwithstanding employment arrangements that will support enhancement of internal knowledge and growth. Also, revision of human resources policies, such as the hiring process, is being considered. We go now to questions of MP Westcott-Williams. MP Westcott-Williams sent 2 letters regarding regional collaboration. One for asking approval and consent to work on a project for regional collaboration. MP asked for some persons from the Department BUC to work with her and the University of St. Maarten. Respond to the letters and also provide your reviews on the points mentioned in the letter. Also, letter on a conference to be held in Nigeria. The government of St. Maarten has been invited through the President of Parliament. The conference is taking place now and we won't make it, but MP stresses to send an answer so that St. Maarten can participate in future conferences. In the context of fostering regional collaboration, we propose scheduling a meeting with the Department of Kingdom Relations and the Honourable Member of Parliament to chart a path forward for enhanced cooperation and effective management of this matter. Regarding the correspondence concerning the conference in Nigeria, a response was promptly issued following receipt of the letter. The response highlighted the importance of strengthening ties between the Caribbean and Africa, with particular emphasis on St. Maarten's potential to play a pivotal role in these efforts. It is our intention to present the Honourable Member of Parliament's letter to the Council of Ministers for further discussion and to determine the appropriate course of action. Question 2, it's about GEBE. The loan and whether there are any conditions in the make that the Prime Minister may be aware of. Alternative energy plans, are there any conditions, agreements in the context of the loan to be provided to GB? As I said already, coincidentally this morning I was informed this morning that the technical teams are busy working out the final details of the loan, and I'm looking forward to formally receiving it to be handled to the Council of Ministers. Question 3. MP also sent a letter regarding the cabinet of the Minister Plenipotentiary in Den Haag on the possibility of creating a position in the cabinet to deal with our nationals in the Netherlands who are facing difficulties beyond their control. A dedicated point or position at the cabinet would be helpful outside of the scope of monitoring. MP would like the Prime Minister's view on moving forward, some kind of social net in moving forward. The concerns of the MP are greatly appreciated, as the well-being of our people will always be our top priority. A response to this letter was sent to Parliament on Monday, December 16, 2024, that also included a detailed response from the Minister Plenipotentiary, and I can thus assure the MP that this matter is being given the attention that it deserves. Question 4, a letter was sent regarding the Integrity Chamber, asked about the evaluations that had to take place after the 4 years, etc.? Has the evaluation taken place? What did it yield? If not, will it take place? This will be looked into as the evaluation process and criteria still needs to be determined for the recommendation for the Integrity Chamber. Question 5, what does Prime Minister thinks of the statement of the State Secretary about involving Transparency International? Has the State Secretary contacted the Prime Minister? I took note of the statement, and I can inform Parliament that the State Secretary recently, last week, reached out to me to discuss matters related to corruption perception in the Kingdom, not specifically for Sint Maarten, but in the Kingdom. During our conversation, the State Secretary highlighted that the Netherlands utilizes the Corruption Perception Index developed by Transparency International as a key tool for assessment in the Netherlands. Given this approach, I intend to engage the Integrity Chamber to determine whether a similar instrument is in use or could be adapted to measure corruption perception here in Sint Maarten. I will ensure the Parliament is kept informed of any development concerning this matter. MP De Wever, question, Fire Department, JZNW facilities, ICT has an increase in personnel cost. What is the anticipation in those departments for 2025 that will justify the increase? Most departments within the Ministry of General Affairs have experienced a budget increase. Notably, the Department of Facility Services and the Fire Department account for the highest number of personnel. However, critical budgeted vacancies within the Department of Legal Affairs remain unfilled and must be retained in the budget. The increase in the regular personnel expenses is attributed to standard salary increments. While it may appear that facility service and the fire department have seen a significant budgetary increase, this is directly related to the size of their workforce. There are no substantial changes in personnel numbers for these departments. Question 2, rental en overheidsgebouwen. I don't see the tourist office on the list. Why? The one on Front Street, under what category is it included on? The rental for the tourist office is listed under the category Tourism and Economics. The office is located on Front Street with the rental amount totaling 27,307 and 23 cents per month. MP Labega, what is the update on the construction of the Sint Maarten Library? The library project is currently in the design phase. As the project progresses, Parliament will be duly informed. Question 2. There is much smokescreen about the motion passed on the GB relief. It is the manner we go about it. We cannot instruct GB. A more efficient manner to handle this is to have them come up with 2 options considering their financial status. The statement of the Honourable MP is noted, of course, and is much appreciated. MP Myers, can the Prime Minister give Parliament a whole overview regarding the procurement of the funds for the Chinese contractors via the NRPB? In addressing some of the questions posed, I touch on several aspects of the award of contractors to a single Chinese contractor. I repeat, a letter was sent to the NRPB on July 26, 2024, requesting a halt on such practices. So our government, my government, has sent a letter to the NRPB on July the 26th, requesting a halt on such practices. These processes were already in place previously, hence the NRPB has been informed of my concerns. In response to the question of MP Myers, for an overview, I can inform Parliament as follows. On behalf of the Government of Sint Maarten, the NRPB is required to apply World Bank procurement procedures. Under those procedures, Sint Maarten is not allowed to give preference to local construction companies. To date, most construction contracts of the Trust Fund have been awarded to local construction companies. Recently, 4 tenders have been won by a single Chinese firm. These include tenders for school gym repairs, the repair of sport facilities, the construction of the Emergency Operations Center, and the reconstruction of Sister Marie-Laurence, which also includes the demolishing of the old library building and the old Charles Leopold Bell School. The total value of this contract is approximately $23 million. Canceling these tenders will likely result in claims that would be for the account of a government. In addition, it is uncertain but probably unlikely that the trust fund would be able to finance the relevant activities if the tenders would be cancelled. In the absence of alternative financing sources, these activities would thus come to a full stop. The tenders are being executed in accordance with the applicable procedures of the World Bank, and complaints are being handled accordingly. Worth noting is that the World Bank has its own separate complaint mechanism, meaning that complaints can be addressed to the NRPB but also directly to the World Bank. To date, no contracts with the relevant firm have been signed. The reason for this is that the contractor has to fulfill a number of pre-contractual conditions, such as proof of insurance, performance security, an approved environmental and social management plan, and a proposed updated schedule of works included the contractor's mobilization plan. The government of Sint Maarten will treat the respective company in accordance with the laws of Sint Maarten and expect this company or any company for that matter to act in accordance with our laws. The government is aware of the concerns of construction companies on the longer-term impact of foreign company working in Sint Maarten. The government is carefully reviewing the situation and is in discussion, as been said already, with the Netherlands and the World Bank on the concerns voiced by local contractors. Madam Chair, I now go back to the question posed by MP Irion that required specific attention. It's about the Christmas decorations. MP considers nepotism and cronyism. He has a letter that endorses a particular entity to decorate. Are you going to do this endorsement letter for every foundation? Having an endorsement letter from the highest person, highest body carries a lot of weight. How does the Prime Minister write an endorsement letter and then deny the request for a subsidy? How do you separate the entity that got the funds? Why this particular entity? How was it determined that this entity could do it the best? Maybe another entity could have done it cheaper. Did the COM approve the letter before it went out? It is on a government letterhead, by the way. The response by the Prime Minister of Sint Maarten, in this case Dr. Luc Marcelina, to the personal allegations of nepotism and cronyism. I will now address the personal allegations of nepotism and cronyism that have been directed at me during this 2025 budget debate. While I recognize that this chamber is a place for spirited discussions and debate, these claims strike at my character and integrity as Prime Minister, and I must respond directly and unequivocally. Let me be absolutely clear. My actions as Prime Minister are rooted in spirit of fairness, transparency, and service to the people of Sint Maarten. These values guide every decision I make, and I reject any suggestion to the contrary. The suggestion that I, as Prime Minister, have engaged in nepotism and cronyism is not only false, but also a distraction from the real issues facing our island. Any decisions attributed to my office have been made with the utmost regard for merit, competence, and the greater good of Sint Maarten. I have always upheld the highest standards of ethical governance in both my personal and professional life. Integrity is not just a word to me, it is a value I live by every day. My focus remains steadfast on the critical challenges before us, resolving the energy crisis, advancing climate resilience, fostering sustainable development, and ensuring the well-being of every citizen. These are the priorities that guide my leadership, not favoritism or personal agendas. I understand that political discourse can be passionate. I understand it. But personal attacks serve only to divide us at a time when unity is paramount. I urge my colleagues in this chamber to focus on what truly matters, approving a budget that reflects the aspiration and the needs of the people of Sint Maarten. Finally, Madam Chair, I welcome accountability. Leadership is not about avoiding criticism, but about facing it with dignity and ensuring that the truth prevails. I'm confident that my record of service, guided by integrity and purpose, speaks for itself. Let us not lose sight of why we are here. The people of Sint Maarten are watching, and they expect us to work together to build a brighter future. I remain fully committed to that goal and to serving my country with honor and transparency. Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to address the question regarding the endorsement letter for Christmas decoration. Allow me to clarify this matter fully, as transparency and accountability remain at the heart of this government's operation. Let me state unequivocally, no government funds were used for the initiative referenced in the endorsement letter. I repeat, no government funds were used for the initiative referenced in the endorsement letter. The letter was issued solely to support a community-driven effort aimed at enhancing the festive spirit of Sint Maarten during the holiday season. Any suggestions that public funds were allocated for this initiative is categorically false. The endorsement was provided to recognize the efforts of an entity dedicated to promoting the cultural vibrancy of our island. It carried no financial commitment from the government, nor was it tied to any subsidy. Such endorsements are issued in good faith to foster partnership and encourage activities that align with our shared values and cultural heritage. For full transparency, I emphasize that this endorsement was formally also booked in a diff number, ensuring proper record keeping and traceability. This process reflects the government's commitment to accountability in all official communications issued under my office. Concerns have been raised about why this particular entity was endorsed. This was simply done to deliver on the vision for the decoration as well as its alignment with the objective of fostering community spirit during the holiday season. It was not a tendered contract nor a competitive bidding process, as it did not involve public funds. Madam Chair, I also wish to make a critical distinction. An endorsement letter does not equate the financial support, and it does not bind government financially nor administratively. Subsidy requests are a separate matter entirely evaluated by the Council of Ministers based on established criteria, budget availability, and alignment with national priorities. In this case, no subsidy was requested or provided. Finally, the use of government letterhead reflects the significance of official communication. While this endorsement carried no financial implication, it was issued in accordance with internal protocols and properly documented. As last statement, I have the following. This government and this Prime Minister wanted to enlighten this Christmas by actually just simply give an endorsement letter to give the private sector the possibility to contribute to the enlightenment of our feelings for Christmas. This is totally different that, for example, the catering that was given 2 years ago to a person affiliated to a political party that at the end of the day ended by poisoning the civil servants. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Members of Parliament, this meeting is live. So members of Parliament, the meeting is still live. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his responses. And at this time, members of Parliament, like we have been doing all through, members of Parliament have the opportunity to react. If your time has expired, your 60 minutes, then as we have been doing, you have 5 minutes per ministry to react or make a comment or ask an additional question at this point. So with that, I look to see which member of Parliament wishes to make use of that opportunity, and I see already indicating to do so is MP De Wever, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to everyone. Prime Minister, for the question that was handed over to you for the real estate, the rentals, properties, that's, government is responsible for. I took note of your answer being that the rent for the tourist office, which is now on Front Street across St. Rose Arcade, is under tourism economics, and it's at a rent of ongeveer 26,000. But I do not see it in, what I wanted to ask first was the 26,000, is it ANG or USD? And regardless of which one it is, but I really would like to know the currency. I do not agree that it's in this overview, because the 2024 budget that was presented in April had 18 million total, that what we have as a responsibility to pay in rent. The amended budget that came recently went down to 14.8 million, and now this 2025 budget goes right back up to 18.2 million, which is the same amount that was presented in the April 2024 budget. So I do think that the information is lacking here. What I will also point out is that on the list that you have, in the substantiation in the budget, it shows who the eigenaar is, who the owner is. And the owners does not pop up for what I believe is the tourist office. And the reason I'm nitpicking on this is because this is an incomplete list. That's why I asked the question this morning. And I know that we've not been there long, but I expected that for the next year, which would have been 2025, which would have been a full year, that I would have had that full year of rents in this list and properly updated. So that's what I would like to see in the corrected version, is that the list is complete and includes everyone in it. And also the sort of, this budget is cleaner in the sense of it's also less information. But the fact that it's less information doesn't mean that we have to stop improving the quality of the data or the information that's found in here, because every time we come to discuss the budget, I remind everyone that we are dealing with these kind of documents, So going back to compare information is the whole purpose of doing this budget debate, comparing it to financial statements and previous budgets. But what I constantly am seeing in these budgets is inconsistencies. So I've given a list of very simple things that is just like some cleanup to tighten up the budget. And for this one, it's a main one, because when we're looking at a difference of 4 million between an amended budget and this one, and then going back, it makes you think about the completeness and accuracy of the information we're getting. Thank you so much, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I look to the members of Parliament to my left to ascertain whether there are any follow-up questions. Regarding the Ministry of General Affairs, I see MP Irian. Okay, we are playing a little last leg there, so. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had an additional question or clarification for the Prime Minister. You mentioned that with GB, we're looking at ways to provide savings for the people, alleviation. But I was wondering if you could elaborate on what you concretely did, so meetings that you have had in that direction already, because what you mentioned was that you're looking into it, but if you could say concretely the meetings that you have had, you know, then the public will know that you have been busy working on a solution for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. I now give the floor to MP Irian.
Thank you, President. President, in the typical trend of the Prime Minister as of forever, the Prime Minister has not answered any of the questions that was posed to him. The question to the Prime Minister was, no one said, or for sure I didn't say, that the entity used any government funds. The Prime Minister mentioned that he would not entertain any distractions, but what the Prime Minister is doing is distracting the public from the matter. No one said that it's a bad idea. No one said that he didn't have good intentions, but we're not going to distract or deter from the facts. The question I posed to the Prime Minister was, and you have a lot of staff there with you, so I would really like if you could answer, are you willing to then also make endorsement letters for other entities when they do come to you, because they will come to you, for non-government subsidized money? Print. Period. Are you going to do that for every entity? Not only foundations, every individual, every entity that comes to you for that. And I was going through some corporate governance standards and ethical review standards, and you can have your staff look into it. And one of them states, for example, especially in a position of power as yours, neutrality. Public officials must remain neutral and avoid any action that could be seen as endorsing one private entity over another. That's corporate governance, ethical governance. You could check some international standards. Another one, perceive favoritism. Endorsing a private entity can create a perception of favoritism, as I mentioned before, particularly if the entity benefits from government contracts, policies, or not, which is not in this case. But this one's also interesting. Undue influence. As Prime Minister, endorsement carries significant weight and may pressure the private entity to comply with requests, leading to concerns about coercion. So again, these are not my words. Those are words coming from different reviews that you could go back and check from other scholars and other entities that are trained and they work in the areas of ethical reviews and corporate governance. You also didn't mention or didn't answer the question that I posed regarding 250 guilders. You said that the Minister of Finance would have answered. She said you're going to answer. So the Minister of Finance mentioned that the 250 guilders was paid out net, so that means a brutto amount was paid out. In your letter to the staff, you mentioned 250 guilders will be paid, but obviously the amount is different because a brutto amount was paid out seemingly, or had to be paid out so that they could have received it net. On the pay slips of the civil servants, the wage remains the same, the netto 250 is there, so what is the brutto amount that has to be paid? The Minister of Finance also mentioned that the civil servants are now responsible to make sure that they file properly the 250 guilders. And I also, again, if you look at the amount of civil servants that we had, let's estimate at 1,800 at 250. That's between 450,000 guilders to 500,000 guilders. Anything above 50,000 guilders needs a national decree. So was a national decree used in any way to make this payment? Minister of Finance said the only decision that you guys have is a calm decision. So I want to be clarified. Did this council ministers only use a calm decision to make a payment? Because then we can't have excuses for other payments that need to come. Because I know the facility management department has a lot of invoices there to pay. Don't tell me we need a national decree to make the payments, because all you need to make those payments is a calm decision. All you need to make those payments is a calm decision. Don't say that the justice workers need LBAs, right? Because all you need is a calm decision. So I'm hoping that when the officers come to former Minister Lewis for their money, Minister Lewis could go and say, hey, don't worry, I got you, because all we need is a calm decision to make the payments happen. No, the farmer minister, he gonna get it done. The jubilees, you mentioned how many persons had needed jubilees for this year, but then you also mentioned, but you're not going to talk about payments because that's under the purview of Minister of Finance. She said it's under purview of you. Why? So it seems that the council minister is making decisions, but now you're scared to execute it. You're scared for responsibility and accountability. Who is going to make the payments to the civil servants that you mentioned? I think it's 40 of them, right, MP? 40 of them this year, the jubilees, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 years. They are all watching. The unions are watching keenly. Are you going to make these payments this year? We made the payments in vacation pay. You made the payments in COLA. That means you're executing the legislation. And all you need is a calm decision to make the payments. That's all you need. So are you going to make the payments for the jubilees this year? Again, going back to the cronyism and the Christmas initiative, and you mentioned full transparency. Since we're talking about transparency, can we get an indication of how much money was raised for this initiative? And the lights, when they are done, will they be going to government? So will government be able to get these lights? Will they be stored so that next year we wouldn't need an endorsement letter from you again? We'll just use the ones that we have now to continue to decorate. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian, for your questions. Just a reminder, members of Parliament, the reporting on national ordinances, so the report of the Central Committee handling national ordinances, that report is done by faction in terms of the questions that are asked. So I say this, that if you find yourself in a situation of wanting to add more questions and your other faction members have time, you can do it. That's how it appears in the report anyhow. The questions are not mentioned in the report of the Central Committee by individual members. I just wanted to give that may, as they would say. And I continue to ask if there are any other members of Parliament who wish to address the Prime Minister. I don't see any. Prime Minister, if you, there are no further questions to you. There is. We do have, let me see who we have. We have MP Otley. Prime Minister, before I continue, I give MP Otley the floor. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good evening to the viewing and listening public. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister. This is the second budget debate that we're here in. We had the amendment and we had the 2025, which we're doing now. And the lack of interest, the lack of respect that is given to the members of Parliament, it's uncanny. It's not appreciated. But in due time, things will change. Things will change. I noticed that the effort that is put in now into the chair lady's questions, or even to MP Meyer's question, it wasn't stated that I answered this already. It was, I answered it already, but let me repeat it. But when it comes to us, it's I answered it already. I didn't state it, Madam Chair, so I look to you as I call you the defender of Parliament. And I would like to humbly request, moving forward, I want to make a big deal right now, moving forward, If MP Otley asks a question, I would like the question to be answered. I am not MP Arian, I'm not MP Ludmila De Weaver, I am MP Otley. So if the question was asked before, I don't care. I would like it to be answered still, Madam Chair. I'm humbly requesting this through you, Protector of Parliament. I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, did anybody in your term of hiring require dispensation to work in your cabinet? And if they required dispensation, was this requested to work in your cabinet? The good gentleman next to you knows what's dispensation. Also, I would like clarity, clear. What is the role of a caretaker government? The role of a caretaker government. What can you do and you cannot do? Clear. The role of a caretaker government. As it pertains to GEBE, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, anything through you, Madam Chair, over 50,000 requires board approval. That is not budgeted for, requires board approval. I am pretty sure the purchasing of some generators were not budgeted for, and we needed urgent action. Therefore, it can be confidential. I would like to see the contractual date on the purchasing of the first 10 generators. When that was signed, that agreement, even if the director does it, it needs a board approval. And I would like to see the date, confidentially, of the board's approval that allowed the purchasing of these generators or the transfer of funds for these generators. Oh, I would like that, Madam Chair. Also, since we cannot ask for the amount of money that was received by the Christmas lights, understandable, but the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, did state that it's transparency and the government booked the letter in at DIV and all of these good stuff. So since the letter is booked in at DIV and it's a property of government, therefore, as Parliament, I am humbly asking, confidentially, for a list of the sponsors that these letters were sent to on behalf of the Prime Minister. Not the amount, the persons, the sponsors that the Prime Minister sent the letter to, Madam Chair. And who? And also, it was not, while it was booked in as DIV, it was not answered if COM approved the letter. Because from the response of some of the other ministers, they definitely did not, but I'd rather get the answer. Did COM approve it? And that's it, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you, MP Otley. I see the next MP requesting the floor is MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to the Honorable Prime Minister and his staff. I won't be long. I just want to reiterate what I stated yesterday to you, Prime Minister, that while the circumstances surrounding the decorations and the Christmas festive season may not have been what certain members of Parliament may have expected, I am grateful that we have some Christmas lights up. You know, interestingly enough, there's a statue of a gentleman sitting like this, and that statue is world-renowned and it's known as the Thinker statue. And it's on the base of a pedestal. But right next to that base, there is just a pedestal. And the caption underneath of that is the doer. You know why the doer is not on the statue? Because he's out doing. He isn't sitting thinking. So I commend you on going out and doing what is necessary. A couple of months ago, we were in a major crisis where electricity was concerned. And today, and some of the questions that were posed leading up to where we are today was if the electricity is going every minute like this now, imagine when the season starts. And now we're in the season, and we have been able to get some sense of normalcy from GB. They may have outages every now and then, but it was not to where it was. Imagine where we would have been now had it been season and GB was going 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day, and you were the Prime Minister. So again, I am going to tip my hat to you. I'm going to be critical of you in times when I need to be, but in times when I feel your leadership has helped in times of crisis, I am going to say it because it is deserving. We cannot be in Parliament and we cannot build a nation in which we constantly don't highlight the good of that nation. From the time I have been in Parliament, one of the things that is always highlighted is the negative in St. Maarten. But still, we expect some positivity. We cannot emit negativity and receive positivity. And one of the dangerous things that we do, because the world is watching us, one of the dangerous things that we do is when decisions are made by our leaders, we always attach nefariousness to it. And that's a dangerous precedent, because that is the brush that we were painted in. That is why today, some of the questions that are being asked about the Chinese company is why the Dutch thought it was safe to put their money in the World Bank and not directly in St. Maarten for the reconstruction after the hurricane, because that is the brush that every St. Maartener was painted in. So I think that's a dangerous thing. And when we hold that responsibility here in Parliament, not because we have the immunity, it comes with a responsibility as well. And I think these are the things that we have to heed. We may disagree politically, we may have different political philosophies, but at the end of the day, we have to realize that we're all on the same ship, and that ship is called the SS Sint Maarten. And it doesn't matter who's captain in it. At that point, we have to trust that and make sure that whatever they're doing in the best interest of this country. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, MP Myers. And I now give the floor to MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Prime Minister. Still a little confused by the last couple statements by the previous speaker, but moving on. You know, just now, example was made about thinkers and doers, you know, but thinkers think, doers do. Until doers start thinking and thinkers start doing, progress is going to remain just another word in the dictionary. So, you know, we could try to throw all kind of new fancy words and big words and all kind of things around it, or try to divert and throw more fake news out there. But the fact remains, if you preach good governance, then you got to walk the line as well, you know? And at the end of the day, a definition is a definition, but actions are actions. And if you're wrong, you're wrong, and if you're right, you're right. You could have a good intention, but execution is also, proper execution is also a big part of it. So at the end of the day, let's just keep it real and let's keep it pushing. The Prime Minister came with a whole ring-a-rung-a-rosy story going up, down, left, right about the Chinese company. I have some questions about it, because 1 minute the Prime Minister is saying that, through you, Madam Chair, that no contracts are signed, which is true. No contracts are signed. Next minute he says, the Prime Minister is saying, the companies that were awarded the contracts are now going through another process when it comes to the final stages before you sign a contract, meaning the contracts were awarded. He even named the projects of which the contracts, which contracts were awarded, to the very same company that has not signed a contract as yet, only because they're going through certain procedures before be able to sign. Then the Prime Minister says they're having dialogue with the World Bank and the Trust Fund about their concerns. Which concerns? And what the question I would have, which concerns then? And what is the goal of this dialogue? What is the intended goal? Because in the same breath, he's saying canceling the tenders will result in claims to government. In another breath, he's saying, well, you know, once a company is here, we will treat them with the same respect as it pertains to the local laws. Long story short, the Prime Minister is saying we could jump high, jump low, they are coming. That's all I'm getting out of this. Because at the end of the day, it's being masked with the fact of some projects, local companies did not sign in for. Let's just look at Marie-Laurence for a bit of context. Contractors requested critical project details from the NRPB in the final stages of their bids. Instead of getting timely responses, they received delays and incomplete answers, leaving a 25-page list of unanswered questions before the bid deadline. In the final days of the submission, the criteria of which these companies has always performed under and submitted the bids under was abruptly changed by the NRPB and raised by the NRPB, to which the local companies found themselves unable to meet the new requirements. Companies that have been working with the NRPB since inception. How were these requirements abruptly, and the criteria abruptly raised, and then everyone acts like nothing happens, and then hides behind the excuse of no one signed up? Of course no one signed up. You raised the bar. Based on what was this bar raised? Everybody acting like they don't know better. And then, I don't know if the Prime Minister, NRPB, I don't know who, or something funny happening, because now we're acting like we can't count. Because how can a foreign company who has to mobilize their heavy machinery, has to mobilize their workers, have to pay for room and board, have to pay for everything that has to do with mobilization, and still bid on a project when it comes to materials and execution, still bid 30 to 40 to 50% lower than the local contractor? Make that math. It's not, to me, it's not mathing. And then, on the end of it, it said, there's no proof that they are government subsidized. What kind of research was done? I would like to know what kind of research, what kind of third-party entity was brought in by the government or whomever, NRPB, to investigate the matter. Furthermore, are there any questions posed at NRPB as it pertains to any kind of affiliation with anybody that works with NRPB with this Chinese company? Has these questions been answered? Have these questions even been posed? Okay, Madam Chair, for the sake of the time. And lastly, just finish it off, I asked the Prime Minister for his opinion on the stakeholder representation of government-owned companies, not the definition of what a stakeholder rep is. I asked for his opinion on how he thinks it should be moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. MP York. Prime Minister, I see no other members of Parliament having additional questions for you. You have received some of them. If you can just indicate briefly what time you would need. That doesn't mean that you have to stay here now, because we'll allow another minister to come in. The Minister of TIAT will then finalize her questions, and then so, Prime Minister, your response, please. Members. Prime Minister Jessica.
Madam Chair, seeing the amount of questions, is it possible I come in tomorrow morning, anytime you determined for me to give answers to the questions?
Okay, Prime Minister, then I'll note you down for tomorrow. I'm looking at getting quite a few ministries finished up tonight, and then then I can take your final answers during the session tomorrow. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you to your support staff and look forward to having you back tomorrow, God's willing, to respond to the remaining questions. Thank you. Members of Parliament, we'll adjourn for 2 minutes, and I will then have the Minister of TIAT come in to finalize her answers. Thank you, Prime Minister. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. your questions. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We immediately continue with the meeting as we now have the Minister of TIAT, who has joined us to finalize her answers, finalize her answers regarding the Ministry of TIAT. We are making sure that the mic of the Minister is operational. Just wait a second or two as that is being arranged. And the Minister is ready. There we go. Minister of TIAT, Minister Heiliger Martin, you have the floor.
A pleasant good evening to you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to the SG. Good evening to the members of Parliament and to those listening and viewing online and on the radio. We will start with the first question posed by MP Artwell Arian. According to MP Arian, when it comes to the FIDIC, there is a pre-awarding stage and a post-awarding stage, and in the post stage, you can't change the rules. Clauses need to already be in the contract if you want to make the variation. The MP would like to confirm where those clauses to make any aesthetic changes to the marketplace were they already in the contract. Post-award changes must adhere to the contract. However, the FIDIC Yellow Book, on which this contract is based, allows the engineer to instruct variations. This means that not every potential change needs to be explicitly predefined. The contract does not contain provisions consistent with FIDIC guidelines, which the term of reference was based on. This allows for aesthetic changes to the marketplace. Next question is posed by MP Westcott Williams. This matter of the lottery LB to establish the implementation day of the LBM, can it be explained why it is still at the governor for decision making? Could you ascertain that? The organization did inquire for an update, however, we did not get a response via the Div department. Nonetheless, I too, MP Chair Lady, through you, for you. Nonetheless, I too have not met with His Excellency, the Governor, as of late to inquire in person due to the scheduling conflicts. However, I will follow up with him after the holidays as the ministry would like to proceed further without delays. Next question posed by MP Duran. With respect to the CEO and the COO appointments, it was mentioned that it is no longer a statutory appointment and internal appointment has happened before. The problem he has is that it's sometimes we do it and sometimes we don't. He needs clarification on this. On this. The issue is that there is no recruitment policy. I think something went, okay, it's not updating. Something went wrong with that answer. Okay, we're gonna get back to that. Something went completely wrong with that. I think someone touched the answer on the shared document. I will come back to that answer for MP Duran. The next question posed by MP Duran is, when you change the aesthetics, the prices go down or up, and would like a documentation to ascertain such. In consultation with the Ministry of Rami New Works Department, the contractor has been requested to submit a variation report, and this is in process. Can I get an update or an estimate timeline as to when these advices will be handled for the acting position? The answer to that question is that I am not in position to provide a timeline on the appointment of these positions, as they require advice from the personnel department. However, well, most of them do. However, it does have my attention, and I will again seek an update from the department. The closing days on the 25th, the 26th, and the 1st is the only for stores in Phillipsburg. Where does it stop and where does it start and where does it end? The ministry would like to mention that the reason in which this exemption is being granted is to allow for economic activity on set days, knowing that we have several vessels in port. We have heard the concerns of the MP, and we would like to note that such was taken into consideration as well. It's always a difficult challenge of balancing economic and social concerns when managing an economy. Phillipsburg is defined as follows: Prince Bernard Bridge to Emma Plain, taking into consideration Pondfield and Canagita Street, and Front Street and Back Street and Boardwalk. The department will ensure that this is also communicated to the public accordingly. No permit was given to the Vrami booth for the situation was stopped for our citizens, so the government could do what it wants. Did the Minister of Vrami fill in a form? I'm requesting, this is a request regarding the raffle. No request, no official request for the raffle was received, MP. Then I move over to questions by, let me see if I got the answers from Minister Duran on that one. Okay, I'll come back after. Then we can go on to questions posed by MP Otley. Open positions and vacancies at the harbor. He would like to know what kind of open positions they have and the procedures at the harbor, and if the minister is involved in any hiring process with the harbor. No, MP, ministers are not involved in the selection process or recruitment of employees at the harbor. It is a privately owned run company, and decisions regarding positions are made in the company. Hiring at the port is based on internal policies and gives personnel equal opportunities. So the vacancies are posted internally for 2 weeks. First, following by public posting through the newspapers and social media. The current vacancies are crane operator, customer experience, sales and service, pilot, security officer, and maritime coordinator. Next questions posed by MP York. MP York was disappointed in the answers, and only 2 answers were given, and the gaming board minister, the MP would like to have the minister's vision on the gaming board, on the gaming vision. St. Maarten has a high density of gambling with over 2,600 gambling opportunities in just 16 square miles, affecting vulnerable groups like low-income household, youth, and elderly. The lack of responsible gambling measures and weak enforcement has led to social and economic harm. With 51% of the population being women and many single-income households, the impact is especially severe on families. Efforts under Country Package Measure H2 to establish the St. Maarten Gaming Authority must focus on regulating gambling, reducing harm, and protecting vulnerable groups using census data to guide the policies and enforcement. So these are, I completely understand what we're faced, and under this, and that's why I answered it that way, that I'm under the gaming authority, they will be focused on concerns such as these. The COO of the airport, if the statutes were changed from the statutory director. Okay, let me give a clear indication of how this statute was changed. In November of 2022, the decision to remove the COO position, a statutory rule, was made by the holding company, which is the shareholder of the operating company. The decision was based on a recommendation from the I-team of the 2022 Council of Ministers. It is understood that their intention was to align the company structure with the I-team recommendations. Why was the change made, and who is the advocate of this change? As stated in the previous question and answer, based on the response given by the director of the holding company, the then Council of Ministers of 2022 made a decision to align the company's structure. Wow. Sorry, structure with the recommendations of the I-team, which was established by the same Council of Ministers in 2022. Godard Catering already has concession for all major airlines, and now since the reconstruction of the airport, the company has procured somehow 3 concession stands, if you include the VIP lounge. In the sense of being correct, how has this happened? I got the answers directly from the CEO, and according to the CEO, Mr. Brian Mingo, Godard was initially offered the VIP lounge as part of a business strategy. In the meantime, they applied for the other restaurant concessions and presented the most competitive commercial package, which led to their selection. They also provide catering service, although currently only Air France restocks through Sint Maarten. Having a catering service, however, remains crucial for PGIAE. The selection was done by committee, and they have 5 outlets and the catering service at PGIE. With regards to the departure tax at the airport, it solely stays at the airport. Why doesn't a percentage of this go to the government coffers? Please note, MP York, that this is actually a departure fee, not a tax. PGIAE has been granted a concession to manage and operate the airport, which includes the authority to retain and administer departure fees, amongst others. These fees support the expansion and operational needs of the company. Next question posed by MP De Wever. The STA Foundation doing a study. Is this already established or indicate where it can be found in the budget? The funds were allocated in the 2023 budget stated in the CapEx budget post 1171-1109. Repeat, 1171-1179. These funds were designated, 1109. So 1171-1109. These funds were designated for the development of the STA and other intellectual property, including studies and reports aimed to enhancing the tourism industry. This was also a response to the World Bank report, Sint Maarten Tourism Recovery, highlighting the needs for a national tourism organization, as mentioned before. Next, before I move on to MP Meyer's question, let me see if I got the question from MP Duran. This is the one. MP Duran, yes. This one, right? Yes. So it was in respect to the CEO and COO appointments. You mentioned that this is no longer statutory. So during the tenure as a member of Parliament, I have also been requesting the recruitment policy of PGIA. This continued since taking office as minister. So I've been also asking that question. And to date, I have yet to receive said policy, nor the confirmation if the policy does or does not exist. Okay, then I move over to questions posed by MP Myers. Is it necessary to make it abundantly clear about the shareholder government-owned companies? What is the management and board responsible to the board and shareholder? What is management and board responsible to the board of the shareholder? The shareholder is the ultimate owner of a company. However, to maintain an arm's length relationship and ensure clear accountability and separation of roles, the shareholder does not directly involve themselves in the day-to-day operations. Instead, a board of directors is appointed, tasked with overseeing management. In turn, the management is responsible for handling the company's operation. In your role as Minister TIAT, next question, as shareholder rep of the airport, and the role that you play, as there is a misconception that ministers does the hiring and firing, so please explain the general public. As Minister at TIAT, I am the shareholder representative of PGIAH. As such, my role is to oversee the overall strategic direction of the airport. This includes approving major decisions and appointing board members. However, the day-to-day operation, including hiring and firing of staff, recruitment, as are other responsibilities of the airport management team, which is accountable to the supervisory board of directors. Then he went on to request the CTO, what are the benefits of membership, and can you give a ballpark figure of what the amount that we owe to CTO? MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I am busy assessing the benefits of the CTO, as I have just went to one meeting, which was the end of the year meeting, and as and right now they're going through some changes, so I'm still busy assessing the benefits, as well as negotiating the amount due. So I can't give not even a ballpark figure right now because it's still up in the air. Last, my questions are from MP Roseberg. Priority questions of legislation of the ministry. This question was missed, according to MP Roseberg. So the priorities we have are as follows. We have an online gaming of the legislation, economic license fee, gaming control board, regulated erection and fees for booths, That's the lottery LBM that's pending. Then the public transportation reform, business licenses, dus de vestigingsregeling voor bedrijven, vending, operational licenses, horeca, pricing, we're doing a prijzenverordening, basket of goods on food and items, civil aviation and maritime related laws are coming also, STA ordinance and cannabis ordinance. These, I will provide MP with a full-fledged overview of all of them in my presentation in January. Then you'll get a full understanding of everything and a timeline as well. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I have come to the end of the questions posed in the second round and await any additional questions or
Thank you.
clarifications.
Thank you, Minister Heilige Martin, for those answers. The members of Parliament, this is actually the end of the minister's presentation in this round, but like I have done earlier today, if you have any comment to make to the minister for her to take along in terms of preparing for her answers, be it in the public meeting or such, that opportunity is now. I see MP De Wever is ready to make use of that opportunity. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening, Minister and your team and everyone else. Minister, thank you so much, because that was actually really clear directions of where to go to get the account related to the foundation, the tourist foundation. Sorry for the voice and stuffiness. But then what I wanted to know was, I see exactly where 2023 you had 2.5 million, 2024 2.5 million, and then 2025 1.9 million. Is it still included in there, or is that the portion that's taken out? Or there's something else that's related to the reduction in 2025? Is there...
I would suggest that if you can, you
One
answer
time.
the
Thank you.
yes,
Thank you so much.
answer the MP one time, and then we get that question out of the way. I know it's a little outside of our line of timing, but yes, if you can, Minister, then let's get that one clear.
Yes, MP De Wever, the STAF or the STA is still included in there. Yes?
I also see that MP Otley wishes to make a comment in this final thread.
Madam Chair, through you to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. Yeah, I would like this answer later on in the public meeting. Indeed, what is your thoughts of the government taking over the loan for the Causeway Bridge? I think that the opportunity presented itself. It was one that we missed. It can be a good opportunity for the government to then acquire the loan and then receive on a lower interest rate. And then although we can then use it as an asset to then loan against or as an asset. So, and in turn, it would free up the harbor for more investments, more opportunities, and so forth. So I just want to know your thoughts. You have time to do your full research calculations on the government acquiring the loan or taking over the loan for the Causeway Bridge.
Thank you, MP Otley. I'm sure the Minister has noted that comment for her further discussions, especially in the public meeting next year, God's willing. So thank you. I now give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, your comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, I just want to thank the Minister for answering the questions and wish you the best.
Thank you, MP Myers. It seems that is it from the members of Parliament, and thus I want to thank the members of Parliament. I want to thank the Minister of TIAT, Minister Grisha Heilige Martin, and her support staff. Minister, I know you are like in between. You need to run, so I want to wish you a very good night and much strength. And to the support staff, thank you guys. We'll adjourn now for 2 minutes and then go over to the next minister. Minister, meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We continue with the ministers here in Parliament responding to questions by the members of Parliament. And following the Minister of TIAT, we now have the Minister of Justice, Minister Natalie Tacklin, here with her support staff, whom we welcome back to the halls of Parliament. And I immediately turn the floor over to Minister Tacklin and invite her to respond to the questions posed by members of Parliament. Minister, you have the floor.
Good evening, Honourable Chair, Leedy, esteemed members of Parliament. Before I go into the questions, I did kind of want to start with my vision and kind of the red thread, I think, through this budget or for my governing this coming year. And I think that that will help inform the questions. So this year's budgetary constraints forced my ministry to confront stark realities. While the 2025 budget may be balanced, it's undeniably conservative and even Spartan. The Ministry of Justice operates under significant financial, human resource, and capacity limitations, which only exacerbate the already complex challenges it faces. Despite these limitations, the demands upon this ministry remain high. Justice and security are the cornerstones of a prosperous and safe society. Yet, as we often say, justice and security do not come without a cost. Reducing resources while expanding or expanding mandates, or while maintaining or expanding mandates, creates a tension between expectations and actual capabilities, a tension that threatens the ability of our executing agencies to perform their duties effectively. Nevertheless, I want to take this opportunity to commend the resilience and the dedication of the justice workers who continue to adapt and deliver commendable results with limited manpower and resources. Their commitment ensures the continuity of essential services, even under trying circumstances, and it's my responsibility to ensure that they are supported and recognized for their efforts. The Ministry of Justice's priorities for 2025 are grounded in addressing pressing challenges while focusing on sustainable progress within the constraints of the current budget. My key priorities as minister include: 1, strengthening legislative and policy development. Addressing the ministry's inadequate legislative and policy capacity is a top priority. This involves filling critical vacancies for legislative lawyers and modernizing essential laws, such as those governing our prison system and criminal procedures. These steps are crucial for ensuring compliance with international standards and meeting the needs of our citizens effectively. That went in the wrong direction. 2, targeted investments in justice chain institutions. While budgetary constraints limit new initiatives, we are committing to advancing ongoing projects such as: 1, enhancing the Financial Intelligence Unit to ensure compliance with international standards; 2, strengthening measures to combat human trafficking and smuggling, as highlighted in the TIP report, with a focus on victim support initiatives; 3, continuing collaborations with Kingdom and international partners to improve efficiency, build resilience, and reduce costs across the justice chain. The Prison Modernization Project, in partnership with the Netherlands and UNOPS, is a prime example of how collaboration can advance critical priorities even under challenging circumstances. The third priority is optimizing human resources. Addressing the staffing shortages within the ministry is a critical focus. Despite financial constraints, we must ensure that our justice workers are supported and motivated. Their resilience and dedication have been instrumental in maintaining essential services under challenging circumstances. My aim is to find practical solutions to improve manpower, prioritize recruitment, and enhance working conditions for our personnel. Then, fulfilling obligations at all levels. The ministry operates within 3 layers of obligations, the first being international obligations, meeting treaties and convention requirements such as FATF recommendations and the TIP report, which are vital for our reputation and economic stability. Secondly, we have kingdom obligations, collaborating within the kingdom to combat transnational crime and human rights violations, including advancing the prison modernization project in partnership with the Netherlands and UNOPS. Our local responsibilities, addressing citizens' needs, including ensuring public safety, modernizing legislation, and safeguarding rights and security. Finally, transparency and accountability. As Minister, I am committed to leading with transparency and accountability. My approach emphasizes practical, solutions-oriented leadership to meet with the ministry's objectives and deliver meaningful progress for the people of St. Maarten. In conclusion, the priorities for the ministry reflect the urgent need to balance budgetary realities with the essential mission of ensuring justice, safety, and security. These are not optional luxuries, but fundamental investments in our country's future. I also want to take this opportunity to call upon this Parliament and all stakeholders to work collaboratively with the ministry to ensure that we are equipped to meet our local, kingdom, and international obligations. The rule of law is a collective responsibility, and together we can safeguard the safety, security, and prosperity of St. Maarten. I'll now go into the questions posed by the MPs. I'll start with MP York. Question number 1. What are the plans moving forward, short and long-term plans for the scooters and wheelers I have overtaking traffic right or left side? What are the plans? Reckless scooter and motorcycle riders pose significant safety risks to themselves, other road users, and police officers during pursuits. This is a serious concern that has my full attention. KPSM has confiscated over 200 scooters that were either not roadworthy or stolen, many of which remain unclaimed due to a lack of proper documentation. Storage for these scooters has been a long-standing issue, and plans are underway to destroy those that are unclaimed or unlawful to prevent further misuse. While enforcement actions, including traffic controls, are ongoing, limited resources, poor road conditions, and the lack of service motorcycles make high-speed pursuits impractical and dangerous. To address the issue effectively, KPSM is also collaborating with French counterparts as part of the challenge stems from the cross-border riders. It's important to note that not all scooter riders engage in reckless behavior. The problem lies with individual riders, and a broader approach that includes education and adherence to traffic laws is necessary. This matter was recently discussed with Chief John, and we will continue to prioritize solutions that balance enforcement, prevention, and safety. Then MP York asked, what are the plans going forward to deal with casualties due to reckless driving? The ramifications and repercussions are not proportionate. They may be outdated. Does the ministry have any plans? And then I see that this question was also similarly asked by MP Labega. So I did want to clarify, at least with respect to the current legal framework. Under the current legal framework, incidents involving negligent or reckless traffic behavior resulting in death or injury are in fact addressed in our criminal code. There is culpable death, which is Article 284. Negligent behavior causing death can result in up to 4 years of imprisonment or a fine of the 4th category, increasing to 6 years for reckless behavior. And then we have culpable injury, Article 2285 of the Criminal Code. Negligent behavior causing serious injury or temporary incapacitation carries a penalty of up to 2 years imprisonment, increasing to 4 years for reckless behavior. In addition to criminal accountability, victims or next of kin may seek civil compensation for damages under Article 6, 162 of the Civil Code, which governs unlawful acts. Then I get to MP Otley. Question number 1. Can the minister indicate how many persons have made use of Article 3, paragraph 1 under I of the National Ordinance of Admission and Expulsion? The scenario based on the above mentioned occurs rarely. However, there is an avenue for persons after 5 years to obtain their Dutch nationality in Sint Maarten. This is encountered more often than the situation under Article 3, Paragraph 1, subsection I. How many persons have obtained Dutch nationality by making use of the aforementioned article? How many are minors? Requests for Dutch citizenship are handled by the Cabinet of the Governor and registered at the Civil Registry. This question is better suited for the Ministry of General Affairs. Question number 3. Can the Minister indicate to what extent the recommendation stated in the report, the situational analysis on children and adolescents on SXM 2020 has been taken into account? This response will be provided to the MP in writing. Question number 4. Is the Minister familiar with the report, Rights of Undocumented Children in Curaçao, a Shared Responsibility, 2021? Have the recommendations in this report been followed by Sint Maarten? I want to thank the MP for bringing this report to my attention. I was not previously aware of this report. However, I understand that it was published in response to challenges arising from the Venezuela crisis that affected Curaçao. While the report focuses on Curaçao, aspects of its findings and recommendations may be relevant to Sint Maarten. These include ensuring access to essential services for undocumented children, raising awareness and providing training for frontliners, and fostering collaboration to establish minimum protection standards. With that being said, the Ministry will review the report in detail and assess how its recommendations can inform and enhance our own policies. Relevant aspects will be considered for inclusion in our future plans to ensure Sint Maarten continues to meet its obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and strengthens protection for all children, regardless of their legal status. How many undocumented persons are on Sint Maarten? How many are minors? The exact number of undocumented persons, including minors on Sint Maarten, is not readily available due to the nature of undocumented migration and the lack of centralized data on this population. Question number 6. Can the Minister provide the data on the number of applications for resident permits that were submitted by stateless individuals in the last 5 years? How many of these are approved, denied, or still pending? The residency category for stateless persons is not currently a distinct option within the system for residency purposes. As a result, applications submitted by stateless individuals are not recorded separately, making it difficult to provide specific data on the number of applications submitted, approved, denied, or pending for this group over the past 5 years. However, when a case involving a stateless person arises, the application is processed in coordination with the Department of Social Affairs to ensure appropriate handling and compliance with applicable policies and international obligations. Question number 7. Are there any existing partnerships with international organizations, for example, the UNHCR, to address the situation of statelessness and undocumented person? If so, what are the outcomes of these collaborations? Dialogues are held between IBPS and the UNHCR when persons on the island are seeking protection against forcible removal. Collaboration with the Court of Guardianship has produced a working arrangement to protect children during evacuations in the event of a calamity. There's a draft MOU between the Court of Guardianship and IBPS to facilitate border crossings. Question number 8. Are there any ongoing legislative or administrative reforms aimed at addressing the challenges faced by stateless and undocumented individuals? If so, can the Minister provide a timeline for implementation? Currently, an assessment of procedures regulating immigration legislation are underway to identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. Following this comprehensive review, concrete actions will be taken to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the immigration, border, and protection services to better address the challenges faced by undocumented individuals and stateless persons. Ultimately, the responsibility to regulate one's immigration status rests with the individual migrant in accordance with existing laws and policies. More recently, the Ministry took proactive steps to prevent individuals from becoming undocumented by adjusting the so-called richtlijnen of the Minister of Justice, which provide clearer pathways and procedures for residency applications. These efforts are part of my larger mission to improve the quality and accessibility of services provided by the Ministry of Justice. By addressing these challenges and enhancing our systems, we aim to provide a more effective and transparent experience for all individuals engaging with the Ministry. Timelines for the implementation of any new reforms will depend on the outcomes of the current legislative and procedural assessments, ensuring that changes are both well-informed and effective. The ministry remains committed to addressing these issues in alignment with our legal and international obligations. Question number 9. What are the minister's plans to address and combat crime? We're seeing an increase in gang violence and shootings. What are the plans to tackle that? Addressing and combating crime, including gang violence and shootings, requires a comprehensive and collaborative approach. KPSM has developed a strategic plan of action that incorporates intelligence-based policing and focuses on key areas such as utilizing intelligence to identify high crime areas, individuals involved in criminal activities, and peak times for criminal incidents. This allows for targeted actions, including arrests for gun-related crimes, increasing surveillance, and preventive weapon controls. 2, community police officers play a critical role in KPSM's strategy. They engage directly with communities to build trust, gather valuable information, and address specific issues unique to each neighborhood. By fostering closer relationships with the public, CPOs help strengthen the connection between law enforcement and the community, making citizens active participants in creating safer neighborhoods. It should be noted, however, that crime is not solely a justice issue. It is a societal issue that demands an interministerial approach. The root causes of crime, such as economic disparities, lack of education, and social challenges, require coordinated efforts across multiple ministries to address effectively. While the justice chain plays a vital role in prevention and enforcement, long-term solutions depend on addressing these underlying factors. It's important to recognize that law enforcement cannot be everywhere at all times, nor can prevention and repression completely eliminate crime. However, through intelligence-led strategies and targeted interventions, KPSM diligently works to prevent crimes and apprehend suspects in real time. A key element of the strategy is empowering communities to take an active role in their safety. By making law enforcement more approachable and ensuring communities are involved in every plan, the ministry aims to create a shared sense of responsibility for safety and security. The Ministry of Justice is fully committed to supporting KPSM in these efforts while ensuring an integrative approach involving all relevant stakeholders and ministries. Only by working together can we effectively tackle the causes of crime and create a safer St. Maarten for everyone. Question number 10. I received advice from the MP to consult closely with the department and tackle the low-hanging fruit. I want to thank the MP for this advice to consult closely with my department and prioritize addressing these. Since taking office, I've been working with my team to establish a clear and consistent strategy for our approach. We recognize the substantial challenges ahead, and to ensure measurable progress, we've begun by tackling the most straightforward and manageable tasks. This allows us to achieve quick wins while simultaneously setting the stage for addressing more complex issues effectively. Question number 11. What is your plan as it relates to the prison guards, their situation, and to ensure that many of them get their LBA? This week, we received the final report from the consultant appointed to assess and finalize the placement of the prison workers. A thorough review of their roles and responsibilities was conducted, leading to the completion of the final placements. We are currently preparing the official communiqué regarding the outcomes of this review to the affected employees. We anticipate that this dissemination of information will be completed by mid-January, ensuring that all individuals are informed promptly of their new placements. Following the issuance of the letters, Landsbesluiten will be drafted and submitted for further processing. Our primary objective is to ensure that the placement process is successfully completed for the prison workers. Question number 12. What is the timeline of the new prison? An increase was added to the amount for a new prison. What is that for? The construction of the new prison is progressing according to the established timeline. On December 2nd, 2022, the government of the Netherlands and UNOPS signed the project agreement for phase 1 of the project. On the same date, the government of St. Maarten signed a letter of agreement to collaborate with UNOPS to facilitate implementation. Phase 1, which began in the second quarter of 2023, focused on identifying problem areas within the current prison system. Over its 20-month duration, the phase concentrated on the design and procurement of a sustainable and effective prison that meets international human rights standards and promotes the reintegration of inmates into society. The project agreement for Phase 2 was signed on November 14, 2024, by the government of St. Maarten, the government of the Netherlands, and UNOPS. This phase, to be implemented between 2025 and 2028, will involve the construction of a modern prison facility that ensures adequate, safe, and humane detention. It will also focus on analyzing inmate behavior and providing the resources and tools necessary for effective rehabilitation and integration. In the interim, while we await the completion of a new prison, I concur with the MP that we have a humane responsibility to those currently detained. These individuals will, in fact, eventually return to society, and it's therefore imperative that rehabilitation remains a central focus. Prior to becoming minister, I also happen to have advised on the reintegration of ex-inmates into society, and this remains a personal priority of mine. For 2025, I've requested an extension of an existing subsidy from the Ministry of BZK to continue implementing programs and repairs at the Point Blanche prison as a short-term solution. Within this subsidy, we have earmarked an amount of $250,000 in 2025 for rehabilitation projects. This combined approach ensures that we not only meet our immediate obligations to detainees, but also invest in long-term solutions to reduce recidivism and promote public safety. Question number 13, what is the minister's plan to strengthen border control? Difficult seeing the open borders. The ministry has a comprehensive plan to strengthen border control, recognizing the unique challenges posed by open borders. Key initiatives include: 1. Country Package H11. Through subsidy assistance from the Kingdom of the Netherlands under Country Package H11, Sint Maarten is developing a comprehensive plan of approach to enhance border control. This initiative is being implemented across all countries in the Dutch Caribbean. Collaboration and coordination. The Protocol on Border Security, signed by all Ministers of Justice in the Kingdom, underscores the collective commitment to strengthening border management. Joint initiatives include the execution of the Franco-Dutch Treaty at Princess Juliana International Airport, joint patrols in the Simpson Bay Lagoon, and operations coordinated from the Cole Bay facility targeting cross-border and undermining crime. Then also through intelligence and technology, IBPS has established the Intelligence Research Center, IRC, to gather and share intelligence across the justice and migration chains. The IRC forms part of the Intelligence Center Sint Maarten, which pools intelligence from all border-related entities. A dedicated IC-grens will integrate border intelligence, enhancing coordination and response capabilities. The ministry has also procured new processing systems to support and modernize border operations. Then we have the Dutch-French cooperation. A treaty for law enforcement with French authorities enables cross-border intelligence sharing, enforcement, and investigations. Additionally, a draft operational protocol is under development to facilitate joint maritime controls with our French counterparts. Question number 14, what is the amount needed to pay the police officers? Retroactive payments for justice workers still awaiting their LBAs has been budgeted for 2025. Please note that this only relates to phase 1 of this project. Phase 1 is the period of January 1, 2023 to present. Phase 2, retroactive payments, which cover the period 10-10-10 up until December 31st, 2021, will take place at a later date in accordance with agreements that were previously made. How many LBAs are awaiting signature? We currently have 240 remaining LBAs to be issued out of a total of 508. So that's 240 left out of a total of 508. That brings me to the questions from MP Jansen-Webster. Question number 1 related to the water leaking on the hill due to a leak at the prison. After receiving assistance from third parties and the necessary equipment, the source of the water leak was successfully identified. We are now in the final stages of discussions with GB, and assistance to resolve the issue is expected imminently. The issues with some bathrooms in the affected area were a direct result of low water pressure caused by the leak. Updates and correspondence on this matter have been consistently exchanged between the prison management and the ministry to ensure progress. In the interim, measures were implemented to address the needs of inmates impacted by the low water pressure. This included ensuring access to alternative hygienic facilities to maintain sanitation standards as a priority. Question number 2, are there any plans to combat gun violence, pickpocketing, and robberies during the Christmas season? I've understood that KPSM developed a plan of approach specifically for the high season, and this plan focuses on prevention and repressive actions to ensure the safety of everyone on the island. Question number 3, are there any plans for a police boat in future budgets? The Coast Guard possesses the same legal powers as the police when it comes to jurisdiction over open waters, and cooperation between KPSM and the Coast Guard has been strong. Should specific circumstances arise, KPSM officers can accompany the Coast Guard on their patrols to provide additional support where necessary. Currently, the the police boat is out of service due to severe damage sustained during Hurricane Irma. Additionally, the current function book does not include provisions for water policing, and police capacity remains stretched on land, where the need is most pressing. At this time, there's no immediate need for a dedicated police boat, as the Coast Guard effectively manages maritime incidents. It's also worth noting that apart from a few isolated incidents in recent weeks, there have been no significant occurrences requiring additional water policing resources. That said, for future budgets, the ministry will consider whether the addition of a police boat might enhance maritime law enforcement capabilities, particularly in areas where cooperation with the Coast Guard may require supplementary support. How does the minister feel about allowing prisoners to attend funerals of their loved ones? While I recognize the emotional importance of such requests, the current lack of capacity within the prison system, including staffing shortages and logistical challenges, make it difficult to facilitate these arrangements safely at the moment. So I would love to grant it, but we do have beperkingen, I think, and limitations currently. Then I get to the questions from MP La Cruz. Question number 1, what is the timeline for completing the prison renovations? Right now, construction is estimated to be completed in 2028. I don't have a specific quarter, just 2028. Then the question was, how is the 6.5 million allocation distributed? We couldn't immediately find 6.5 million, but I did note some figures for the MP. A total amount of 75.7 million guilders has been received on the capital expenditures on the 2024 approved amended budget for phase 2 of this project. Of this amount, $24 million will be a loan requested by St. Maarten, and an amount of $18 million will be financed by the Ministry of BZK. An amount of $5.8 million has been included in the multi-annual budget of the 2024 approved amended budget for phase 2 of this project, and will be included on the capital expenditures for the draft 2025 budget, hereby covering the total costs for phase 2. Then question number 3, are there programs for reducing recidivism among inmates? SJIS currently manages the Prison Rehabilitation and Training Program, which offers soft skill behavioral intervention training to inmates, which is currently being financed by BZK. The rehabilitation program will be sent to the Central Committee for your perusal in writing. There are various programs or areas of work that the inmates participate in. These are GED programs, cooking classes, social development skills, anger management, and sewing classes. What steps are being taken to combat youth crime? Addressing youth crime requires a collaborative and proactive approach. KPSM is actively working to gain insight into criminal youth and youth groups in order to develop a comprehensive plan of action to combat these issues. Programs are being implemented in schools by the CPOs, and soon a school resource officer will be trained in Miami to enhance school safety through close cooperation with school staff and parents. Additionally, when juveniles are arrested, a tailored approach is determined during youth case consultations involving the public prosecutor and the juvenile probation department to ensure the most effective interventions. I want to say that I also personally take youth prevention seriously and consider it one of my priorities in tackling crime at its root. With this in mind, I intend to collaborate with my colleagues at the Ministry of ECYS and the Ministry of VSA to develop an interministerial multidisciplinary panel approach. Youth crime is not just a justice issue, it's a societal issue that requires involvement of schools, families, and various ministries to address its underlying causes effectively. By working together, we can create preventive measures and interventions that address youth crime at the front end, promoting safer communities and brighter futures for our young people. How does the ministry address understaffing in law enforcement? This matter has the attention of all within the Ministry of Justice. As we're faced with the reality of a decreased budget, we're discussing ways to make efficient and effective use of our limited human resources. This will require us to think outside of the box while maintaining the essence of our responsibilities. What role does technology play in improving efficiency within law enforcement? Since 2016, much has been invested in establishing camera surveillance in and around Philipsburg. The second phase of this project began in 2022. This phase aimed to expand the number of cameras and increase the number of camera surveillance officers. In the last quarter of 2022, the department was expanded with 6 officers. The number of cameras continues to be expanded around the island. There will also be an investment in AI technology and cameras starting in 2025. Without going into too much detail, technological developments that support crime investigations are being used in various ways within KPSM. Various software licenses have been purchased through the Board of Police Chiefs in recent years for the benefit of the investigative and information divisions. There's still a long way to go to fully use AI within the justice chain, as possibilities are great. However, the budget is limited. Question number 7. Can the ministry ensure accountability in community policing initiatives? It's unclear what exactly was meant by this question, but there has been very much invested in community policing in recent years. CPOs have been hired and trained through the Miami School of Justice, creating action plans and consultations with stakeholders for their specific neighborhoods. The CPOs seek to address local problems and minimize the police's distance from citizens. This involves both prevention and repression measures. Question number 8. How does disaster management funding integrate with national security? KPSM operates under the SGBO principle, which involves advanced planning and linking budgets to these plans. These budgets are submitted to the responsible minister for approval and reconciliation, ensuring financial planning for emergencies is aligned with national priorities. Additionally, transparent reporting on expenditures during such scenarios is a key component, providing accountability and facilitating better preparation for future emergencies. What measures exist to improve response times for emergencies? To improve response times for emergencies, police dispatch utilizes GPS technology to identify the nearest available patrol vehicles and dispatch them to 911 calls as quickly as possible. However, traffic and road conditions, as well as limited staffing per shift, can sometimes delay response times when patrols are occupied with prior incidents. To enhance emergency response capacity, 4 new vehicles were purchased by the end of 2024, specifically for emergency response, along with 1 additional vehicle designated for neighborhood officers to strengthen community-based policing efforts. These measures aim to improve overall efficiency and reduce wait times for citizens in need of assistance. Are the training programs adequately funded? A budget of 677,500 guilders has been allocated for training purposes. However, this amount falls short of adequately meeting the training needs across all departments. Each department independently organizes training programs in collaboration with various partners within the kingdom. While the majority of these training initiatives are funded by the Ministry of BZK, the Ministry of Justice contributes by covering participant per diems when required. Efforts are ongoing to maximize the impact of available resources and ensure training programs continue to address critical needs effectively. How does the ministry ensure equitable distribution of resources? The ministry recognizes the importance of ensuring equitable distribution of resources across all departments. While current efforts focus on addressing critical needs, I will take steps to further strengthen this process. Moving forward, we will implement a more structured and transparent approach to resource allocation, guided by data-driven assessments and alignment with the ministry's priorities. Continuous monitoring and evaluation will be key to ensuring fairness and efficiency in the use of resources. Is there a long-term plan to phase out outdated equipment? In collaboration with ICT Central at the Ministry of General Affairs, the plan entails the following. 1, a new firewall to protect incoming traffic. 2, new monitoring system software to monitor the network. 3, new server to store all department data. 4, new Wi-Fi access points to provide secure Wi-Fi and coverage throughout. 5, a new backup plan to secure all data within the ministry. What partnerships exist for improving correctional services? The ministry has established key partnerships to improve correctional services, particularly through an ongoing agreement with UNOPS for the construction of the new prison in Point Blanche. How is the ministry addressing corruption in the justice system? This ministry recognizes that addressing corruption in the justice system requires not only combating its manifestations, but also understanding the underlying causes that allow it to occur. Corruption often stems from systemic weaknesses, such as insufficient oversight, inadequate resources, and gaps in accountability, as well as broader societal challenges, like economic pressures and limited trust in institutions. To address these root causes, the ministry is implementing a multifaceted strategy. 1, strengthening oversight and accountability. A code of conduct is being drafted to establish clear ethical standards across the justice chain. Then B, complying with recommendations of oversight bodies such as the Ombudsman, the Law Enforcement Council, and the Integrity Chamber. Improving institutional capacity. The ministry is prioritizing the appointment of leadership at the National Detectives, the Landsrecherche, to strengthen its investigative capabilities and address systemic vulnerabilities. And internal controls, including financial oversight by the Staff Bureau to prevent irregularities and misuse of resources. Also, identifying systemic vulnerabilities. The National Risk Assessment by the FIU and the Central Bank has highlighted areas of weakness, providing a roadmap for mitigating corruption risks. The CFATF Mutual Evaluation has offered guidance on improving compliance with international standards to reduce corruption and financial crimes. Finally, in 2025, a criminologist-led resilience scan will assist vulnerabilities in the justice system and broader governance structures, enabling targeted reforms to strengthen defenses against corruption. Are there provisions for mental health services in correctional facilities? A forensic care work group has been established in the last held JVO meeting, which is a Koninkrijksbrede JVO werkgroep Forensische Zorg, TBS en PEI. A final draft meerjarig programma Forensische Zorg is in place. This policy document will be put on the next JVO agenda to be held in June 2025 for approval. Further to that, mental health has always been a part of the services provided to the prison. What is the waiting time for residency permits? Currently, 4 to 6 months. How many are pending as we speak? There are 1,300 applications pending. MP Lewis, what are the minister's plans for the Ministry of Justice? I refer to my opening remarks, which I'll also provide in writing. Which law firm currently represents the ministry and what are the costs attached to this? For bezwaar en beroep in immigration cases, the ministry has on retainer Mariflex attorneys and consultants and Bush lawyers. Those retainers are for 37,800 guilders each. In addition to that, Gibson and Associates represents the ministry from time to time. Also, the law firm for Duncan and Brandon represented the ministry. However, those services have been terminated. The total cost for both of Gibson and Associates of the law firm will follow in writing. How many civil servant cases are currently pending? We have 7 cases pending. How many police officers have resigned in the past 9 years? 19 people have resigned as of 2016, most of whom went on to work in the kingdom. Only a few resigned to work in the private sector. In addition, 4 colleagues have also transferred to the Landsrecherche and 1 to General Affairs in the last 9 years. Is there a multidisciplinary team established to combat crime? The Coast Guard possesses the same legal powers as the police, enabling effective collaboration in tackling crime. Currently, multidisciplinary teams are operational at the airport and focuses on key areas such as human trafficking, human smuggling, and drug-related crimes. These teams work under the authority of the public prosecutor, which leads all criminal investigations. Further strengthening of cooperation between law enforcement agencies, including customs, police, Coast Guard, and immigration, is being explored to enhance coordination and effectiveness in combating crimes. Steps are being taken to formalize these efforts and expand the multidisciplinary approach to address broader criminal activities. How does the minister intend to reassure justice workers that they are treated fairly and without bias? What is the minister's plan to address victimization within the ministry? Does the minister have an open door policy? I want to thank the MP for the question and for raising these concerns. I understand that perceptions and experiences within the ministry can impact morale and trust, and I take these matters very seriously. As a matter of principle, I do not believe that individual cases should be discussed on the floor of Parliament. However, I can assure you that I'm committed to fostering a fair and unbiased work environment within the Ministry of Justice. With that being said, since taking office, I've prioritized the satisfaction and well-being of our employees. I've already held meet and greet sessions where open communication was not only encouraged, but actively facilitated to build trust and ensure employees feel valued and heard. These sessions were not just introductions, they were purposefully focused on providing employees with the opportunity to share their immediate, urgent needs and concerns. While I was unable to complete all the meet and greets due to having this budget debate currently, I want to assure everyone that this initiative will be picked up as a priority at the start of the new year. These sessions are an integral part of my commitment to fostering a workplace culture that prioritizes employee well-being and actively addresses their challenges. As part of this ongoing effort, I'll also be holding a town hall meeting in the new year. This meeting will specifically address the process surrounding the issuance of LBAs and provide an opportunity for employees to voice any concerns or suggestions they may have. This is part of a broader commitment to fostering a collaborative and transparent workplace culture where employees feel empowered to contribute to the ministry's goals and have their concerns addressed in a constructive and respectful manner. My focus remains on ensuring that all justice workers are supported, motivated, and equipped to perform their roles effectively, and I look forward to continuing this dialogue in the months to come. While I do not maintain a formal open-door policy, I've ensured that there are always open lines of communication to both my cabinet and myself. This accessibility allows employees to voice their concerns, seek guidance, and have their issues addressed promptly and adequately. Establishing clear channels of communication is a key component of my leadership approach to fostering trust and transparency within this ministry. My overarching goal is to ensure that all employees are treated equitably and that decisions are made with objectivity and integrity. The ministry's strength lies in its personnel, and I'm committed to creating an environment where every worker feels supported, respected, and empowered to perform their duties effectively. This commitment to fairness is the driving force in every action that I take as a Minister of Justice. Question number 7. How does the minister intend to keep the justice workers who continue to report for duty and deliver results despite these conditions motivated and energized? I want to thank the MP again for raising these critical concerns regarding the challenges faced by justice personnel and the impact of budgetary restraints. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the dedication and resilience of the justice workers who continue to faithfully report to work and take on additional responsibilities under difficult circumstances. Their commitment does not go unnoticed. To address this, I'm actively exploring options to provide tangible recognition and support for their efforts. One of these is identifying and reallocating existing resources to provide targeted support in areas most impacted by short staffing. We are also reviewing workloads across departments to ensure that responsibilities are distributed as evenly as possible, minimizing the risk of burnout and additional sick leave. What discussions are planned in the coming weeks with coalition partners to advocate for better protection of the ministry's budget to realize more financial flexibility in how it is allocated? Regarding budgetary constraints, I share your concern about the difficulties these pose on the ministry's ability to function effectively. In the coming weeks, I plan to engage in discussions with our financial partners to advocate for, emphasizing the critical importance of the Justice Ministry's work and the need to safeguard its budget from further cuts, highlighting the need for more autonomy in how the ministry allocates its budget to meet operational demands effectively and respond to urgent needs. These discussions will prioritize demonstrating how budgetary flexibility and support directly contribute to the ministry's ability to maintain public safety, deliver justice services, and support the hardworking personnel who keep our system functioning. I want to emphasize that I'm committed to ensuring the concerns of the justice personnel and the ministry as a whole are addressed with urgency and with care, and I welcome further dialogue on these matters to collectively identify sustainable solutions. How does the minister intend to ensure that the necessary resources are secured to uphold the safety and security of our country and safeguard the tourism product, which is essential to our one-pillar economy? Once again, I refer to the opening remarks, and I also want to say that I think a prime example of ensuring that one-pillar economy were the steps taken last week with regards to the Simpson Bay Lagoon and how quickly we were able to mobilize and work together with our French counterparts, security within the marinas and even between different departments. Could the minister confirm whether initiatives such as the increase of the leges and other income-generating initiatives for the ministry remain a priority? And if so, how does the minister intend to address the challenges that have hindered their progress and ensure their successful implementation? The ministry can confirm that initiatives aimed at increasing revenues, including the increase of the fees under the Landsverordening, remain a priority. A draft national ordinance to amend the current Landsverordening has already been prepared and will soon be submitted to Zittingsjaar for screening. However, I do think that it's important to highlight that in the legislative trajectory, amendments to the Landsverordening must cover all ministries and not just the Ministry of Justice. Ensuring that the legislation is bestendig, as we say in Dutch, meaning comprehensive, and accounts for the responsibilities and alignment of other ministries is crucial. The readiness of these ministries to implement the necessary changes may affect the timeline, as collaboration and coordination are key to finalizing the amendment. What is the status of Batch 12, regulating the new salary scales and functions of the 25 justice employees? Batch 12 has been co-signed this week and is scheduled to be disseminated on Monday, December 23rd. What is the status of Batch 13? The HR team is committed to ensuring a seamless transition in order to support the finance controller in conducting a thorough assessment. It's expected that Batch 13 will be ready to go to the governor at the end of January 2025, anticipating that there are no unforeseen delays. What is the status of the function book ratification that allows the justice employees to receive their retroactive payments from 10/10/10 to December 31st, 2022? This process is still ongoing. What are the minister's plans for the staffing issues in critical functions at the Point Blank prison? The majority of the workers are females. Male staff need to be encouraged to work there. The vulnerability with female staff and inmates does exist. Staffing issues at the Point Blank prison, particularly in critical functions, are a significant concern for the ministry. At present, the budget for filling vacancies has been set at 0, which limits the ability to recruit additional personnel. However, discussions are ongoing to explore ways to address these challenges and allow these critical functions to be filled. This remains a high priority, and the ministry is committed to finding solutions that strengthen the capacity and effectiveness of the prison workforce. What is the status of the function book for the employees at the Point Blank prison and house of detention? I think I addressed that just now. I think it was also the question above of another MP, but we received the final report from the consultant this week, and we anticipate that the placement proposals will be sent out by mid-January, and then we'll go over to formalizing the placements and drafting the LBAs. What are the plans to tackle the backlog in the Immigration Department regarding residency permits, general letters for dispensation, and visa exemptions? The ministry recognizes the challenges at the Immigration Department, including the backlog in processing residency permits, letters for dispensation, and visa waivers. A key part of addressing these issues is filling the critical vacancy of head of admissions, hoofdtoelating, which is currently set at 0 in the budget. However, I'm actively exploring ways to create budget room to fill this role, as strong leadership is essential for improving efficiency and addressing bottlenecks. Additionally, I'm conducting a comprehensive review of all processes within the admissions department to ensure legal compliance and streamline the procedures. This review aims to optimize workflows and enhance the overall efficiency of the department, reducing delays and improving service delivery. With respect to visa waivers, the ministry is refocusing the practice to align with its intended purpose, emergencies. Over time, the use of visa waivers has expanded beyond this scope, and we're working to reestablish it as an exception rather than the norm. Clear and objective criteria are being developed for visa waivers and exemptions to the so-called uitlandigheidsvereisten. These criteria will ensure transparency, fairness, and consistency in decision-making. By addressing these critical areas, the ministry aims to improve the functioning of the Immigration Department, reduce backlogs, and deliver more efficient and legally sound services to the public. Has the back pay for the police officers been accounted for in the 2025 budget? The retroactive payments for the justice workers that are still awaiting their LBA is accounted for in the 2025 budget. And as I mentioned, the phase 2, which is the pre-2023 period, will be done at a later date. Are there provisions in the budget to address staffing shortages or improve working conditions for law enforcement? The police organization has included provisions in its growth plan to absorb 20 new personnel per year, and this request has been submitted. Additionally, the CapEx budget will provide opportunities for acquiring vehicles and technological equipment to support law enforcement operations and improve working conditions. What is the plan for funding overdue maintenance and upgrades to police facilities and equipment? This will be addressed in the coming year with the Ministry of General Affairs. Given the ongoing issues with the LIOL not being in order, which have impacted the proper placement of staff in the correct skills at the Voogdijraad, can the Minister provide an update? The Ministry can confirm that steps are being taken to address the issues surrounding the LIOL and their impact on the placement of staff in correct salary scales at the Voogdijraad. Specifically, the draft ordinance to amend the LIOL to formally incorporate the Voogdijraad has undergone substantial review. The Ministry of Justice has received the recommendations of the Raad van Advies, which highlighted key points for improvement. These include refining the legal basis for the Voogdijraad's inclusion in the LIOL, ensuring its formalization aligns with Article 1:238 of the Civil Code, and addressing overlaps with existing regulations such as the Landsbesluit Voogdijraad. The Ministry is now working on a thorough substantiation for this inclusion, analyzing potential alternative solutions, and outlining the implications for existing legal frameworks. Additionally, possible adjustments to the Landsbesluit Voogdijraad are being looked into to ensure alignment with the existing legal framework. This brings me to the questions of MP Roosburg. The Inmates Association was requested to send a document with their grievances to the Minister of Justice. Was this received? The letter was not officially received. However, after the MP's question yesterday, the Secretary General requested a copy of the letter from the Interim Director of the prison today, and we received it. Is there a lack of personnel at the prison? How much of the current staff is on sick leave? All departments within the Ministry of Justice, including the prison, are currently understaffed. With respect to the sick leave numbers, in the prison in September, this was 23%, in October, 16.6%. Then I had the question to clarify the difference between stateless and undocumented persons. Statelessness refers to the lack of citizenship in any country, whereas being undocumented pertains to the absence of valid immigration status or legal documentation within a specific country. A person may be considered stateless if the country of their parents does not recognize them as citizens and they are not eligible for citizenship by birth in Sint Maarten. Sint Maarten does not have a significant number of stateless individuals. Currently, fewer than 10 stateless persons are registered. Addressing cases of statelessness involves a collaborative procedure between the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of General Affairs and the Governor's Cabinet to ensure the appropriate steps are taken in accordance with legal and international standards. The gun amnesty program. Is there currently one in the making so the guns can come off the streets? This topic will be thoroughly discussed during the upcoming Driehoek meeting in January 2025, which will include the public prosecutor, the chief of police, and myself. The aim is to ensure that the program is well structured and effectively addresses the issue of illegal firearms in our community. But in preliminary discussions, this will be something that we seriously look into. Was there a transfer document received in regard to the Ministry of Justice? If yes, what was mentioned as bottlenecks that the ministry is facing? Did the document mention a multidisciplinary team? If yes, does the minister intend to put it into effect? No transition document was received. Question number 6. What are the top priorities of the Ministry of Justice? Again, I refer to my opening remarks. Question number 7. What are legislative priorities for the upcoming year? The Wetboek van Strafvordering, commencing the modernization of our prison legislation, the APIS PNR legislation, the Landsverordening, the Kingdom Law on extradition, and also the Kameratoezicht wetgeving as the realistic legislative priorities. Then the MP made reference to the motion on the crime fund. The proposed policy plan has been thoroughly reviewed by JZNW and returned with detailed comments and suggestions for improvement. The Judicial Affairs Department within Justice is currently working diligently to address these points and further refine the plan to ensure its quality and effectiveness. It's important to emphasize that while we recognize the urgency of finalizing the policy, the Ministry is committed to taking the necessary time to ensure it's comprehensive, well-informed, and aligned with both regulatory requirements and the practical realities it seeks to address. Rushing the process could compromise the policy's effectiveness and its ability to serve the needs of all stakeholders. Our priority remains delivering a robust and impactful policy that upholds the intent of the motion and supports the ministry's objectives. Has there been an executive organization for the management of the crime fund? The ministry has made progress by recruiting an additional financial administrator to assist in the fund's administration. However, due to necessary corrections to the function book, the recruitment process for roles such as controller has not been fully completed. These corrections to the function book are still in draft form and awaiting review by the appropriate parties. In the interim, the ministry is operating with the current function book, ensuring proper management of the fund. Currently, a team of 4 individuals is managing the crime fund, while the recruitment of the policy officer or advisor is pending. Budget limitations have prevented the immediate recruitment of the advisor, but provisions for the role are included in the 2025 budget. Moreover, the Justice Finance team has received training from SOAB, and it is expected that the final edits to the crime fund policy will be made tentatively in Q1 of 2025. New prison legislation, but new legislation is also needed. Is that a priority of the ministry? Addressing the need for updated legislation is of utmost importance in conjunction with the new prison project. During my orientation meetings with prison management, we thoroughly discussed the challenges posed by the outdated legislation and its implications for the successful implementation of the new facility. It's essential that the existing laws be revised to align with the operational requirements and international standards expected of the new prison. Without these updates, the effectiveness of the facility and its ability to meet its objectives could be compromised. Updated legislation is crucial for creating a safe and functional environment that supports both administrative efficiency and the humane treatment of inmates. I've already engaged in preliminary discussions with BZK on this specific matter, and within short, I intend to submit a formal proposal to the Netherlands requesting financial and technical assistance to support this legislative reform process. A request to this effect is planned to be submitted in Q1 of 2025. Then I had the one here was related to the question above, if we were working with UNOPS or BZK. Has the ministry reviewed the current use of the crime fund, and was it used for what it was intended? Yes, the use of the crime fund has been reviewed, and expenditures have generally been in line with its intended purposes. However, it's important to note that, for example, the purchase of the police vehicles was an exception due to the emergency situation that required immediate action. An overview of the expenditures will be provided in writing to the Central Committee via the Secretary General of Parliament to ensure transparency and accountability. What specific efforts have been made to strengthen this vital partnership as JIS within the judicial chain, and how does the budget allocation reflect this priority? The Ministry of Justice acknowledges the critical role of the SGIS probation department in the judicial chain, particularly given the increasing demand for probation services over the past years, caused by the ongoing detention capacity issues at the Point Blanche prison. The ministry recognizes that this increase has placed significant pressure on SGIS in carrying out its core tasks, including the supervision of probation and parole orders, providing judicial advisory reports, administering alternative punishments such as community services, and behavioral intervention training, and managing restorative justice and electronic monitoring programs. That was a whole mouthful of what they're doing. To address these challenges, the ministry has taken several steps. Currently, UNOPS, in collaboration with the SGIS, is conducting a comprehensive assessment of the SGIS probation department. This assessment is focused on analyzing the current state of probation services and aftercare programs for social reintegration as implemented by SGIS. The review considers compliance with national laws and international standards to formulate specific recommendations for strengthening the SGIS probation department in light of the ongoing detention capacity challenges, and to develop a concrete action plan for implementing these improvements over the coming years. This collaborative initiative is expected to provide a clear roadmap for enhancing probation services and ensuring that they meet both the immediate needs caused by the prison capacity issues and the long-term goal of effective social reintegration. The ongoing assessment by UNOPS will serve as the foundation for future policy and budgetary decisions to improve SGIS probation services and aftercare programs, thereby enhancing public safety and the reintegration of individuals into society. Then I had another question from MP Lewis. What is the status of the new uniforms for customs, immigration, and the police departments? During our meet and greet sessions, only the Customs Department indicated an urgent need for new uniforms. We've assessed whether budgetary room is available for the remainder of 2024 to address this need, and we request the Deputy Department Head to submit an advice for approval. We are currently finalizing this submission with the Department Head. As for the Immigration and Police Departments, no requests for new uniforms have been submitted to date. If such needs are identified, they will be reviewed accordingly to determine feasibility and budget availability. Have the funds budgeted by BZK been allocated to the Ministry for the refurbishment of the prison cells? If so, what is the projected timeline for the completion of this project? The first phase of this project began in late November. ICE has taken several days of measurements and is in the process of making a comprehensive assessment. Based on that assessment, a new tender is being prepared for the renovation/improvement of the complex. The prognosis for the tender is the first quarter of 2025. Is there enough storage space for customs? Additionally, is the storage located in a secure area that does not pose a risk or safety to the officers? If not, has there been collaboration with other departments such as police to assist in storing confiscated items? The Ministry is aware of the need to continuously assess the adequacy and security of storage facilities for confiscated items. This is an area that is actively being monitored, and discussions are ongoing to identify improvements where necessary. Additionally, we are exploring collaborative opportunities with other departments, such as the police force, to address any challenges related to the storage and to ensure that the safety of officers and the integrity of the seized items remain a top priority. The Customs Department main office is facing significant deterioration, including mold infestations. Have any steps been taken? The Ministry, in partnership with the Ministry of General Affairs, Facility Affairs Department, is actively working to address the ongoing issue of mold in our facilities. We recognize the serious health risks and structural damage that mold can cause if left unaddressed. As such, we are committed to thoroughly investigating the sources of the problem and developing effective solutions to mitigate its impact. We appreciate the importance of maintaining a safe and healthy environment for all, and we're dedicated to resolving this matter as swiftly as possible. The Simpson Bay outpost of the police station is in deteriorating state. A lock on the door has been damaged for some time. Also, the fire extinguisher expired since 2015. The Simpson Bay Police Station, which also serves as an immigration hub for vessel clearances, is in need of significant structural repairs. This has been a long-standing issue spanning multiple administrations. While assessments have been made and the matter remains under active review, no major repairs have been completed to date. Progress on addressing these repairs depends heavily on the Facilities Department, and additional resources will be necessary to move forward. It is important to clarify that 1 million guilders has been earmarked for the Foreign Detention Center, also located in Simpson Bay, through the country packages. These funds are specifically allocated to bring the FDC up to standards for hosting individuals awaiting deportation. However, the progress on the FDC project has faced delays due to challenges in resource allocation and the need for a dedicated project manager to oversee the work and ensure the proper use of funds. The Ministry is finalizing the appointment of a project manager to expedite this process and address the delays. While plans and funding are in place for the FDC, the Foreign Detention Center, the Simpson Bay Police Station remains a distinct concern. Then I had a question about the Elbe hum for the Coast Guard. It was approved in the COM this past Tuesday and submitted to the Governor for signing, as the dossier required additional adjustments to be made prior to submitting to the Governor. MP Peterson had a question about MLC. How is this regulated? Is there a provision for girls to be submitted? The Miss Lally Center currently caters to male clients between the ages of 12 to 21. There are currently no provisions in place to accommodate female clients. The rules and regulations on how the MLC are being run at the moment are currently being reevaluated by the current management and will be presented to the minister at the end of these findings. However, the lack of a facility for female juveniles is a critical concern. As you rightly noted, girls in contact with justice often face limited consequences due to the absence of appropriate placement measures. This creates a gap in accountability and rehabilitation, which must be urgently addressed. I acknowledge the need for a comprehensive plan to address these issues, including the development of facilities and programs tailored to the needs of female clients. Ensuring a safe, rehabilitative environment for all juveniles in contact with the justice system, male or female, is a priority. How does it work with underage children that are taken up there but need to go to school? Is electronic monitoring in place? For school-going children who are placed at the MLC, every effort is made to ensure their education continues without interruption. Upon their arrival, the center contacts the school the child attends to coordinate the delivery of their educational materials. The professionals at MLC work closely with these students to facilitate their lessons and ensure that they can keep up with their studies until their release. And then I have a question that I'll have to get back to you in writing because I see that it was missed by the team, but what is the overall focus on rehabilitation at MLC? I'll provide that in writing. Then you asked about the HALT initiative. The HALT intervention has been a recurring topic at YVO meetings for several years. To address the growing issue of petty crimes and prevent the criminalization of at-risk youth, the YVO established a youth prevention task force. This task force includes representatives from the BES, St. Maarten, Aruba, and Curaçao, and has prioritized introducing the HALT intervention as a key strategy. The Ministry of JNV, Justitie en Veiligheid in the Netherlands, has pledged its support to assist the Caribbean Kingdom partners to implement such. Currently, 2 youth probation officers are expected to receive full training and certification in the HALT methodology. Additionally, the section head of youth probation was designated as St. Maarten's representative for the task force monthly meetings. To develop a practical implementation plan, the section head of youth probation engaged extensively with HALT Nederland. This collaboration included meetings to refine the approach for St. Maarten and work visits to the Netherlands in March and April of 2024. During these visits, the section head of youth probation consulted with HALT Nederland's legal advisors, methodology experts, and the Dutch Ministry of Justice's legal policy advisor. The discussion with the latter also introduced the potential for additional resources from JNV to support the implementation of HALT in St. Maarten. Subsequently, the Court of Guardianship, in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice's policy advisor, is drafting a framework for implementation. While awaiting final approval from the Ministry, plans were made for an initial 3-year pilot phase, tentatively set to begin in April 2025. The actual start date will depend on the timely completion of preparatory tasks, but it is a priority. Underage children are removed from their parents as a protective measure, I believe placed in foster homes. It does not seem feasible in the long run. What is the Minister's personal take on this? The use of foster homes to house underage children removed from their parents as a protective measure is a necessary temporary solution given the current circumstances. While foster care provides immediate safety and stability, I agree with the MP that it is not a fully sustainable approach in the long term. That said, we must also recognize the limitations of St. Maarten's scale and resources. Establishing specialized facilities or large-scale child welfare systems, as seen in larger jurisdictions, may not be feasible for us. However, this does not diminish our responsibility to ensure that these children receive the care and support that they need. My personal take is that we need to work within our constraints to develop a structured and realistic system tailored to St. Maarten. This includes strengthening the foster care framework by providing additional resources and support to foster families and exploring smaller-scale, community-based solutions that align with our size and capacity. This issue requires collaboration across ministries and child welfare organizations, and I'm committed to prioritizing efforts to find sustainable, long-term solutions that meet the unique needs of St. Maarten's children. Every child deserves safety, stability, and a nurturing environment, and we'll continue working to achieve this within our means. The question about the Court of Guardianship and the rechtspositie was also previously responded to from another MP. Then I have another question here from MP Roosburg, also about MLC. And the ministry shares the MP's concern regarding the purpose and capacity at Miss Lally Center. We're actively reviewing its role as a juvenile detention facility and exploring options to ensure it fulfills its intended purpose of serving as a facility for youth aged 12 to 18. This includes evaluating the operational framework and capacity to ensure it adequately addresses the unique needs of this age group, rather than serving solely as an extension of the prison system. The ministry is committed to finding effective solutions to align the MLC with its original mission and support the rehabilitation of young offenders. MP Doran, how many persons within the Ministry of Justice have done a document verification course? What level are they on? How often do they have a refresher course? Documentalist level 1, 72 persons at immigration. Doc 2, 6 persons at immigration. Doc 3, 2 persons at immigration/falsy desk, of which one is an immigration officer and the other a technical assistant. Fun fact, St. Maarten is the only country within the Dutch Caribbean that has a falsy desk. Weekly refresher trainings are offered to all chain members. How many critical vacancies do you have within the departments within the Justice Ministry? There are a total of 45 critical vacancies within the ministry. Only 3 were budgeted for. How does the minister see the fulfillment of these departments? Again, you know, I'm in discussion with the Minister of Finance to see what changes can be made to facilitate at least the critical vacancies. How does the minister see the opportunity for former uniformed officers once they retire to carry a firearm up to 5 years before they are haircut? The current legal framework restricts firearm possession, and licenses are only granted under specific circumstances. Self-defense is not considered a valid reason for obtaining a firearm license under our current legislation. While I understand the MP's concerns regarding the safety of retired uniformed officers who may have built up enemies over the course of their careers, it's also important to consider that these individuals are no longer active police officers and therefore not subject to the same ongoing training and operational requirements. However, I do note that this is a sensitive issue that requires a careful balance between public safety and the personal security of individuals. The ministry is committed to upholding the law while ensuring that any exceptions or amendments are considered only after thorough review and consultation with all relevant stakeholders. I will take the MP's concerns into account as part of any future discussions on this matter. Again, the gun amnesty question, as I mentioned to a different question, this will be discussed in the upcoming Driehoek scheduled for January 2025. Then I had a question from MP De Wever regarding the increase on the budget of KPSM and Landsrecherche, a decrease. KPSM, there was an increase of 727,000 guilders. This increase is related to 2 factors. The 2% COLA increase, reflecting the cost of living adjustment for the personnel, and a provision for 1 increment based on the possibility of a positive performance evaluation. An increment has been provided. The prison, there was an increase of 326,000 guilders. This is similar to KPSM, which accounts for the COLA increase and the 1 increment. The Landsrecherche saw a decrease of 400,000 guilders. The decrease of 400,000 guilders has been noted due to the following. There was a personnel table error in the budget. Salaries for 4 individuals were erroneously deleted. This also then included that there was no provision for a possible salary increment. The initial budget did not account for the potential salary increase and an adjustment for the 2% COLA. Then MP Westcott Williams. What is the role of the Justice Ministry in the execution of the law of single-use plastic bags? Was an implementation date established by the governor? Is money for training in the justice budget to the controls? The plastic-free SXM project started officially in January 2023. The aim of the project is to address the management of single-use plastic and styrofoam items to contribute to the protection and preservation of marine biodiversity on the island. To accomplish this goal, the project conducted assessments of the local drivers and impacts of these products, implemented an outreach and awareness campaign, as well as developed draft legislation to adequately address the local issues. The project will also develop a training manual for the identified enforcement personnel. The assessment reports are finalized and the draft legislation is currently being reviewed internally within government. The project is being implemented in collaboration with the SMDF and is currently in its last stages, scheduled to be completed in February 2025. Draft legislation was finalized at the beginning of December. As such, the legislation is currently under review and processing. The Ministry of Justice plays a pivotal role in ensuring the enforcement and compliance aspects of the draft legislation on single-use plastic bags. While the exact implementation date and final legislative framework are yet to be determined, the Ministry will likely be tasked with developing and executing compliance measures such as monitoring fines and public awareness campaigns to ensure the law's success. As the government continues to vet and refine the draft, the Ministry's responsibilities will become more defined, aligning with finalized provisions of the legislation. I'll note that I received those answers from Buck, from the Ministry of General Affairs, as they have been spearheading this initiative. Did the minister have a chance to find out where the prison project stands today? And did you have time to apprise yourself of the current issues at and with the prison? Did you receive an overview? Can you share this with Parliament? I had an initial meet and greet with the management team or with the prison staff. We didn't do a full tour. This was really just our scratching the surface meeting. So we do have one pending to really discuss the more deeper issues going on at the prison. So in that sense, I have not received an overview as yet. I've asked those to be communicated to me. In addition to that, we're also pending a presentation on the UNOPS project and the phase 2 and exactly where we are on that. Court of Guardianship understood from foster parents and prospective foster parents that the amount allocated for taking care of the children can hardly get them by for a week, let alone a month. The ministry acknowledges the concerns raised by the foster and prospective foster parents regarding the insufficiency of the current stipend in adequately covering the costs of caring for children in foster care. In response to these challenges, legislation is currently being drafted to increase the monthly stipend for foster parents. Then I had other questions that were communicated to me through other ministries that were of relevance to the Ministry of Justice. The first one was, did not see any filling of critical vacancies within justice and the prison. Lack of staffing for prison was one of the main concerns. It can lead to unsafe situations for the guards and the inmates. Was anything put in place for critical vacancies in 2025? For 2025, all critical vacancies across the entire government have been placed on 0. Asakuda was supposed to be included in the 2025 budget, but was inadvertently moved to CapEx for 2026. In accordance with agreements made between the Ministry of Justice and BZK, the majority of this purchase will be financed by BZK's contribution. However, St. Maarten is required to commit approximately 1.3 million guilders in the CapEx as part of this arrangement. I've discussed with the Ministry of Finance that in order to formalize this commitment, a note of aanwijziging will be submitted during the public handling of this budget. Then there was a question with respect to all acting positions within the Ministry of Justice. I have gotten that there is an acting head at the Landsverordening, an acting head at the Point Blanche Prison, an acting section head in Customs. There's 2 acting section heads at Customs, and there is an acting head of Judicial Affairs. That brings me to the end of all our questions.
Thank you, Minister Taklin, for your answers to the questions by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, of course, as we have done with the previous ministries and ministers, you now have the opportunity for a brief reaction or any additional questions that you might have. I see that MP La Cruz requests the floor, and I give the floor to MP La Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a blessed evening to one and all. Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister, through you to the Minister of Justice. There's a quote, and I know that MP Myers likes quotes, so this quote will go to him, through you, to her, but it starts like this: professionalism is not the job you do, it is how you do the job. Petje af, we say in Dutch. To you, Minister of Justice, and your staff, Ms. Bell, Ms. Myers, Mr. Nicholson, job well done on answering the questions thoroughly and in a professional manner. The information that you did not have, you sought before you came back to Parliament. And if every minister had this attitude, we would have a different country today in St. Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz for those words. I continue, and I give MP Duran the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Indeed, I have to echo the sentiments of my colleague in the sense of the clarity of the answers given. Indeed, I believe as well St. Maarten would have been a better place. Nevertheless, we're here now and we're in the positions to make it that better place. So thank you, Minister, for the questions and your staff as well. I do, however, have some slight concerns based on the response that I received, and I hope that in the future that this could be a bit clarified. I remember when I took the task that you have now in the interim government, I decided to bring back some workers because we had I think over 17 staff within the Ministry of Justice under investigations. And one of the things that was told to me by a very high-ranking justice official, I would say in the same driehoek, was that if I can prove to you that 2 of these individuals that you want to bring back are not good for the job place, would you reconsider? And my answer was, are you trying to bargain with me? If you have information like that, then it's your meldplicht, and we shouldn't be here bargaining that. I'm saying that to say, Minister, when I brought up the gun amnesty program, I believe that that is something that is in your purview. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I don't think that everything has to go through certain channels because then it gets stuck. There was also a situation where the OM controlled the certificate of good conduct. Now, I believe in your background, you too would see this as a conflict of interest because imagine someone that is responsible for prosecution is also responsible for issuing a certificate of good conduct. And when I took it back from them, it was hell and high water because they had the control for so long. And that was given by a predecessor, I would say a predecessor of ours. Now, I hope that you take all these things into consideration when making certain decisions. When it comes to the retired uniform officers, I know what the law says. I understand that. It's very clear. It talks about, the law still talks about state secretaries, which they don't exist anymore. It doesn't talk about members of parliament either. But our reality is different. My question was more geared towards, is there willingness through you, Madam Chair, is there willingness to adjust the law to suit our situation? Because a lot of these legislation and everything comes from the Netherlands, then to the Antilles, and we just inherit them as is. There's no one size fit all. We have our unique situation, and I would hate to think that someone would serve St. Maarten, put their life at risk, put their family at risk, and once they're done is, hey, go home. I've heard of situations and positions that they have found themselves in. And I think that self-defense is a justifiable reason, once given all the proper criteria, once that is set as in a policy, to allow a retired uniform officer to have a firearm. So I really, really hope you can reconsider. Based on the answer that I received, I get the impression that that is not the case. But maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Next, Madam Chair, I would like to get some clarity because I only heard the mention of, I heard 45 critical vacancies, if I'm not mistaken. And I would like to get some clarity on the point, where is the majority of these vacancies? And can we consider then, based on the fact that you mentioned, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, that there's only 3 that are budgeted for, that we increase that number? Because if we don't plug these holes, you will continue to have increased sick leave because you're forcing now a staff member to work double and longer than double shift in certain instances, and I don't think that that's healthy. And I think that by finding ways and means, we could find money to do a lot of different things, and I believe that this is essential. So I'd just like some clarity on those points. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. I continue now and give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor. Remember, we are in our 5 minutes circuit. But I think MP Lewis, he's still, oh yeah, you're still finishing up your original amount of time, that is. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening to the Honorable Minister of Justice and her support staff. Good evening, St. Maarten. Minister Tacklin, I listened to you. You articulate very well. And I now do understand that you have a lot of tackling to do in the Ministry of Justice. So I'm very proud, and I hope that you also live up to the meaning of your last name, through you, Madam Chair, as tackling. I have, everything was clear to me, but I do have just a few more questions, if I may ask. How many CPO, so how many community police officers do we have? As it was mentioned that they also do training in Miami, how long is this training? And how much does it cost? How many police officers does CAPSM currently have? Just comparing to how many actual FTAs do we have? That goes for CAPSM as the executive, so the police officers, not the staffing. So police officers, detectives, etc. And that also goes for Landsverordening. I know why I'm asking this, okay? As a detective, we ask questions that we already know the answers. But the people of St. Maarten needs to know. What is the plan van aanpak for the police force? For the people of St. Maarten to understand and know, who pays the personnel at the prosecutor's office? So does St. Maarten pay the personnel, the prosecutors, the chief prosecutor? Who pays them? And whose budget does it come out from? Do we pay huisvesting for the prosecutors, or is it incorporated in their salaries? I will also make an opmerking, a remark, that your transparency and the initiative of the town hall meeting is beautiful. Also, with regards to the statement of, and clarification, I'm looking for clarification with regards where you said that the firm was terminated. I would like to clarify if they were actually terminated and why. Because I came in as minister and I met them there. I mentioned in my previous statement that my questions don't only come based on the fact because I was the former Minister of Justice, but because I was employed with the ministry for 17 years. And I also mentioned that I have represented many of my colleagues in ambtenarenzaken bij het gerecht in eerste aanleg, and also in hoger beroep. And many of those cases, 99% of those cases, have won. The representatives you also mentioned that represent government is Gibson and Associate. And I have beaten that firm moreover as a citizen. That cost the government a lot of money. So now I'm saying, what is going on and why? Because I have seen firsthand great representation from the firm. I've sat in the courthouse. I saw how they represented government. So Hence the reason I'm asking that question. Because from government side, I don't want that we are just being represented because we are on a retainer and nothing fruitful is coming out of that representation. Dat is verspilling van geld. So we don't need to. And it is very, I take the people's money very serious. When I manage the ministry, I manage it as if I'm managing my own household, I'm managing my own business. Government is a business. And it ain't no secret that Gibson and Associate were paid over all these years throughout the ministries. In particular, the Ministry of Justice have lost overwhelmingly in cases. It was also mentioned about the officers that were brought back. There are so many cases of officers who were victimized, including my person. And I mentioned that yesterday. If Lyndon Lewis had did anything wrong in government, there would have been an ontslagbesluit where he would have been fired and not home for 9 years on government's expense, on the people's expense. And this did not only happen with me, it happened with many officers. And Minister, I can show you an email correspondence that I was not even in, that stated clearly, you cannot have an expensive police officer just at home. Put him back to work. Give him the chance to make mistakes and document them. This is the ministry that I worked for 17 years. Many officers cannot stand up for themselves. Hence the reason I took the mantle up and I did it. Hence the reason today I am a politician and I'm elected to this, the highest body in this country, and I will continue representing them. I will continue giving the advice to you, Minister, as well, whether you take it or not. But it's for the betterment for this country. So my question again, even though you said your open door policy might not be as direct, I'm saying that we deal with a lot of paperwork, with complaints, etc. The people do not only need an answer written on paper to their complaints, they need to touch and feel their minister's presence. Too long have management teams across the board in the justice ministry has victimized their employees. And when I came into office, they saw hope. And I want them to see that same hope in you. Hence the reason I keep saying I don't see political parties in here. It is the biggest ministry. It is the biggest ministry, and the ministry is one of the ministries that are hurting. The people in the ministry are hurting. You mentioned about the uniforms. KPSM the police force did not give anything in for uniforms. I have many employees came to the cabinet, showed me how their uniforms was in a deplorable state. Now, I don't make the most money in the world, but I can tell you, I went to town. It hurt me to see police officers with their boots ripped open. And they can't go nowhere in the police force and get them, and their salaries were not even corrected. I paid for those boots out of my pocket. So I am telling you, if KPSM never put in anything for uniforms, it's a shame. It's a shame and disgrace, because I had to deal with officers with dirty uniforms representing this country. So again, I would like you, Minister, to look into that matter. I would like it to be dealt with, because even though customs are the one that are doing their due diligence and want to get stuff in place for their officers, as a representative in this country, I'm asking you to do your due diligence when it comes to your officers. Your officers have to represent the people in this country. And their approach, their tidiness, etc., is should be of most importance. Their attire also has to do with their safety. So therefore, I ask you again to check it out and that it be fixed in a very short time frame. They are in dire need of uniforms and other uitrustingen. Okay? With that, that will be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I continue and I give the floor to MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor. No, it's not MP Peterson. Our AP is not MP Peterson. It is MP La Vega. MP La Vega, you have the floor.
He's Melissa's.
Oh, it's red now.
Yes.
It's DP red now.
Okay.
Good evening, Minister of Justice. Great answering to the questions, you and your support staff. I believe you had the most questions. You did it in a timely fashion. To you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Justice, I noticed you made mention of the abandoned scooters or bikes in the police station, and you know the plan was to destroy them. Has it been thought of to auction them or sell them to the public? I myself are looking for. I'm a responsible driver. I myself is in the market for a scooter given a traffic situation. Even if you don't auction them to local St. Martiners, maybe other islands will take them as a means to generate revenue. So you, Madam Chair, also heard that there's approximately 1,300 residency permits pending. When I think about that, all I think about is 1,300 more cars on the road. And, you know, it's just natural right now. And I know immigration is a very sensitive topic. And when I think about the Ministry of Justice, one of the main things I think is a very difficult ministry because of immigration, you know. We definitely want everybody to come to St. Martin and enjoy sweet St. Martin land, but at the same time, what are your thoughts on immigration? I believe St. Martin is overpopulated, and that's just the way it is. Overpopulation leads to, you know, more cars, strain on our infrastructure, strain on our healthcare. You know, as a government, we have plans to improve our infrastructure, but the increase of more individuals will only put a strain on that. That being said, I would like to know your thoughts on that. Do you believe St. Martin is overpopulated? And if so, would that have any impact on the way you handle immigrations and the granting of residency permits? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, MP La Vega. And I continue and I give the floor to MP Janssen. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Minister and support staff. MP Lewis mentioned that the ministry should see hope. I can tell you today that I see hope. Why do I see hope in you as a minister? Is you mentioned you practically solved the water issue already. We were just there since I swore in, and that's just a couple of weeks ago, and the toilets weren't working. There were still the leaks. And so just identifying what it is, that's already a major step. And when I ask about the leave and the Article 31 for the leave and the minister's prerogative to give that leave, it's not an emotional request. That's passion, and that is why I am limiting myself to the amount of committees that I'm going to commit to. Because if I am in a committee and I go and I hear circumstances of the people, I am going to be committed. It's like, that's what I do with everything. I'm the one who, I dive head first into third base. I'm that kind of player. I'm that kind of person in my job as well. And so I'm also basing it on when I lived in the Netherlands, one of the students who traveled with me in the same plane to the Netherlands, he got in trouble there, I think murder, and I would meet him every weekend teaching salsa lessons down the street because he would get off from the prison to go and teach salsa lessons on Saturdays in the local club. So all of that is within the kingdom, and then when you look that it is available in our law as well, because I think that article states that it's up to 2 months that you can give somebody a leave. So to give them a couple hours to say goodbye to their loved one, based on that is why I asked the question. And I must state, I don't know anyone in the prison. I got 0 votes in the prison in August and in January. However, having been to the prison and seeing the circumstances, and that's why I would advise you, you know, don't just go and sit upstairs. It's a beautiful view. You can see St. Bart's. It's nice. Go to the, what they call the alleys, go and see the real prison. And I think then it will change or shape your understanding of it, and it will make it easier for you to sign off. For instance, when you mentioned that there are current programs such as sewing classes without material is not sewing classes. So there's sewing classes, and it said there are no materials. There's a band, yes, there's a band, very nice, strings for the guitar, no strings. There's a chapel that was destroyed during the hurricane, and now there's a tent, not really a tent, but the frame of a tent with all of the rain that's going on. So you know that activities cannot happen. So I don't think that it costs that much for canvas to put over for a tent, but just to hear every time, oh no, justice doesn't have funds, justice doesn't have funds. And again, these are people who did some really bad things to a lot of people in our community. However, they are still human. Another good point is you tackling the amount that the foster parents get. I used to be a foster parent, so I know what it is, what you get. If the real foster parents out here in St. Maarten, and I am part of the organization where we are recruiting, but it is always an issue because if you're recruiting, if you do it as a foster parent, you do it with love because it costs you. So government does not pay you enough to take care of these children. So I do commend you for everything. Oh, the basic card, $250,000, remarkable, really good. However, I want you to be cognizant of the fact that projects of this nature, they have to be written out, and then what we hear in government, oh, there's no cadre to write it, who's going to write it? And then it's going to take a couple months to write it because you can't find anyone to write it. And then you go over to it being approved by BZK, that project, then it has to be tendered, and then for it to get started. So in what quarter of 2025 do you imagine or anticipate that the first rehabilitation projects from this 250,000 will come out? That's my only question, but I just wanted to indicate some other stuff about the prison. It's the only meeting that I have been to, so that's why the passion is going to come out there. When I have more things to do, I'll share that passion, but it's not an emotional request. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. And then I go over and I give the floor to MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed evening to the Minister of Justice and support staff. Also blessed evening to my colleagues. Don't worry, normally I would have a lot of other questions, but for once I do not have any follow-up questions and or clarifications. There's one time for all. As the chair of the Justice Committee, I would also like to comment what I have heard so far. I love to hear the passion also of my colleagues for justice and for betterment of the Justice Committee. I agree also with the positive remarks of my colleagues, and I love the proactive approach, especially in the fact that the human rights are being tackled. And us legal-minded people, we all know that the international laws are clear, and I'm also looking forward to the basic cap projects. And also, out of experience, I do know through you, Madam Chair, that the current Minister of Justice has the experience in writing those projects. So I'm looking forward to the timeline for the legislative projects, and I do believe, as my colleagues also mentioned, that the future of justice looks bright, and I look forward to working alongside to the betterment for St. Maarten.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. And I see MP Otley would like to have the floor. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be very short. Honorable Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, I asked specifically about what's the budget to pay the police officers. You told me that it was in the budget, but you didn't say the amount. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was short and clear. Thank you, MP Otley. Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, Minister of Justice, we have come to the end of this part of the meeting. I want to thank you, Minister. I want to thank the members of Parliament for staying here with us and then asking whatever further questions that you might have had. There are only a few, Minister, in addition to the comments that were made. So again, I want to thank you and your support staff. You would then be sometime during the day of tomorrow returning just to respond to the few questions that have been posed here tonight. So, members of Parliament, the meeting is still live and on as we thank the Minister, take leave of the Minister and her staff, as I thank you, members of Parliament, and anyone, all who are still tuned in with us to this meeting, as I adjourn it until tomorrow, God's willing, we're scheduled to start at 10. So this meeting is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. as we continue with the ministers who are yet to answer the bulk of the questions, so to speak, during this meeting. Thank you, members of Parliament. Thank you, Minister. Meeting adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Land Sint.